Okay. Boom. Wait. What's the game music? What the hell? Oh. Right. I have to mute it. Boom. Okay. Alright. Boom. We have to do some boogie! Huh? We have the summer. Ba-da. What is this? What is this? Is someone there? Hey, Rudy, would you like it? What are you getting so embarrassed about? Come on, would you like it? Tifa! That's a tough one, eh? Vaporena, you. No, she likes song. I never knew that, but sang likes that attention. What are they talking about? It's so stupid. They always talk about who they like or don't like, but saying is different. Oh, no. Come on. There. Here. Hello, Jacob. Come on. Oh, I'm still in my don't care mood. Boom. I have to be more serious. Okay. I have to be serious. Come on. Then it is time. Rudy, don't get easy. Don't worry, I do my job, eh? No more counting on you. I report to Sam. Come on. It's been a while, Giggler. Payback time for what you did in Sector 7? Sector 7? I don't remember you. That's sad. That's as far as you go. That's sad. Not even the boss team. They don't deserve a boss music. What the heck? I steal from you. Come on. Nothing to steal. Come on. I steal from you. Give me your items. Piggy boy. Nothing to steal. Come on. What is this? Big boy. Come on. Destroy you! Nice slap! Mama! Destroyed! Sure kill! You don't even get a boss smoothie anymore. You're so weak. Buddy. Yeah. I destroy you. Bye! I know we might be retreating, but we're still victorious. Look at the time, I have to go. Bye! Come on! Come on! Fairy tale! Oh, like this. It's like the whole world knows where where we're going. They followed us, but they never any signs of it. Then that means a spy maybe? No way! I don't even want to think about there being a spy. Especially not the robot that just joined us in the theme park. Especially not that character. I trust everyone, even the robot the fortune-telling robot that we just met. Especially the fortune-telling robot. I trust especially the robot, okay? Oh my gosh. My gosh! Materia! Deblo! Come on, let's go to Deblo Materia! Come on! Enemy shield. Deblo? We're gonna use the Deblo. Come on! Wait, what happened here? More? Deblo! Yeehaw! Hooray! Come on! Yeah! Woo! It healed me! I steal from you. Wouldn't steal. I steal from you. Wouldn't steal. I steal from you. Good. Spiderweb, I destroy you now. Cosmo Canyon. I destroy you. Let's go. Woody. What is this, Froggy? Ooh. I steal from you. Thailand. Ooh. Hello, aesthetically Saru. I destroy my enemies. Come on. Oh. Look, it's a Froggy. Come on. Come on. Ooh. Wah, 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 wah. Bang. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, have fun with the Froggy. Come on. Look at this. I've got the Impaler. Fairy tale? Oh, fairy tale? Unfortunately, I don't use ice. Oh, no, wrong place. This is Zach's hometown. This is why, I will tell you, this is why the Final Fantasy VII Remake fails, okay? Because people keep saying the name Zack and Cloud does not flinch. And in the remake, the game acted as if Cloud would go crazy as if he heard the name Zack. Okay? We will see. You will see that Cloud will hear about Zack and he will not go crazy. You understand my feelings? Do you understand my feelings about it? Hello, Butter. We have a lot of content today. We will do it. I have content for you. It's called Dylan Burns the Bay. Do you like Dylan Burns? Timida! Do you like Dylan Burns? I will react to Dylan Burns today. Did you know this? Did you know that I will react to Dylan Burns? My best friend Dylan Burns, who went to Poland and Ukraine. Dylan Burns. A ruined reactor. It's Scarlet, head of Sheena Weapon Development. Yeah, we all need content. True. True. This isn't good either. You only get junky material from junky reactors. Burn. Burn! These reactors are failure. What I'm looking for is big, large, huge materia. You seen any? No, I haven't seen it. I'll get on it right away. Please, we could make an ultimate weapon if we only had some A. I just can't wait. With Hojagan, weapon development's been getting a bigger budget. I envy them. But even if we make the perfect weapon, could that stupid Heidegger even use it? Oh, sorry, I forgot Heidegger was your boss. Let's go. Big, large A, huge A, materia. The ultimate weapon, the perfect weapon. Just what are they Shinra up to? Bye! Bye! There's something shiny back there. Reach for it! Receive Titan materia. Titan! Who should get the Titan? The big, strong, muscly boy? You? You or you? All? Rapala? Elemental? Poison? Bio? Enemy shield? Steel? Moog? I don't know what to do, Giglets. I don't know what to do. Sense. Maybe sense is not that good. Titan. I'm gonna use Titan right now. Let's use all of our ethers. Ooh. Yeah. Let's go. I use Titan. Big rhino. Titan. I destroy you. Ooh. Really? Wait, what? He's so strong? You are so strong. In the remake, this will be an event, boss. Just you watch. And now I will demonstrate to you why Final Fantasy Remake fails, okay? I will demonstrate to you. Zack's Village shows why the remake fails. Because the remake has a scene in which Ares wants to tell Cloud the name Zack, and the ghosts or something interfere. Cloud starts like freaking out, And in this game, you visit Zach's village. They tell Cloud the name Zach and nothing happens. Maybe the creators of the game forgot all about it. Maybe the creators of the remake forgot that you visit Zach's village as Cloud. A reactor explosion 3 years ago took my husband. Do people really need reactors to live? Aren't there more important things in life? A ruined reactor. Like this is Zach's village, eh? Oh, do you want to do something? Buy accessory? Mystify. You know? You wanna buy something? What the hell? Buy weapon? Hard gear? Grand glove? Atomic scissor? Yeah, I'll buy this for you. Oh. Atomic scissor? Ooh, have more material now. Let's go. Time? Oh, stay? Really? Oh, really? Hear a story? One day a huge explosion killed many of the townspeople. That wasn't a story, that was just one sentence. Bye. Hear a story? We voted to outlaw the use of macro energy and live with nature ever since the explosion. Bye. Hippie. Bye, hippie. Come on. Oh, see? Are you traveler? Hey, wait, that glow in your eye. Are you in soldier? Oh, you're right. Don't you know anything about our son? His name is Zach. There you go. It's been close to 10 years since he left for the city, saying that he didn't want to live in the country. He left saying he's going to join Soldier. You ever heard of Zach in Soldier? I don't know. There you go, Zach. Zach, I don't know anything about that man, but that name sounds familiar. Why? There you go. Cloud did not freak out. This is why the remake fails. Yeah, I have. Have you ever met someone soldier named Zach? I can't believe he hasn't contacted us in 10 years. After all, we're his parents. We have extra stints if you come here with Tifa and Iris. Hear a story? One day a huge explosion killed many of the townspeople. Yeah, it's good movie. Townspeople. People. White M's phone. Actually come here after Iris leaves the party. This is Gogonga village. Many people died here in a Mako reactor explosion. Gongaga village. Oh, need something? Hear a story? Shinga built a reactor without even thinking about the town's safety, and this is the result. Oh, really? Explosion. Is there a safe point here? See, you come here after... Need a room? Nothing in particular. Where's the save point? Can I change parties and go here with Tifa and Iris? Healers, do you believe me now? Do you believe me that the remake is bad? Do you believe me, please? Please, do you believe me now? Let's change the party. Let's save, first of all, okay? And check if we can do this, okay? Do you believe me now, please? Tifa, Iris. Please, do you believe me? Fairy tale. Let's go inside. Let's go inside. I will show you why remake is not good. Believe me, please. Yoink! Yoink! I kiss you, Froggy. Let's go. I wonder if something will happen if that ship has sailed. Did the ship sail? I wonder if this ship has sailed. I think the ship has sailed. Okay, I will not get the scene anymore. Oh well. That's okay. Let's do PHS. No! Big boy. Hello, big boy. Right? Of course. My favorite protagonist from Final Fantasy is my character from Final Fantasy XIV. Lucy Halsey is the best protagonist for Final Fantasy. Did you know that Lucy Halsey saved the world from distraction and saved the planet and defeated the Ensign and brought hope to everybody? Did you know this? Did you know about the story of the warrior of light, Lucy? Lucy is the warrior of light, come on! Yeah, Lucy is the best Final Fantasy protagonist. Lucy is the protagonist of Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah. I was gonna stop my criticism of remake because even Crisis looks to have better art design, but it looks like it's gonna have all the compilation crap too, of course. Like, of course. Of course it will. Ever Crisis is like this weird mix of old design and new design. This like weird mashup. It's even worse. I will drink. Nothing to steal. I'm so happy Final Fantasy VI was not as popular as 7 because we would have a whole crappy compilation of Final Fantasy VI by now. With Kefka's backstory, with Celeste's backstory, with Terra's backstory, Locke's backstory. Locke would have his own side game. There would be prequels, sequels, there wouldn't be a game about what happened within the 1 year between the end of the world and when you get your party members. It would be a whole crappy compilation as well. If Final Fantasy VI would have been a bit more popular than it was. But thank gosh it wasn't. Come on. Boing. Yeah. Yoo-hoo. Yeah. Okay. Order. 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 Okay, let's go do the glee. Bam, 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 bookity. Bam, 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 baby. Let the bunga buggy bear. Oh, little bugger buggy. Come on. Where am I? Where is love? Baby, you need me no more. Where is love? Baby, you need me no more. Where is this love? Come on. Wee, wee, wee. Yeah. Froggy giggling. Giggling with the froggy style. I remember this place. It's the Cosmic Canyon. Is the Cosmic Canyon? The boogie will get destroyed. Boing, boing, boing. Woohoo! Well, alright. You wanna do the glitch when the team splits up in the Cosmic Canyon? Okay. Cosmic Canyon? Let's do the glitch. What the heck? What the heck? He's destroyed. What the heck? Who sabotaged the boogie? Oh man, the breakdown now. Who sabotaged the boogie? Boogie! Boogie is destroyed. Let's go. Best smoothie. Oh. Random encounter. I destroy you. Yeah, hello Draco system. I'm gonna give you Dylan Bourne's content soon. Rage bomber. Come on. Boogie. Okay, let's go, you guys. Lemon. I want lemon. Who's the lemon? I cannot believe. Yoink. Oh no. Yoink. I'll destroy you. I steal from you. Can't reach. Couldn't steal. Haste. No! Look at this. Here. Yoink! I steal from you. Give me your items. Couldn't steal. Make sure that Barret is in your party when you first enter Cosmo Canyon. Then head over to the back of Tiger Lily's weapon show to find Barret. Listen to him talk about Avalanche. Then when prompted, choose the direct option 1 to hear more about his story. boosting his affection towards you by 3. When prompted a second time, choose option 2, yeah, whatever. Then run outside and back in again to reset the diagram sequence. Keep doing this to raise barres, infinity, plus 3 each time. For information, say before doing this, not following the sequence correctly will end the field loop. Oh. We were cheap! Let's go in, let's go in. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, Yoik. I am Homei. I design Nanaki. Hey, Nanaki, you're Safei. Yes, the children was for Lavey. Come on, and say hello to Bugenhagen. Come on and say hello to Bugenhagen. Nanaki? I finally made it, so this is Cosmo Canyon. What do you mean, finally made it? You've been here before. I cannot talk to Yuffie, because Barre is so big. Welcome to the Cosmo Canyon. Are you familiar with this land? No? Let me explain. People from all over the world gather here to seek the study of planet life. I always wanted to come here. But your backstory is that you came here to create Avalanche. I'm sorry it's full now, so I can't let you enter. They helped me when I was on the road. Please let them in. Oh, is that so? You helped our Nanaki. Please come in. Who is Nanaki? Nanaki is Nanaki. That is Namei. Welcome to Cosmo Canyon. Make yourselves at home. I will make myself at home. This is a weapon store, I think. Oh yeah, weapon shop is here. I see the sign. I can barely read it, but I understand. This is where you can buy the best materia in the whole game. HP materia. Here is where this is my hometown. My tribe were protectors of those who appreciate this beautiful canyon and the planet. My brave mother fought and died here, but my cowardly father left her. I am the last of my race. Cowardly father? Yes, my father was a wastrel. And so the mission is I inherited from my ancestor is to protect this place. My journey ends here. Hey Nanaki, you're home. Come on, Grandpa. Come on. Bye. Rest. I wanna rest, okay? That's that. I just sneezed twice. That means someone said something nice about me. Okay, let's go in. Tasty cocktail, Pub Scarlet, Flappy Bear, in Schindlerin. Come today, it's a night Cosmo can do. Come on. Tasty cocktail. Come on. Where are you, Barre? Barre? I can save. Do you understand the feelings? Of course I understand feelings. If I said anyone who understands feelings is me. Let's go. Feelings. Where are you pervert? Pervert? Barre, my friend. Where did I put it? I know it's around here. Where did I put it? I know it's around here. Hello, buddy. There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He couldn't take things the way they were, so he went to Midgard to form Avalanche. Wanna hear more? Go on. Wait, yeah, only Lucy and Steve I understand feeling. Feelings. Yeah, whatever. Guess you could say this is where Avalanche was born. I always wanted to come here and finally I made it. What's happened? Yeah, whatever. Reset. There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He couldn't take things the way they were, so he went to Midgard to form Avalanche. Wanna hear more? Go on. Guess you could say this is where Avalanche was born. I always wanted to come here, and finally, I made it. What's happened? Yeah, whatever. There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He couldn't take things the way they were, so he went to Midgard to farm Avalanche. Wanna hear more? Go on. Guess you could say this is where Avalanche was born. I always wanted to come here, and finally, I made it. What's happened? Yeah, whatever. How many times should I do this? There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He couldn't take this away there, so he wanted to mentor from Avalanche. Wanna hear more? Go on. Guess you could say this is where Avalanche was born. I always wanted to come here, and finally I made it. And what's happened? Yeah, whatever. It's true. There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He couldn't take things the way they were, so he wanted to Midgard to form Avalanche. Wanna hear more? Go on. Guess you can say this is where Avalanche was born. I always wanted to come here, and finally I made it. What's happened? Yeah, whatever. How many times have we done this already? There was this guy who studied planetary life here. True. He couldn't take things the way they were, so he went back to form Avalanche. Wanna hear more? Go on. Yes, you could say this is where Avalanche was born. I always wanted to come here, and finally I made it. What's happened? Yeah, whatever. We should start counting. 1. There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He couldn't take this. Wanna hear more? Go on. Yes, you can say this. Yeah, whatever. Let's survey. Gamay. Oh, we use save 4 now. Oh, this. Oh. We've missed Turtle Paradise stickers. There is this guy who lost this planet and I love him. Go on. Yes, you could say you are my lover boy. This speech is too erudite. Yeah, whatever. There was this guy who studied planetary life here. He didn't take things the way they were. Go on. Yeah. Whatever. Bye. Let's get in. We are on 7 now, right? There was this guy. And then, go on. Yes, you could say, I always... yeah, whatever. How much are we deep inside? There was this guy. He couldn't... yeah, go on. Yeah. Whatever. My gosh, gigglers. Go on. Also, the remake screws up because Reeve asks President Shinra, you really want to collapse the whole sector to destroy a small group that only has a few members? And in the remake, Avalanche is suddenly a huge organization. Okay? Okay? Come on. Ghosts, get on that. Avalanche was not originally a huge organization. Ghosts, what are you doing? Slacking off. Ghosts, you're slacking off. Come on. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about you, but actually I want to date you. Now what's this guy? And then go on. We are making sure that that will happen. Yeah, whatever. How many times should I do this? I won't. Yeah, slacking ghost. Why aren't you stopping me from doing this? Pervert ghost. Pervert ghost. I'm gonna destroy everything. Okay, 10. So 10 more? To guarantee the date? Go on. Yeah, whatever. Ugly bastard. There was this guy, and then I'm extra rude to the ladies. Go on. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Go on. And then, I don't know what's going to happen now that there is no avalanche. Oh, Barret. And then, Barret, come on. Okay, we're done with the loop. I'm gonna go buy materia. Gigglers, they're gonna go buy the best materia and weapons. We are gonna buy weapons. Should I buy weapons? Tell me, please. Oh, welcome, eh? The people in this canyon hate they compete, so almost everything is a replicas. What the hell? But that's alright. Some of them you really can use. Butterfly, Edgy. Okay. Oh, so many materia slow. Wow. Powerful weapon. Heavy vulcan. I have to buy some weapon for Inui. I have to buy weapon for Red 13 because I know that. Wow. Wowzers, trousers. I'm gonna sell item. Come on. I'm gonna buy the HP materia, the best materia in the game. Do you understand my feelings? Oh, wrong spot. Wrong place. Why didn't you warn me? Where are you, soldier boy? So this is Cosmocania, quite a mysterious place. Have you come to see the study of the planet? That's it. I heard there's an awesome observatory here. I'd like to see if I have a chance. Oh yeah? You're a pervert. Who are you? Is that so? You brought Nanaki back here? Yeah, thanks. You're talking to yourself. I didn't even get a chance to speak. How about our original cocktail, Cosmo Handle? A drink now and then is good for you. It'll relax you a bit if you know what to stop. I never know how to stop. I'm a drunken Polish person. Poland has the biggest problem with alcohol. Did you know? Poland is the biggest drunken country in the world. Welcome to Shindrain. It will be 1 billion gil. No! You're trying to cheat me. Well, what is this? Is this a flyer? Oh. Oh. I had a big strategy guide. I used to have a big strategy guide on paper. I bought it in England. Did you know? I bought a strategy guide. Materia! Looking for anything in particular? Yeah. HP Materia. Wait, where's my Materia? What the hell? Wrong place? Pervert. Where's the Materia store? Wait, where's Materia? Where's my Materia? Give me Materia. Nanaki. Oh. Oh. Give me my Materia, you pervert. Okay, let's look for the Materia. Do you know where the Materia store is? I have to look for it, I guess. Let's go. Where is the Materia store? I swear, I thought it was somewhere here. Help me find the Materia store. Come on. Where's the Materia store? Really? That cannot be. That cannot be. Let's go. Let's go up the stairs and let's get my favorite Materia. Is this the store? Is this it? Materia store? Bugenhagen? Seal this door shut. How does he do that? With super glue? Bugenhagen. Bugenhagen. You! I can hear your frying. Did I fry? Oh man, I'm so busy. I need more help. Complain. I can hear your deep fried fry. Ground sounds? Ooh. Oh man, this place looks like a real drug, and their Materia sucks too. What do you mean it sucks? You suck. You can appreciate good Materia, little brat. You forgot your Chanjay. This place has the best Materia in the game. the HP materia. Are you here to shop? That's right. Oh, is that so? You're here to shop? I'm sorry, we hardly get any customers. Oh, but I do have confidence in our materia. HP plus. I cannot afford anything. Let's sell. Ether. Turbate. Ooh. Elixir. Inida. They really don't want me to sell materials. What the heck? Gishul green. Gishul green. Taxol. Saralano. Yeah, it's important, it's expensive. You want to just come here later? You can always grind some money. Do you understand my feelings? Let's go to Grandpa. But they sell for 1 gil. All of them sell for 1 gil. Everyone sell for 1 gil. Grandpa! Come on! I never all say all weapons. What do you mean? Are you a heretic that sells all weapons? Why would you sell all weapons? I have nostalgia. I'm a hoarder. I'll never sell all weapons. I'm not a heretic. Cloud, this is my grandfather, Moon. He's incredible. He knows everything. My grandfather also knew everything, so I can relate. Ha ha ha! I hear that you looked after Nanaki. Nanaki is still a child, you say? Please stop, grandfather. I'm 48. Ha ha ha! Nanaki's tribe has incredible longevity. So you see, his 40 years old would only be equivalent to say that of a 15, 16-year-old in the human reckoning. 15 or 16? Underage? He's quiet and very deep. You thought he was an adult? Grandfather, I want to be an adult. I want to grow up to be able to protect you and the village. Ha ha ha! No, Nanaki. You can't stand on your own yet. To do that now would destroy you in the long run. Reaching up into the heaven, threatening to snatch the rare stars from the great city of Midgar. You've seen it, haven't you? Well, that's a bad example. Looking up too much makes you lose perspective. Yoink! When it's time for the planet to die, you understand that you know absolutely nothing. When the planet dies? Ha ha ha! It might be tomorrow or 100 years from now, but it's not long off. How do you know this? I heard the cries of the planet. What's that? The sound of the stars in the heavens while this goes on, planets are born and die. What was that? Ha ha ha! There was a scream from the planet. Didn't you not hear it? As if to say, I heard, I suffer. They have come here on a journey to save the... Oh, that's a 13. Their own voice, sorry. They have come here on a journey to save the planet. Why don't you show them your apparatus? Ha ha ha! To save the planet! Ha ha ha! But then again, I guess it won't hurt to show him. Bugenhagen! Several odd-looking people are here. The whole place has gotten busy all of a sudden. He brought friends too. I'll go get them. Doggy! Crowd, please call one of them. Only 3 people can fit in good grandfather's machine. Don't worry, my machine won't run away. Go invite your friends. Bugenhagen dies in this game. Did you know? Did you know that Bugenhagen dies in this game? You can see Bugenhagen die. Bugenhagen. Bugenhagen. Who do you invite? Barret? Do you invite Barret? Barret. It's a date, Barret. 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 What? Barret. What's wrong? Space Grandpa, share with us your wisdom. Wisdom of gigglers. Come on. Yoink. Here, over here. The doors unlock. Come in. Come on. Hello. Ho ho ho. It looks like you have them all together. Now let's begin. A dating ghost cave, how romantic, eh? Stand here, huh? Yoink. Machines! So pretty. It's just like the real thing. It's pretty good. This is my laboratory. All the work in the space are entered into this 3D holographic system. Hey, a shooting star. Yes, it is something, isn't it? Well, let's get to the subject. Eventually, all humans die. What happens to them after they die? The body decomposes and returns to the planet. That much everyone knows. What about their consciousness, their hearts and their souls? The souls too returns to the planet. And not only those of humans, but everything on this planet. In fact, all living things in the universe are the same. The spirits that return to the planet merge with one another and roam the planet. they roam, converge and divide, becoming a swell called the life stream. Life stream, in other words, a path of energy of the souls roaming the planet. Spirit energy is a word that you should never forget. A new life, children, are blessed with spirit energy and are brought into the world. Then the time comes when they die and once again return to the planet. Of course, there are exceptions, but this is the way of the world. I've digressed, but you'll understand better if you watch this. Watch this, gigglers, come on! I order you to watch. I order you to watch. Yeah, oh, yo, bang, yo, bang, 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 wow, young, barn, 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 barn. Spirit energy is the source of life for trees, birds, and humans, and only in living things it makes it possible to form planets. And if that spirit energy were to disappear, oh no! These are the basis of the study of the planet life. If spirit energy disappears, our planet will die. Ha ha ha! Spirit energy is efficient because it exists within nature. When spirit energy is forcefully extracted and manufactured, it can't accomplish its true purpose. You're talking about Mako energy, right? Everyday Mako reactors suck up spirit energy, diminishing it. Spirit energy is compressed in reactors and processed into Mako energy. All living things are being used up and thrown away. In other words, Mako energy will only destroy the planet. But we already knew that from the start of the game. Bye! Okay. Cheeky boo, cheeky boo. The story of the planets and those who live with them. If you want to know more, then you must listen to the words of the elders. Who are the elders? Nanaki, his father, a coward? So that's it. Nanaki's been thinking that all this time. Yeah, that pervert. Nanaki, his father, a coward? Nanaki's a coward. I'm a coward. I'm gonna steal items from your house. Are there any items here that I can steal? Can I steal your items? Give me your stuff. What the hell? Where is your stuff? Give me items, you coward. Oh. Give me your stuff, you coward. Uh-oh. Wait, there has to be stuff here. I am sure. Let's go again. I am take your items. No! What the hell? We go more up. More up. Give me your stuff. Put your glasses on. This is where you belong. Andamanda to show you all the way. So put your glasses on. Then we pepe me wa. Then me wa wa cha wa. Then me wa. Too late. It's too late. Pancho pandamba. Binja padama. Andamanda to show you on your way. See, I delivered the Berserk opening cover. Bugenhagen. Bugenhagen. It's steal this place away. Let's save game, because this is when it gets tough and dangerous. You understand my feelings? Do you understand my feelings? Let's go. Come on. Listen to my story. Cosmo Canyon. This is where Avalanche was born. I promised my guys someday, when we save the planet from Shinra, that we'd all go to Cosmo Canyon and celebrate. Biggs, Wedgie, Jesse. Now they're all gonna die for the planet. Really? To save the planet? We all hate the Shinra. But is it right to go on? Will they ever forgive me? Right now, I really don't know. But I don't know one thing. If there is anything I can do to save the planet or the people living in it, then I'm gonna do it. I don't care if it's for justice or revenge or whatever. I don't care. Woo! I'm gonna do it. Again. Avalanche is born again. Come on. What a boring place. Just like I thought. I want to go somewhere. Let's go find some material. You're such a brat. I cannot believe you. I wonder how many years it's been. Gosh, it brings back memories. What memories? You're just a doll. Tifa, come on. Cloud? What is it? Bonfires are funny, aren't they? They make you remember all sorts of things. You know, Cloud, 5 years ago is nothing. No, forget it. I'm afraid to ask. What is it? It feels like you're going far away. You really are you, right? Oh. Cloud is fake. Fake Cloud. I learned a lot. The elders taught me many things about the Cetra and the Promised Land. I'm a Malone now. But we're here for you, right? I know, but I am the only Cetra. Does that mean we can't help? Oh, baby. Talk to me, Nanaki. Also, Nanaki is also alone. And Nanaki is not whining like you. Long ago, when I was still very small, you're still very small. We were all around this flame. No, never mind. What happened? It's about my parents. When I talk about my mother, I am full of play and joy. And that's fine. But when I think of my father, my heart is full of anger. Oh no! Oh no! You really can't forgive your father? Of course, he's left mother to for dead. When the Gitribe attacked, he ran off by himself, leaving mother and the people of the canyon. Come, Nanaki, there's something you should see. Huh? The place may be dangerous. Will you and the other person come with us? Is Nanaki the dog? Of course we will take Barei, my best friend and lover. Okay. Nanaki, I give you this weapon as a present. I give you this equipment as a present. And I give you a protect vest to protect you forever. And then I give you enemy shield material, ice material, no, not this material, ice material, oil material, steel material, earth material, no, that's fire, earth material, and transform material. I give you the transform material. Orange. Let's go. It is time to learn everything. I wonder what he wants to show at 13. You're not worthy of knowing this. This is secret business between me and Barret. Only me and Barret are worthy of knowing this secret business. Did you know this? Are you aware of this? Of the secrets between me and Barret? Okay, we'll play some more, and then we go to the real content, which is Dylan Burn. Dylan Burn. La 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 la. Bugenhagen. Is you Bugenhagen? How do you fly, Bugenhagen? Why can you fly, Bugenhagen? Oh, are we all set? Yeah. Oh. Come on. Chicky. Yeah. But, alright, come on. You lead the way, Grandpa. What, are you crazy? It's dangerous in there. I told you that. You want an old man like me to go first? I'll be right behind you. Be our shield, Grandpa. We will get money here. Ooh, we're going deep into the cave. The music is getting quieter. It's because it's so deep in here. This is so deep. Come on. Wow. Ooh. Crazy. Scary. Come on. He's so scary in here. This is a strange looking dog. Break it open. Break it open. Wah! I steal your stuff. Doggy. Nothing to steal. That means that I can destroy you. Uh-oh. I have to leave Barret his new weapon. Hello. Well, I have to give Barret the new weapon. Atomic heavy Volca. Heavy Volca. It's true. It's like is it a long range weapon? It is! How did you know this? I know everything! What happened? Wah, 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 wah. Sledgy fool. Yoink! marée. Here, cloud. And I steal from you. Wah, 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 wah. Nothing to steal. Enemies have nothing to steal. I destroy you. I destroy. Cheeky, cheeky. Cheeky bab. Cheeky bab. Funny looking rock. Break it open. I break everything open. I destroy. Magie. What happened to my magie? Marée. Racista. Bomb. Line. Destroyed. I destroy my enemy, as you can see. Limibre. Limibre. Quack, 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 quack. Whoop. I think it's time. Smoky bomb. Oh. Summon. 3. Death blow. Death blow. It's time for content. I'm gonna save the game and then we're gonna watch the number. I'm gonna change the title. Okay? I'm gonna change the title. It's true. What the heck? So we're gonna save. Okay, let's just save. Save the game and we go to the real content, which is Dylan Burr. Okay? Do you like Dylan Burr? Tell me if you like Dylan Burr. Dylan Burr. What is your opinion on Dylan Burr? Tell me. Tell me your opinion on Dylan Burr. Because we're about to react to a debate by Dylan Burr. As I've said many, many times, Dylan Burr does an excellent job when it comes to the topic of Ukraine. Yeah, you can. You can leave this door open forever and ever. I order you to. Monster will flood this city and destroy everybody. This is my secret plan. Can you understand me? My feelings? Save for boy. Okay, it's time. It is time to finish. And I will do the Lambour. Example the Lambour. Okay? Quick toilet. Time for the Lambour. Be right back. Come on. Okay, be right back because it's time for the Lambour. The Lambour. I have returned. I have returned and everybody's left. I don't know why. I don't know why everybody's left when we're about to jump into the real content. We're about to jump into the real deal, okay? I'm gonna start it with a bit of like an introduction. I'm gonna do the introduction in 1 minute, but first, I'm gonna change the title. Nationalism versus globalism. We discuss. The debate. Okay, save. Now I need to open the boom. Taszę mleczko. Browser. There we go.
Between the sexes.
Oh, okay. This is this person. Okay. Dylan Burns. I want to check something quick. Wow. She looks so different on the thumbnail. Okay. Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns. Videos. So I'm actually really invested into this topic of nationalism versus globalism. I often talk on the channel about the rise of the nation states. I often discuss how the rise of the nation states have caused a huge amount of ethnic cleansings in the 20th century, how the rise of nationalism and the nations and nation states led to ideologies that later transformed into the Nazi ideology, into things like fascism, like especially in Germany before World War I, when the German nation formed. Things like eugenics, things like racism against Slavic people, things like modern day anti-Semitism, which modern day anti-Semitism is a direct result of the formation of the nation state, because the Jewish people were now treated as the outsiders to nations. They were not treated as an integral part of the newly formed nation. They were treated as outsiders, an enemy that needs to be cleansed and gotten rid of. This is like the intro, and I've seen that Dylan had like this announcement that he will be debating nationalism versus nationalism versus globalism. Oh. I have seen that the people have announced it, so I decided to take a look at it a bit live, and then I wanted to check like the water, so to speak. I saw that it's gonna be pretty good React material, and here we are. Globalism versus nationalism. Debate on globalism with nationalism gets heated. So here we are. This is basically the entry to what we're about to see, right? As a person that is pretty opposed to nationalism, to nation states as a concept, and I'm not a big fan of nations either, we will see how this one goes. It's a pretty long one actually, 3 hours worth of debate. So we might have to either speed it up or we might have to skip through some things. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, right? Maybe we'll try to watch it. And then, after we do this, we're gonna snipe Will's panel and we're gonna watch together the infamous trans genocide debate. So if you don't want to watch it through Will, we're gonna watch it together, okay? Right. But now let's jump to the debate on globalism with nationalists. Gets heated. Let's see the cold intro.
This is an internet.
I can see that things are getting, right away, we can see that things are getting pretty intense. Right. Let's try to put it on speed 125. Yeah, would you say that that's pretty okay?
This is an international intervention in a conflict.
Okay, I don't understand anything. Maybe let's put it on normal speed for now. Like, I cannot understand what they're saying. What a mess.
This is an international intervention in a conflict.
I don't know if you're Benjamin Netanyahu with a voice
causing more
modulator.
refugees to go to Europe.
Look at him. He doesn't.
We
doesn't
increased
even
the
get his facts
conflict.
right. Come on.
We increased the conflict and the violence in Syria, and
Admit
it created
that
a
America didn't
refugee
send
crisis
weapons
and
to
sent more
ISIS.
refugees there.
Admit
and
that
they
we didn't
benefited
send
from it.
ISIS weapons. You can send me the article right now. Just prove me. Prove it.
Okay.
It should be a good show, and I want to say thank you guys both for coming on again. Joker Society is a newer Twitch streamer, so I'm sure he's excited as much as we are to kind of break into the debate arena. Dylan is a seasoned veteran of the streaming world, so he's used to this. We did discuss backstage that Dylan is going to go first for his opener. Before we get into that,
Joker Society. Well, this is gonna go well. I have a great feeling about this one. Joker Society. You know that when you have someone called Joker Society, you're in for a treat. Maybe you should rename the video Dylan Goes Joker Mode. I should rename the stream Dylan Goes Joker Mode. Let's go. Maybe that will this will get more people in the seats. Dylan Goes Joker Mode, because he's debating Joker Society. There we go. Dylan Goes Joker Mode. Because there's nothing better than clickbait. There we go. I'm gonna get into the let me see. Let me see. Cathedral, Orbiters. There you go. Dylan Benz goes. Wait, what the hell? I think this is the wrong one. Delete message. This is the one that I want to. There we go. This is the one. There we go. Dylan Goes Joker Mode. There we go. We are ready now to start this whole thing.
I want to remind everybody, please like, share, subscribe, send the super chats in if you have questions for either debater. Consider becoming a channel member. Got to get the shameless plugs out of the way. Also, we are going to be taking callers at the end of this debate, if we have time. So the mods are going to be perpetually putting the Discord link in the chat. It's also in the link, the description of the video. There's a Discord link. Join that. Get vetted by the mods. You can get a stream link. Come on stream and ask your questions directly to either debater if you want. So we are just letting you know we are taking callers.
All right.
And like I said, we're going to get 7 minutes on the clock for Dylan to go
This
first.
is gonna
Whenever
go
you're
well.
ready.
Okay, I
have the
think
floor.
now I can.
Sure, I don't think I'm going to be using all 7 minutes, but
I think now we can.
I just
go.
want to say that having
Now we can go
globalism versus
like 1:25, right? Okay. Let's go.
Get vetted by the mods. You can get a stream link. Come on stream and ask your questions directly
Alright.
to either debater if you want. So we are just letting you know we are taking callers. And like I said, we're going to get 7 minutes on the clock for Dylan to go first. Whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Sure, I don't think I'm going to be using all 7 minutes, but
Yeah, I'm gonna be using 50 minutes.
I just want to say that having a debate about globalism versus nationalism is always it feels strange to me because I view
My favorite topic, because you could say that the natural state of the world is quote unquote globalism, because people went from place to place. The way technology was shared was through people from one country traveling somewhere else and trading. Like, if we had restricted borders and isolated country, we would not be even where we are today technologically, right? China would not spread its technology. Like the golden age of Islam, things would not spread around the world either, right? I actually contacted Dylan on. I contacted Dylan on. What do you call it? I contacted Dylan on Twitter. I sent him a DM. Okay, so if he answers, we might arrange a talk about Poland, Ukraine, etc. Zen Shapiro? What the heck is that?
view globalism kind of like the waves on a beach or on any coastline or like the ocean. It is an unstoppable force of nature that has been here before I was on this earth and will be here long before I'm dead, no matter how many structures I build or create to try to fight against it, whether through just completely trying to isolate my country or however I behave. In this case, it would be like putting a sandcastle on the ocean shore. Nation states are actually quite, as in we view modern nationalism as an extension of, is a very recent creation. Globalism.
Yeah, it's a very recent creation, like 19th century. It started in Europe in the 19th century. Nationalism as we know it today, nations as we know it today, nation states as we know it today. Before, it was like really a big mix of peoples living all over the place. The word nation used to mean something totally different, right? Like, oh god, this debate is so bad. 5 crucible blows. Oh, I see. Interesting. So, nations, the word nation used to basically mean people living in a given country, right? So there was not this notion of people living in a single like piece of land, having like this shared national identity. Before, there was no such notion.
Existed way.
So Dylan is actually totally correct when he says that nationalism, nation states, and nations like are very new, and what we could consider globalism existed much longer.
Before nation
Throughout
states,
history.
and there's a chance that it might exist way after nation states.
Yeah.
So I doubt nobody is really going to say they don't want any form of globalism or globalization. Nobody.
I'm really glad to hear that Dylan acknowledges that nation states are not really a thing that need exist forever, right? I'm glad that he sort of acknowledges it. Like, I I think that's a plus on him.
He's going to say the Silk Road was wrong, the Chinese hurt the world by introducing everybody to these new products and spices and silk. Nobody's going to say that. So I assume this conversation is not going to be we shouldn't have globalism at all. It's going to extend into the level of globalization and the level of globalism we should accept as a society. And personally, I'm a huge fan of international trade. I believe international trade brings peace, it brings prosperity, it allows us to be more productive, have access to more resources, and allows us to have access to technology and sciences that otherwise we wouldn't. Where in the ancient world, the idea of being able to transfer this information and bring these technologies halfway across the globe to industrialize the world, that's completely preposterous. But due to
Right, and I think the less we structure around the nations, national borders, national identity, then the better we will end up in the long run. Like the more, like I think that nationality, quote unquote, should be a matter of self-ID almost. Like if you want to be American, then you just move to America. If you want to be Polish, you just move to Poland. If you want to be Japanese, Brazilian, etc., right? It should be like, we should have maximum freedom of movement, in my opinion.
to international trade, due to the international markets, due to globalism, we have been able to revolutionize science and tech and trade and what resources we have access to. I also have seen globalization as a great way to spread ideas. And through that spreading of ideas, we've seen more and more countries pick up ideas like democracy, liberal
Exactly. The whole thing is nationalism wants monarchies back, but nationalism is loyalty to a nation, while living under a monarch requires loyalty to the sovereign family. True. Like nationalism and nation states were actually a thing that came about as a defiance to monarchies, you know. So this is like this right-wing nationalist yearning for monarchy is a really bizarre, contradictory mix. Essentially, you were loyal to your lord, and that lord was loyal to the sovereign. Yeah, basically, you're right about that. That is how it worked. And the rise of nations, like, I think, you know, when we talk about the birth of the idea, we oftentimes look towards the French Revolution, right? That it's all about the nation. But the French Revolution was in direct opposition to the monarchy, to the idea of monarchy. So this whole thing, when people who are nationalists also want monarchies back, it's a really bizarre mix. Especially if you take into account the history of how these things have formed.
democracy, the ideas of 1776, if I could say as an American, which I'm very happy about. I love the free trade of information between states. Even it's just that I love the fact that I can go online and argue with people halfway across the world. Peacekeeping efforts and organizations like the United Nations and that interconnectedness we have through international orgs, trade, economic blocks, or kind of political economic blocks like the European Union have created the most peaceful time in human history. While it is true we still have wars in the modern era, generally speaking, we have seen a downward trend of violence between nation states, in large part due to the interconnection of those nation states.
I will definitely agree that having a European Union is better than having a group of fractured countries, like separated, isolated countries that sort of are in a tension against each other all the time, that exploded into 2 world wars, basically.
Up until the Russian invasion in Ukraine, this has been the most peaceful time in European history ever, which used to be known as a continent covered in blood and violence and genocide.
And keep in mind, Russia is not part of the European Union. So in a way, Russia invading Ukraine is not even a thing that that's not even a thing that contradicts Dylan's point in any way. If anything, it bolsters it, because if Ukraine was a part of the European Union, then there would be no way that Russia would just so recklessly invade Ukraine.
Globalism has never committed a genocide because fundamentally it is not a genocidal ideology, where nationalism has sadly in places like Myanmar right now or Ethiopia.
Of course, I could argue against that a little bit, right? Like globalism itself is not a thing that can do things, right? Globalism is more like an idea of interconnectedness, but the powers that belong to a global sort of system do individually still commit genocides. Even when a country is a part of a more united global system, that country can and does still commit genocides, like the US committed genocides, right? And some other countries did still committed genocides. Like China is part of the globalized system and still is committing a genocide right now, right? Happy New Year, boy. Happy New Year, boy. Hello, come on. Yeah, does that make sense, what I'm saying to you right now? What I'm explaining to you? Do you think I'm being sensible? Or do you think I'm just being a big bad duck that does not understand the feelings of how it all happens? You know? I'm on a roll, I think. I'm on a big roll. And this is how it happens. Okay? Alright. We continue with the video.
Or say different conflicts in, for example, Iraq and what the Saddam government did to the Kurds has committed many genocides. That's not to say that there's no downsides to globalism whatsoever, but I find this idea of like nationalism will be held up as a block to stop globalism the same way I view a sandcastle trying to stand up against the ocean. It's just inevitable that it fails.
I would agree with Dylan here. And I would argue that it's good that nation states are inevitably going to move aside to a more united global thing, right?
And the real question should be, what's the level of globalization you want to accept for your state, and how do we deal with the effects of globalization when it comes to like social programs and the loss of jobs in the Rust Belt that will be rebuilt through immigrants and others making new businesses and trying to do job training for those people. So I'm interested to see exactly where the debate becomes, because globalism, fundamentally, we're going to have to live with it whether we like it or not.
True. I agree with Dylan. Dylan has been wise here. I feel like division of labor, industrialization of the world has led to drafts being so damaging that war is avoided. Especially countries with tech sectors, right? Actually, there's an interesting thing about industrialization, and not even industrialization. There's an interesting history of the fact that right-wingers speak a lot about the traditional family, the traditional role of the woman in the family, that woman is at home, but many people don't understand or know that historically, a woman in the family was actually a very heavy physical labor worker. Like women used to work on the field, women used to sew clothing in the home, used to brew alcohol. The biggest brewers of alcohol were women, and women would also manufacture many items at home. And with the rise of factories, with the rise of places that would the rise of factories would take those things, the rise of breweries, etc., would take those things away from the home and to those specialized places. And that would lead to the denigration of the role of the woman and how a woman's role was perceived in society. And this is like a little bit of a historic moment, right? History moment from me. History of women moment.
Okay, thank you for that opening statement. I did mute your mic there at the end, Joker, just because there was some typing going on in the background, but we're all good now. So thank you for the opening statement, Dylan. Joker Society, you got 7 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready.
Yeah, global.
And also the loyalty of a nation led to the creation of such concepts as minority, majority. Like, keep in mind, before the rise of the nation states in countries, there were no such terms as a minority, you know? There were just people living in a given country. Since there was no national identity in countries, there was no such thing as a national majority and national minorities that would live in a given countries, you know? Such terms were not used. Things were not conceptualized like this before the rise of the nation state, right?
Globalism, what a funny meme indeed. Dylan, you claim it is an unstoppable tide. Well, I would look at it more as an unstoppable cancer. Well, unstoppable is a questionable term. It is ultimately a cancer, and I believe globalism has failed us in so many ways. And
so, according to this person, before the 19th century, we lived in like this cancerous world, right? Is this what this person is claiming? Before the 19th century, the world was just cancerous. That's right, Tyler Jones. During agricultural economies, women would tend to cattle such as milk, eggs. They would turn textiles into clothes. They would produce butter. They would actually work as they would actually work in instead of like animals in the field as well, like they would carry and they would also pull the things that plow the field, right? They would plow the field. And of course, women were the biggest alcohol brewers. Well, yeah.
furthermore, nationalism has been on the rise since the globalism is what makes it be on the rise, because the nationalism is a healthy response to globalism going wrong and people being different.
This is just an empty slogan that nationalism is a healthy response to globalism going wrong. What does it even mean? A healthy response to globalism being wrong. What do we mean by globalism going wrong? And what do we even mean by healthy response? Like, this is such an empty slogan that there's not much to even say here. Like, is he gonna, I'm really hoping that he's gonna at least explain the terms, explain what he means by that. Because Dylan made a pretty pretty sound case, and this is just empty slogans all around.
Franchised by these globalist ideals that they do not want. They do not want everything to become like America. They do not want everything to look the same.
Globalism is when everything becomes like America, and globalism is when everything is the same. Keep in mind, before of the rise of the nation states, borders were not controlled in the way that they are controlled now. The strict control of the border is also something that was created during the rise of the nation state. So people moved a lot more freely before the rise of the nation state, and yet everything was not the same everywhere because local cultures formed and there were differences in those cultures, you know? And of course, that's always going to happen. We always are going to have local differences. We're always going to have some sort of like, diverse cultures all around the globe. Everything's not just gonna become the same.
What I view as globalism is
So this is not really a sound claim to make.
when I go to France, everything looks the same. If I go to Sweden, everything looks the same. And ultimately,
This is not, if you think that Sweden and France all look the same, like, yeah, of course, Vietnam, Japan, Korea, China, uh, Italy, they all look the same, right? Like, global is when everything looks the same, and everything is like America. Like, this is nonsense. This is nonsense.
globalism destroys cultural diversity and national sovereignty, in my opinion.
Cultural diversity has nothing to do with national sovereignty. Cultural diversity precedes national sovereignty. In fact, nationalism stifles culture. Nationalism stifles growth of culture, okay? This is my opinion. So this is like a nonsensical argument. Diverse cultures existed before nation states. Diversity between countries existed before nation states. So this is a non sequitur and a nonsensical argument, all in all.
And it might be true that it is unstoppable, as in, if we define the term of globalism as in conversations between countries, which I don't believe could be defined that way. Globalism
Also, countries are not organisms. Countries cannot talk with one another, okay? What do you mean conversations with countries? So that's another nonsensical claim. Like, countries are not organisms, nations are not organisms, they do not talk to one another. Before the rise of the nation states, all sorts of different peoples live all over the place. It was a mixture of many different peoples. So this weird framing it as countries talking to one another is nonsensical.
is a much more deep term, in my opinion. It is not simply trade between countries or diplomacy between countries. I view globalism as a superposing thing that opposes a country.
Yeah, globalism means free movement of people, like before the rise of the nation states, when people wanted to, for example, find work. So they just moved to a different country because there were more opportunities for them in a different country, and that was okay, right? People were not tied to a sense of national identity.
So, especially in Europe, okay, I don't know about Dylan, maybe
And yeah, especially in Europe, that's right. Especially in Europe that happened.
Dylan wants a homogenized society where, you know, every country looks the same. Everybody's. He spoke about American ideals.
Again, that did not happen. That did not happen in Europe before the rise of the nation state. We did not have homogenized European society. Everything was not the same, even though Germans lived all over Europe. What we know as French people lived all over Europe. People moved all around Europe. It was okay. In fact, the United States of America is supposedly one nation state, but it is very diverse. Everything's not identical even within one country of USA. The USA is one country and it is very diverse. Everything's not identical within the US. Yeah, before nations' borders were so thin that village into different countries would trade between each other without the monarch needing to get involved, and that benefited Europe as a whole. Yeah, of course. Of course that happened.
Being propagated through globalism is a good thing. Who is the arbitrator of such ideals? Why should everybody fall in line to the American
Nobody is arbitrator of such ideals. That is what makes those ideals great. That there is no arbitrator. That it just means free movement.
morality, American truth, and such things? What Dylan asked, he was one.
Also, I really have to repeat this once more. Globalism is not when America. What do you mean American morality? That's nonsense.
Wondering where the debate would take us. So
I'm not sure why the argument about America. America has nothing to do with it. Globalism existed before America did. As Dylan has explained, it was not the same type of globalism that we have now, but it still was a type.
I would like to discuss the impact on cultural diversity that globalism has. I would like to discuss corporations that rise through globalism. In my opinion, globalism is essentially the final evolution form of imperialism. So what we see as modern globalism is a wing of Western ideals imposing on the rest of the world, is what I think. And
Well, that is, of course, nonsensical, because that would mean that the final state of imperialism happened between the 19th century before the rise of the nation states. That's like nonsense, right? That makes no sense.
on the topic of national sentiment growing each year, I think it's a healthy response to overarching globalist policies that people just do not agree with, especially in Europe. We see this lately in Italy. We have a nationalistic government elected. We see this in Brexit. We see this in populism rising. It's clear that people.
Also, let's be clear. In Italy, it's not a nationalistic government. It's a pretty fascistic government. Let's make that distinction clear. I do know that nationalism does often lead to fascism because it's pretty intrinsic to many of the ideas of nationalism. But let's be frank here. Italy has chosen a very, very fascistic government.
People do not wish to be told what to do. People.
It has like the ruling party has a living relative of Mussolini in it. The party loves Mussolini.
Want to govern themselves, and I think people are just fed up with globalism. I think globalism a failed system. If we're talking, Dylan was talking about UN. What has UN really prevented? I don't really see. I just see UN as a failed organization. And I'm sure we're gonna get into Ukraine because I don't know. Dylan likes to pretend that he's Ukrainian, I guess. So we're gonna get into that. So
Dylan likes to pretend that he's Ukrainian. I'm not sure what this job is supposed to mean. But the UN is preventing Poland from being attacked, if anything.
as Ukraine, the Ukrainian conflict is clearly driven by Ukrainian nationalism. It is not driven by globalism from America. It is not driven by globalism from Europe. The brave people of Ukraine defending themselves, they have their national identity and future in their hearts. That is why they do it. Right? And in the words of Zelensky himself, the United Nations Security Council is a failed structure. They failed in preventing Russia from advancing. It was the nationalism of Ukraine and rest of Europe, because the Europe countries are nationalistic, afraid of Russia's advances, so therefore they have stepped in to help. So I struggle to see how globalistic structures are actually useful in the modern world. It's just a detriment to me.
I would counter this by saying that, for example, Poland and Ukraine have become very close over this conflict, and that many people are returning to talking how we used to form a single country, that nationalism is not our heritage, that being a country of many nations is our heritage. So as you can see, it's not as simple, right? Like some people say that we are seeing the rebirth of the Commonwealth of the two nations before our own eyes.
Alright, you finished there?
But I very much wonder how Dylan will speak about this element. Because it's true that there is a lot to be said about the national identity of Ukraine, right? Being a factor in a very fervent defense against the Russian invader.
You finished with your open?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys for that. Before we get into it, people in the chat are begging to know, Joker, what is your accent? Like, what's your nationality or ethnicity?
I don't want to dox myself, but I am
Very little nationalism being showed right now.
I am from a northern European country that is exceptional in its nationalism. It is taught to us. So that's why I'm so excited for this debate, because it is taught into our hearts since early ages that a nationalist society. I would define my country as a civic nationalist country. I'm more of a cultural nationalist myself, but national.
Do you think this person is Swedish? Do you think this person is from... Do you think Joker Society is from Sweden? I think I am placing my bets. I'm gonna say Joker Society is from Sweden. What do you think? Place your bets as I try to reset position on my avatar. Resetting. Position. Like northern country, very nationalistic, really makes me think that it's Swedish, but you know, you never know, right? Like that makes me think Sweden. Like I would be so surprised if he was like, it'd be such a shock if he'd say, "Oh yeah, I'm from Norway." I'd be like, "What? Don't know that you're no way he's from Norway. Like no way."
Nationalism is a very interesting idea.
I would
here.
not believe
It
that.
is not an evil thing, as Western propaganda would like to say. I think nationalism is a force for good.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, thank you guys for those openers. I do want to remind everybody we are taking...
Also, I've never heard a Western propaganda, quote unquote, that says that nationalism is bad. I have not heard that Western propaganda before.
Callers tonight. So at the end of the debate, get in the Discord, get the stream link. You can call in and ask either debater a question directly. And obviously, we're always taking super chat questions.
Citation needed.
As you see fit. All that being said, we're going to get into the open floor, gentlemen. Hour and a half is on the clock.
So I think it seems like we're going to avoid the economic argument, because the economic argument for globalization
So where do you think he's from, Tyler?
is easy. It makes societies more productive. You have access to more resources. It seems that you want to avoid that, but I just want to make sure, like off the bat, we're going to get a concession that, like, economically, the globalist argument is very easy, because globalization has raised human society to the highest level in human history through interconnected trade, technological.
Actually, a type of globalization even made it possible for technology to develop to the level that it did. Like many inventions from China had to spread throughout the world. Many discoveries during the golden age of Islam had to also spread all over. Like those things had to spread somehow. And if the borders were just closed, then that would be, especially in the past, a much more difficult affair.
Research programs, all of these issues have brought us to a level of human development that the founding fathers would have gawked at in its amazement.
No, actually, I would like to ask you, why do you think that globalism is international trade? International trade existed before there was a global understanding of governments.
Yeah, but the international... Ooh, he's walking into a trap. I really hope that Dylan is gonna activate the trap card and say, you're right. But global trade existed before nation states, before a tight control of the border. Right? No, if you're looking for that, I don't think you're gonna hear that today, Boy Meets Me, because this is a discussion, globalism versus nationalism, right? Like, Dylan's point is not even that Dylan's point is not about capitalism advancing our society, Boy Meets Mini. It's about globalism advancing our society. And keep in mind, globalism can exist without capitalism. Globalism and capitalism are not the same thing. The freedom of movement, the freedom of trade, etc. All those things can exist without capitalism. Like, those things existed before capitalism, people moving freely through borders and trading things, etc. Right? So it's not really an argument about capitalism advancing our society. It's about globalism advancing our society. Does that make sense? So I don't think we're gonna hear any pro or anti-capitalism arguments today, because it's a bit outside of the scope of the discussion. But I am really hoping that Dylan will push a bit here and say, yeah, international trade existed before nation states did, before the control on the borders was not as tight as it became during the formation of the nation states. I'm really hoping to hear that argument, especially since Dylan has made this argument during his opening speech. So he only just needs to repeat it now. And we are like at home. So let's see what he says. Let's see what he states. Also, this is a great time for me to ask every single one of you to maybe become a Patreon. What do you think? Would you like to become a Is this? Yeah. This is it. Patreon. So consider becoming a Patreon. Yeah, nice boy. Super boy. Okay. And now we return to our scheduled programming of discussing this. So I'm really hoping to hear this argument from Dylan. Like, I have high hopes. We will see in a moment. You can even place your bets in the chat.
Globalism, that is international trade is a part of globalism, because it is part of the world's interconnectedness and being together and acting as a global world.
Yeah.
Like the Silk Road was part of globalism, as is NAFTA or the TPP or any
back in the day when there were two countries neighboring each other.
The other thing would be, for example, the anti-globalist take to a trade deal would be, we need to protect...
Wait, what did he say? Sorry?
A level of human development that the founding fathers would have balked at.
Let's listen to this again. I didn't quite catch it.
No, actually, I would like to ask you, why do you think that globalism is international trade? International trade existed before there was a global understanding of governments.
Globalism, that is International trade is a part of globalism because it is part of the world interconnectedness and being together and acting as a global world. Like the Silk Road was part of globalism, as
Yeah,
is
when-
NAFTA or the TPP or any
back in
trade
the
agreement.
day when there were
Because
two
in-
countries
because in
neighboring each
comparison,
other.
the other thing would be, for example, the anti-globalist take to a trade deal would
I'm
be
not sure. If you heard what he said, can you write it in the chat? I'm not sure why. I'm not sure I understand what he said there.
we need to protect our workers. We don't want to have foreign workers doing these jobs instead, so we're not going to accept this trade deal. That would be the isolationist or maybe nationalist reaction to something like the TPP, NAFTA, or something like that, where the globalist take would be we should increase trade, we should increase this interconnectedness because interconnecting our ideas and interconnecting our economies and our technologies and our research programs, these are beneficial for everybody, which is the argument of most economists.
All right.
Well, countries are inherently narcissistic, and I don't think two countries.
What does that mean? Countries are inherently narcissistic. Once again, countries are not living beings. Countries are not organisms. Countries cannot be narcissistic. That makes no sense. Countries cannot be what? What does that mean for a country to be narcissistic? That's an empty statement. There's nothing to respond to here. Let's move on.
Is agreeing on a beneficial deal is globalism. I think
It is.
globalism. Well,
Just like- just
globalism.
definitionally, it is. That's why I said it's like
Alright.
an unstoppable force of nature.
No, what I see is
Like, how does this person think that a country is like an organism that can have wants and desires and be narcissistic?
globalism is few countries deciding other countries what they should do.
Well, that's
I don't think.
No, that is not globalism. No.
not.
I don't think
the
two
definition
countries.
of globalism.
I don't. I don't. Okay, that's a cool
Is there any
definition.
definition you can pull from that would be globalism is one country tells another country what to do? Like,
But that's factually what we
Then
think of when we
cite
see
me-
globalism.
cite
That
me
is
the-
fact.
No. I'm not sure what you think. Countries aren't narcissistic. The people who run and enable nationalist fascist movements are true. Exactly. Exactly, boy. Like, globalism is when one country tells another country what to do. And that is a factual what we think when we say the word. Like, wait a minute. Like,
that's
maybe,
what-
like, okay, let's be fair to Joker. Globalism. Let's be fair to Joker. Maybe there's a definition that fascists personify their nations, often like motherland or fatherland. It's people being its lifeblood. They try to apply human prosperities to their functions. Like, this is actually a funny thing, Tyler, because in Polish at least, the term motherland actually referred to your place of birth, which actually existed, the term motherland existed before the notion of the nation state, because people just moved around from place to place and they felt more tied to a place, to a community, to like their place of birth maybe, than to a national identity, right? Like, think about it. For many people, for many Jewish people, for many, like the Kingdom of Poland, let's even isolate it. The Kingdom of Poland was the motherland for many Jewish people, for many Germans, for many, like, probably Tatars, for many Polish people as well. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the word birthplaces was not really tied to a nation either. It just referred to the literal place where someone was born. The birthplace. Globalism, the operation or planning of economic and foreign policy on a global basis. What does globalism mean in simple terms? Globalism, a national policy of treating the whole world as a proper sphere for political influence. Compare imperialism, internationalism. Examples include the movement of religions or the diffusion of scientific knowledge. In the past, social globalism has often followed military and economic globalism. So I would say that there is no definition here that claims that globalism is when one country tells another what to do. So I guess we can move on from that point. Dylan is pretty correct.
What you think of?
I
That's
don't
not what
really care about the
historians or
Oxford definition. I care what is
your
happening in the real
made-up
world.
definition.
All right, and what is happening in the real
Is there
world
any
is that
historian
globalism.
that would use that definition?
It's that globalism is used as a tool for the world powers to dictate. Well, actually, the Westerners, they are dictating for the world what to do. And
Actually, the biggest, like a huge amount of imperialism happened under nation states. So that's not really an argument. A nation state, because can declare its nation to be the best. A nation state can declare the nation to be the most deserving and just conquer and tell a different nation what to do, right? It happened historically. So let's not even go into that argument. Fascists personified their nations often like motherland, right? We've talked about this.
I do not agree with you that two countries agreeing on a trade deal is globalism.
Well, then you just don't know what globalism is. That is globalism. Definitionally, it's globalism. There's no historian of any respect.
If two nationals,
you gotta let me respond. There is no historian or expert in international relations that would tell you globalism is when one country tells another country what to do.
Also, keep in mind, in the past, this guy be like, but dictator Joseph are Stalin, Hitler, Biden Jr. In the past, globalism, trade, like international trade in the past, especially the further into the past you go, was not made by countries as like organizations, right? It was done by traders moving around and sharing things from different countries, like merchants that traveled from country to country and shared technology, technique, discoveries from like the different parts of the globe. It wasn't country X as an organization doing business with country Y as an organization and then having relations. It was merchants from all over the world walking around, sharing stuff with other people, right? And it created those sort of like, do you know what I mean? It led to a spread of ideas, technology, and many techniques, you know? So, like, there was this, like, a lot of that going on. Like, it's the further into the past you go, the more, like, mercantile capitalism gets complicated because it actually did have, like, the power of the imperialist powers behind it to facilitate it. And what I mean is, like, merchants just traveling from place to place without imperialism following in its footstep, you know?
Globalism is many
without companies that were formed during the imperialist colonialism time, you know? That was a bit different, right? like the way that companies were created by following in the footstep of colonialism is different from the way that in the past merchants would travel from country to country, spreading technology, goods, and techniques of doing certain things, etc. It was a bit of a different thing.
Things including economic trade deal. Like, for example, the TPP was a globalist trade deal. Everybody called it a globalist trade deal. Why? Because it tried to interconnect the American economy more with Asian economies, which would have raised productivity in Asia, allowed our markets to intertwine themselves, which promotes not only peace and prosperity, but allows us to have more influence in Asia. That is globalism. The Silk Road was global. This is just globalism. Like, you can say that's the okay aspect of globalism. I'm fine with that, but that is globalism. Definitionally, it's globalism.
All right, so can we move along from the actual things that are happening in the world?
Sure. So if we both acknowledge that
definitions?
economically,
Wait, is this person saying that economy is not actually happening in the world? We live in a void. Economy just exists in theory. It affects nobody. Economy affects no one. Okay. Like, this person is only about empty slogans and nothing more. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if Dylan is willing to talk to people like this, then I feel like I'm deserving of Dylan's time, okay? If Dylan is willing to speak to a person like this. Like, maybe this is my little moment of arrogance, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, this person doesn't understand trade blocks and just wants to be justified for being racist. True. This is so strange. Press quackers in chat if you think I am worth to have a nice discussion with Dylan Burns. Quackers in chat.
globalism is good and is beneficial for states to intertwine their economies. And
Not
trade
necessarily
and
always.
Well, not in
necessarily
every.
always.
I'm not saying every trade deal is the perfect trade deal, but the more intertwined the world has become, the more productive, scientifically innovative, and all these positive things we like to
Not necessarily always is like a thought terminating non-response.
see, like going to the moon. It has improved.
Oh, the moon. But listen, we obviously know we're here to debate. We're not debating.
Listen, the moon landing was obviously fake. Okay, don't try to like pull wool over our eyes with that fake moon landing BS, okay, Dylan Burns? We all know that the moon landing is a hoax. Let's continue debating for what we are actually here to debate. Okay, you moon landing faker, socialist, communist. Let's go.
Well, no, you can't say we obviously know, because the debate offered made to me was globalism versus nationalism. My opening addressed that it's kind of a silly debate, because on its face, globalism is an unstoppable tide. If you want to just say we don't want to talk about economics today, that's fine. We can avoid the economics discussion, and we can talk about like the UN and stuff like that more specifically. But economically, globalism has been nothing but a force for innovation, growth, and prosperity.
True. If you're gonna try to like, I don't know, there is no way to say that nationalism and isolationism would bring upon greater economical, like, in any aspect. Like, you cannot argue for that. The world is just becoming smaller and smaller, and that is a good thing.
I still don't like. I think you're being disingenuous.
What's the economic argument for nationalism over globalism then?
True.
Well,
Yeah,
because-
that's good. We're just gonna hear another empty slogan. Wait for it.
A nationalistic country in a trade deal serves its own interests first, instead of a collective.
All countries will try to serve their own interests on the international stage when engaging in trade deals. But engaging in trade deals and allowing your country to be open up to these markets, that is globalism. There can be nationalists that engage in globalism. For example, Ho Chi Minh was a nationalist, hardcore nationalist, but he was also a communist who believed in like the global communist idea. He was also in a way a globalist. The way he traded was in a globalist way. This is also why I think nationalism is a lot of times silly, but like you can be a globalist and a nationalist.
Yes. Wow. Because like Dylan Burns is really doing great. Like he said a really interesting thing here that nationalism can be oftentimes silly because because of this contradiction. For example, there is this big historical figure in Poland. He was called Józef Piłsudski, and he considered himself a inheritor of the heritage of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but he was also a Polish nationalist. So he envisioned a multinational Poland, and he was a Polish nationalist. So there was this huge contradiction in his ideology that at the same time he wanted a Poland of many nations living together, but he was also a Polish nationalist. There's a very ridiculous contradiction in his ideology. And Dylan Burns is doing a pretty good job pointing this sort of contradictions out.
I mean, I think the nationalism is a little silly, but you can, as Ho Chi Minh did, as many other people did.
Okay, for
Fidel
the
Castro.
sake of the
Right.
debate, obviously we both know what we talk about when we talk about globalism. We don't talk about two countries neighboring each other making a trade deal. We're talking about
Yes,
a global system of
economic trade as well. Like trade
Yeah.
like China, for example, that many
Exactly.
people like, point to as, oh, this is more nationalist power. They are
Like you cannot simply fold your arms and say this international trade does not count as globalism. That international trade does not count as globalism.
very globalist when you see their trade deals they're setting up in Africa.
Like, you
and the New
cannot
Silk
say
Road
that.
And all this other stuff. That is globalism through and through. And they're doing it because they know it would benefit their country as well as the world in the long run for us to be all economically more interconnected. That doesn't mean every single trade deal is the best trade deal in the world and we should do every trade deal. But like the more interconnected our world will become, the more peaceful it will become because it'll be harder to fight wars against each other, and the more prosperous it will become.
I disagree on that.
And keep in mind, globalism is not just about trade on like state-to-state level. It's also about the freedom of people to move from country to country. It makes it easier for people to permanently live in a different country, right? Like the European Union idea of borders that are open, like the Schengen, and like the whole, thing where you can go from one country of the European Union and permanently live somewhere else, right? Doing away with border patrols, with visas, etc. This is also part of globalism. That is really, really good.
That part. What does this have to do with the definition of globalism?
What does trade have to do with the definition of globalism?
No. What does your claim of everything's going to get peaceful? Or
The world has slowly gotten more peaceful over time as economies and nation states have become more
Yeah, it is undeniable that the formation of the European Union have sort of caused, well, countries in Europe not to war as much anymore. Like, I mean, this is undeniable.
interconnected, and globalism, like through organizations like the UN, offering third-party mediators like the UN offers and peacekeepers, has been successful. Not in every instance, but in many.
But you cannot deny that. The first conflict that we have in Europe is by a country that is outside of the European Union to another country that is outside of the European Union.
Instances higher than it was before, been more successful in stopping the spread of civil wars, stopping the spread of conflict, and mediating the end of conflict. For example, since the end of the Cold War, the UN has done 16 UN peacekeeping missions and civil wars across the world. 11 of those, they successfully finished their mandate, and those nations have not broken out into more war. That is the success of the UN. Like in the Ivory Coast, where they disarmed, I think it was like 70,000 extremists who were going to use those guns to murder people through peace agreements that they did in the Ivory Coast. Not to mention the institutions they built and the aid they delivered that saved countless lives. That isn't to say the UN's perfect. They engaged in some horrible behavior in places like Haiti before.
Yeah, Dylan is doing great here. Really nice debate, right? Really nice. Nice job. I am really happy with how this is. I'm really happy with this, how this is going thus far. Like, this person has nothing. Like, Dylan might as well be talking to a wall, to be honest. Like, this person gave zero arguments so far. Empty statements. It's nothing. Like, this might as well just be a lecture to the audience by Dylan Burns, to be honest, this debate. I mean, isn't the EU directly responsible for keeping Greece from collapsing, which would have likely resulted in civil war and fascism in the year? Yeah. Yeah. Like, might as well be a lecture by Dylan to the audiences. Because this person so far has said, this person has said nothing thus far. Nothing has been said by this person, nothing of substance anyway, not a thing. It's a healthy response. Nationalism is a healthy response to globalism. Like, that means nothing. You know? Nothing.
But the UN was very clearly, and I'm not the only person who believes this, I can cite you studies if you want from like Princeton and other universities, showing that the UN being involved in conflict decreases the amount of casualties, helps refugees, helps displaced people, and decreases the odds of a war breaking out, or re-breaking out after they mediate a resolution. I think the UN, the biggest problem with the UN is the Security Council, which we both seem to have a problem with, and the fact that it doesn't have enough power and enough funding.
Oh, no, it needs to get less. It needs to be abolished. I do enjoy the Western's planning. Thank you very much about that.
I don't know if I offended you in some way. I'm very sorry, I guess.
Oh, no, it's fine. You Westerners been doing it for 100 years. It's okay.
Well, maybe you still have more to learn.
No, they really trying. Globalists are really trying to make me think ways that I don't want to think.
I mean, but will you acknowledge that UN peacekeeping missions have been successful in mediating ends to the conflict and stopping civil?
What northern country has been ever, like, I don't know. What country are you from, you Westerners? What country is he from? Now I'm really curious.
Civil wars and stopping the civil wars from spreading in the majority of cases and where they've gotten involved. 11 out of 16.
I would not. No,
I mean, just statistically, it's true. 11 versus 16. Just statistically, that's true, right?
Like, that is a bigger number. Thank you.
Well, no. Okay, no.
I keep in my boy meets Mini. This is also how the Polish government speaks. The Polish government also speaks about the evils of the West. So it really makes me. Belarus. No, I doubt it. Belarus is not a northern country. Belarus is like a firmly eastern country. So if it was Belarus, then it would not be a northern country.
Understand. 16 civil wars. They helped bring an end to 11 of them. That's a pretty good ratio.
And also keep in mind that Belarus has had like a real awakening when it comes to the wish for freedom. So a lot of Belarusian people are just against Lukashenko and all that stuff. And they had a countrywide protest, a strike, and they have been crushed under the heel of their dictator. This is why a lot of Belarusian people do sabotage when it comes to Russian forces, and Ukrainian people and many of us feel solidarity with Belarus that is being oppressed by Russia and its Belarusian dictator. Like, we should talk about Belarus more, about how people there have really fought for freedom but were crushed under the heel of the dictatorship.
Considering also the UN is only
So Norway, Finland, or Swedish because it was Russian, I would think you would be proudly nationalist. Interesting.
getting involved in the worst cases. They're not getting involved when one neighbor shoots another. It's when there's genocide and just the worst atrocities of man. That's when they get involved. And considering the conditions, I think they've been generally successful. In the places where they weren't as successful, like Yugoslavia, it was due to a lack of authority. They had to intervene during genocides at Srebrenica.
Well, they really dropped the ball in Rwanda in 94.
Yes, because they didn't have enough power and they weren't there. They didn't stay present. That's my argument. We need to have these institutions have more power so they can act. Well, I mean, you could say that about cops, where cops didn't act. And you would say, see, that's why we shouldn't have police, is because in this instance they didn't act. No, the police should have acted in that instance. And maybe if they had authority to act in that instance, that could have been stopped. Same thing is true about the UN.
Wait, you're for cops? You want more governance? You want more...
What happened to his... I guess we're not going to super agree on the cop thing, but what happened to this camera? I think we'll now. I think after Ukraine wins its total freedom, it's time to support Belarus next. You know, we should support Belarus next, if anything. That is my opinion.
Or militarization.
If there's something stopping a cop from stopping a murder, I do think that should be removed as long as it doesn't violate everyone's civil liberties. What civil liberties would have been violated by the UN getting more involved in stopping what was going on in Rwanda? It could have only saved lives.
Who's deciding for UN what's right and wrong?
I mean, probably a UN Council vote combined with maybe a Security Council vote. But I have a problem with Security Council. My camera keeps going out. It might just have to stay like that.
That's all right.
Oh, that's
quite
okay. Sad. I would love to see your face. It's quite a square image.
Okay.
Ha ha ha, oh my god, what a joke. I love your face, it's quite a square image, oh ho ho ho. Funny comedian indeed. Funny jokes ensue.
It's quite distracting, if I'm honest.
Many men think my face is distracting.
If it's distracting, then why are you saying that you want to... Are you saying... Okay.
Not if you catfish people. Anyways,
What? What? Oh. Cat... Let's move on.
yeah, I mean...
But do you acknowledge
this is your season, what?
Do you acknowledge that the majority of these interventions have been successful to that capacity? Like, I'm just 11 out of the 16. Like, that's a high.
Yeah, Dylan moved on. You're not good at jokes. Just stop.
Success rate considering the conditions they're working in. Most people concentrate on Mogadishu or other instances like that where they fail because, of course, that gets more.
Actually, I do feel strange when he's not on camera. I actually like it more when he's like on camera. You can see the gesticulations and you can see the... I actually think it's nicer when you see Dylan on the camera than when you just see the flashing logo. But that's just me, I guess.
Gets more attention to them disarming rebels because that's how the press operates. The press is not completely honest when they cover these and the amount they cover one instance over another instance. I assume probably you're an anti-establishment guy. You would also have the similar problem with the press.
That is true. I acknowledge that 11 is more than half. 11 divided by 16 is more than half. So these conflicts have all been in a similar scale, if you could help me.
Some of them vary in scale. The things that make it, when it's on a larger scale, it's going to be more difficult because, again, the UN, a big part of it is because the UN security, a lot of people think the UN is like a big money machine that sucks up all the funds of the world. When you compare the amount of money...
No, I would think it's a useless machine that imposes
if you
their
underfund
will on other
something,
countries.
it's not going to be that effective. But considering the lack of funding they've gotten and that they've been successful in 11 out of 16 of these interventions, I think that shows even with the like skin and bones that we give them, the just the scraps off the plate, they've still been effective. That shows they're actually a lot more cost effective than say direct military intervention that we've engaged in say Afghanistan or Iraq.
Iraq ended up in genocide, so I would say anything is better than Iraq. Like, I would say that's no contest. Iraq was when the US did genocide. So not the proudest moment in the US history. And we're probably gonna go into that in the future, because I'm preparing some materials on that, but that's content for the future. Dylan is a Lantern John chat, and I think this dude is a queer phobe. He's uncomfortable Dylan jabbing him with a silly flirting language. Yeah, didn't the UN denounce US intervention in Iraq and Afghanistan? Yeah, especially in Iraq, like it can be called a genocide against the people in Iraq, you know? So a certain streamer, YouTuber said that I would never say that it was a genocide, but I will repeat it once again, that Iraq was 100% genocide. And we will do a deeper dive into that topic in the future. Not today, but we will do it.
Again, I do acknowledge that 11 divided by 16 is a bigger number than 50%.
So why are you saying it's useless?
You're not.
If you're acknowledging
you're
that
not quantitizing the scale of these conflicts.
I've given you
so
one,
they
for
solved.
example, Ivory
They
Coast.
solved 11 easy ones, and then they dropped 5 hard ones. Like, what does that tell me?
Well, that
tell me
tells you
anything?
that they've worked. Even if you say it's 11 easy ones, the conflict in the Ivory Coast wasn't quote unquote easy. Like the conflicts that they've dealt with, like I've said before, they're dealing with these conflicts when it gets to the worst state. What I think the UN should be involved in is more preventative action, but they do usually respond.
True. Preventative action is actually really important. That is correct.
Of action where the genocide starts, then they get involved. Not the genocide's beginning to start and then they get involved, but it starts and they get involved. They're getting involved in the worst situations possible.
Yeah.
And they got a batting ratio out of
And
11.
this is, by the way, why we should be talking about the trans genocide more, because we want to prevent. We don't want to get in there when the genocide starts. We want to prevent it. Exactly. That is a good argument. Usually those all of those genocide prevention discussions bleed into one another, I've noticed. The arguments about Iraq, the arguments about this or that, they often use the same language, and we can use it to bring us back to topics like the trans genocide, because they are, at the end of the day, there are similar arguments employed.
11 out of 16. I think it's pretty good. Now, for the ones that he didn't succeed in, I don't think the answer is, wow, I guess we should get rid of the UN or dismember the interventions and stop all of this because we didn't win all of them. I think that's the wrong response. The response should be, how do we improve either funding or how the Security Council operates or how the UN operates to try to have a better batting ratio going forward? You don't throw your head in the air, you throw your hands in the air and say,
Of course, we have to remember that operation of organizations such as the UN is really hampered when you are dealing with nuclear powers that are gonna say, you want to look into us? If you're gonna look into us, then we're just gonna nuke you, like Russia, right? It's really difficult to do preventative measures against Russia when it just starts threatening to nuke everyone. Let's keep that in mind as well.
quit because you didn't stop every single
genocide. It's not that easy in many cases.
Of every single civil war.
Because nuclear arsenal is at play in some cases when it comes to international affairs.
Would it be crazy if I said to you that I don't want UN to exist at all?
Yeah, I think it would be crazy and also probably like not achievable. So it's like something we can like talk about, but it's also like practically it's not achievable.
Mm-hmm. Why?
You would have to get like all the nations to like either vote to abolish the UN, the majority of them, including everyone on the Security Council, which is going to be difficult considering those on the Security Council like the influence the Security Council gives them over world affairs. Right. Most of the vast majority of nations recognize that the UN is useful in not only getting their views out onto the world stage.
Like the UN is like one of the bodies that keep places like Poland safe from Russia. even if Russia is not doing so well in the war right now. Especially if Russia should get stronger. UN is a strong deterrent for Russia not to just invade Poland.
But also as an intermediary when it comes to conflicts and a neutral ground where they can meet and talk and discuss issues. And nations actually fight to get recognized by the UN, not to get out of the UN.
Yeah. Since, of course, Poland does share a bit of a border with Russia.
I think you would have to have such a massive shift. Even the most hardcore nationalists in the world, like the ones elected in Italy.
Who is the main sponsor of the UN? Who pays the most?
The United States pays the most, but not enough.
Would you say United States, the UN represents the United States wishes in the globalist stage?
I think the United Nations represents the interests of all nations, some more than others, because it depends on like influence peddling you do in any organization. But China, for example, its reaction to the United States large, quote unquote large, we actually fund the UN very little amount of money in comparison to what we should be doing.
So if something doesn't work, we're gonna if something doesn't work,
like we already discussed, it does work. Stop saying it doesn't work when we've already cleared that it does work. It has stopped civil wars. It has removed guns out of the hands of terrorists. It has worked. It's just when we talk about Mogadishu and other instances like that.
Like, Joker Society should really try to substantiate anything he says, because he just says it doesn't work and just, there you go. That's that. It's just a monarch of the empty statements that don't mean anything. It just doesn't mean anything to just say it doesn't work. You have to substantiate what you're saying. You can't just throw out an empty statement and, there we go.
More coverage because that's more fiery. And all the instances that I know of where they failed to work or they failed to succeed, the majority of the problems came from them not having enough authority, like in Yugoslavia where they just sat by and did nothing, or Rwanda where they fled.
So you want more authority?
Yes,
for the
that is what I'm telling you. I think we need to be more globalist when it comes to the UN. Absolutely. Did you know that the contribution we give to the United Nations as the United States, it sounds so massive, it's 1/4 of the police budget of New York City. It is not that much money.
It needs to be less.
So we can have more civil wars break out, more instability globally.
Why
more
can't countries sort out their own shit? Why do they need America to be the World Cup?
Because
This is ridiculous, of course. One moment, my mom called me. I will have to call her back. Okay, I'm back. Mom called. Which is why, it's because he presupposes his worldview is everyone's worldview, so he doesn't feel like he needs to explain. He just assumes you agree with his position, which is why he's talking in little sound bites and not really holding a position. True. What does that even mean? Why can countries, quote unquote, sort their shit? It's not just about civil wars. It's things like Russia just being able to invade Poland. Would that be good?
When economies are able to develop, and number one, more consumers in countries that are falling apart, we would like them to be
useful for who? Globalist corporations.
It's useful for everyone, because if I'm a manufacturer in the United States or a manufacturer anywhere, I would like people to buy the things I manufacture, so I don't.
If you're a manufacturer,
that's not even
in the
only
US,
reason.
You want to move your production into a third world country and exploit it and drain it and ruin it.
You can say exploit it, but those investments lead to these countries becoming wealthy.
Are you a big corporation guy?
You gotta. They raise their standard.
You've been talking so much. Why would I let you finish?
I gotta cut in here for a second there.
Are you saying that nationalists are anti-corporationalists? That's not true. That's not true at all.
Has been a good amount of crosstalk. I would ask Dylan to just be a little bit charitable based on the language barrier. But also, Joker, I implore you to try to get your points out quicker and more concisely if you want to prevent Dylan from interrupting. But it happens. Crosstalk occurs. I get it. But let's just try to control that. Let's go to Joker with the point he was making, and then we'll go right back to Dylan. Go ahead, Joker.
Yeah, so I'll give it back to Dylan. I am
Dylan's back.
ADHD, thank you.
Okay, so when you say these countries are being exploited, these countries, while it is true, I think our relationship when it comes to the TPP, for example, that would have raised the standard of labor standards in Asia. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would have, absolutely. And now that the United States is not involved in it and nationalists won the conversation, now those labor requirements have been dropped. And now those people are going to be living in worse labor conditions because the United States said, oh, let's throw our hands in the air. I don't like this for whatever reason. You can talk about the problems unions had with it, but most of those problems were answered. And so when we talk about, oh, we're exploiting the third world, I do think a lot of these corporations do exploit the third world. Absolutely. I think even the vast majority of them do. But that doesn't change the fact that these investments do lead to a rise in the standard of living for the people in these countries. That's why the Chinese, who are communist countries, supposed to go by the values of communism, allowed so many American companies to come to China and exploit its people. But what did that lead to? China is now more prosperous economically than it's been in a very, very, very long time.
You are conflating things. Just because China has grown in size at the same time as American corporations have entered, it does simply not mean that is the cause of it.
You do not think that the businesses coming to...
Wait, hold on. This person is a communist? But... Wait, is this person a socialist or a communist? Because communism is an international project. Like, proletarians of the world unite. What? Is this person a pro-China communist? I don't get it. What? Now I'm confused. Like, am I misunderstanding something? Did Dylan just imply that this person is like a pro-China, pro-communism person? How can you be anti-globalism if communism is an international project? Like, literally, proletarians of the world unite. What's happening here? Communism is one of the most globalist projects ever. Oh, tomfoolery is here.
China and hiring workers led to the massive drops in poverty that we've seen in China. What do you think was the real contributor?
In a way, I would say the development of Chinese infrastructure is what caused the living conditions.
Who invested in the infrastructure?
Chinese themselves.
It was just the Chinese themselves. So they made the factories. They did it all. Really? No, they didn't. A lot of the foreign.
What do you think? McDonald's made the factories?
McDonald's made their buildings. The McDonald's, yes, they actually had
we'll
get local farms and do these things. Yes, they absolutely. We'll get to McDonald's. I'm fine with the Golden Arches, but I like, yes, American investment.
I hate them personally. I see them everywhere.
Well, okay. Businesses invested in China. They invested in infrastructure, and that investment turned out to be extremely beneficial for the Chinese. There's a reason why the Chinese wanted that American investment. And it was useful. And it wasn't just American investment. It was European investment as well. It was investment from all around the world. And it was very useful in dragging millions upon millions of Chinese people out of poverty, because globalization and trade is useful for not only fighting against poverty, but also fighting against, like I talked about earlier, I didn't get to this, but fighting against conflict and war. The more interconnected you are with your neighbors, either in organizations like the European Union or economically, the least likely you're going to invade them and have to fight a war with them, because you don't want to lose access to the resources, and you don't want the international backlash that's going to happen to your economy through sanctions and other repercussions. That is happening, for example, to Russia right now, and to other countries who have tried to break out of the mold, and it has done nothing but led to them feeling negative repercussions of that, even if sometimes that's delayed. For example, the American invasion of Afghanistan, if you ask most Americans today...
Okay, are we having a discussion or a monologue here?
Monologue. Let's not continue.
I would like to have a discussion.
To be fair, Dylan, you do have to let him respond. Let's
not said much so far.
Shapiro here, he says I should wait for you, but you just don't give me any pause. So what am I supposed to do? Should I just be rude? Or so, Dylan, on record, you support globalist multicultural companies to come in drain a country of its resources simply by the fact that, oh well, it maybe that benefits the country. So Nike, child slaves, slave labor is perfectly fine as long as it grows the GDP of China.
Was that a response to me? Because I never said that slave labor is good. I said foreign investment was beneficial to
This
China.
is what happens when these globalist companies.
That's why I was in
running
favor of
rampant.
things like the TPP that put labor protections in place.
Great, and how did that work out?
I mean, isn't this like saying that Dylan Burns could just turn it around and say that nationalism led to Europe-wide ethnic cleansings in the 20th century, right? Like, it's,
It fell through because of nationalists like you.
True.
So now the child labor is still there.
Yeah, well, maybe we need to abolish these companies instead of blaming nationalists for.
Are you a communist?
oh, interesting.
No, I would like to say more of a totalitarian, but.
Okay, well, I don't think the solution is just abolishing all the
totalitarian.
companies. I think that if the government tried to do that right now, that
But
would lead to
totalitarian nationalist countries usually just set out and conquered other countries and treated them as lesser. That is usually what the nationalist totalitarian projects had led to.
old economic chaos, millions of people losing their jobs, and I don't think the government has the employees or the ability to replace all these gigantic companies who have specialized staff, training, and they know how to run the operation. Not to mention, a lot of these are like for-profit companies that the country just has no business running. Like, I do not believe the government should be running like a television company that produces TV shows or produces TVs.
That is such an awkward example.
Any people who make TVs,
it worked really fine in Russia. They removed all of American countries and just companies and just filled in with Russian
and it's been an absolute disaster for their economy. We've seen in Russia, from these sanctions and all these companies leaving, they've lost what, like 500 to 800,000 people who have fled because their jobs went away or they didn't want to get drafted. There was I think an 80 to 90% decrease in people.
Things are not going well in Russia.
And the automobile industry completely caved
Russia
down.
is not the best example to give. That's really...
Their inability to import foreign parts has crippled their aerospace programs, and certainly their airlines, which have grounded over 40% of their flights. We've seen a reduction in GDP. They just don't have the resources or technological know-how or the infrastructure in place to replace all the companies that have fled or all the things they can no longer access. It's been a disaster for them.
That's great. So you're underlining the bullying of globalists.
Well,
sanctions.
It's not bullying when they invaded them. They invaded another country, and then the world and a lot of the nations they trade with, in Europeans, were scared of that.
Is he saying that Russia is being bullied by the world? Russia is being bullied by the world because it invaded another country? Yeah, Joker is getting like Batman. Joker is being slammed. Damn.
Latvia, Lithuania, they see that Russia invaded a country using a justification they could easily...
Joker is not doing so well. Joker is going back to Arkham. What do you think, Tom?
Another country, and then the world and a lot of the nations they trade with, in Europeans, were scared of that. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they see that Russia invaded a country using a justification they could easily apply to them when it comes to, like, these are artificial states created by the Soviet Union. They reacted as you would expect them to react, saying, we no longer want to subsidize your war effort and buy products that are going to be used, or sell you products that are going to be used to kill Ukrainians, like the high-tech stuff that they put in missiles, which they can no longer access. The Russian tech industry has been caved out. I think it's like a 60% reduction in the tech industry in Russia. It's absolutely a 60% reduction in GDP.
Wow.
The war has been nothing but negative for the Russian economy.
And has Russia exploded, or are they doing fine?
They're doing very bad.
They're not doing fine. Russia's not doing fine. That's a statement. That's a pretty strong statement to make, to claim that Russia is just doing fine. My gosh.
Russian.
So why are they just chugging along?
They're not. What do you mean just chugging along?
Whoa. I don't think countries should just be wanting to chug along. But maybe that's just me. It would help if Joker had a single point to make and knew what he was actually debating this dude about. This dude is about political experience as a groyper. Russia's just Chugging along. Okay. All right.
If somebody told me tomorrow that
It's been a year since everybody told Russia's gonna explode.
nobody said Russia's gonna explode.
It's-
Nobody, like the people at the start of this invasion, people were saying like the opposite. Russia is much bigger than Ukraine. People were expecting like Ukraine to be in trouble, be in big trouble. When the invasion happened, Poland freaked out. Polish people started emptying their accounts in a hurry, like in a rush, because a lot of Polish people just assumed that Russia would roll over Ukraine and then attack Poland, even though Poland is in the UN. Like, nobody said that Russia is gonna explode. Nobody has been saying that, as far as I know, anyway. Maybe.
It seems they're just
What does that even
becoming
mean?
more stronger and stronger. By
It's not. It's
dissociating
becoming
from the
weaker and
rest of the
weaker.
world.
It's supposed to be the second most powerful country on the planet, and they can't take a city of 20,000 people in Bakhmut. Right? They are not becoming stronger and stronger.
This is
actively becoming.
This is a
weaker.
bit of cope to say that Russia is getting stronger and stronger. It's a bit of coping we're seeing here. Okay, it's a bit silly.
and weaker as their military
Yes, it's
capabilities is caved
Because
down.
the globalists are pumping in resources.
Yeah,
into
because
Ukraine.
globalism is an unstoppable tide. Like I said it, they should just give up. Exactly.
No, because the UN is a tool for United States, and the United States
the
is
UN have
fighting
to
a
do with
proxy
this?
war.
The UN has done
The
nothing to
Europe-
stop this war, or
Europe-
have been involved
Yeah, the UN did not start it. What?
or really at all.
Europe, which
Besides
is under the
sanctions.
boot of US. Europe and US is pumping resources into Ukraine
Did you just say that you're from a Northern European country?
because US is fighting a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine.
You say that they're under the boot of the U.S., but if you ask the Poles or the Estonians or the Latvians or the Lithuanians, they voted to be part of NATO. In fact, they didn't vote to be part of NATO. I'm going to say it in the rudest way possible. Their governments got on their hands and knees and begged to be part of NATO because they knew that an American and European defensive shield would protect them once the Russians woke up again and said, hey, time to be Russian. And they started invading their neighbors again, which they did in Georgia, Chechnya, and now in Ukraine. Like, globalism has been...
Poland is afraid, even when part of the UN, Poland is still afraid that that Russia might attack. Keep in mind, right? Like Poland is always very, very afraid of a possible invasion from Russia. Poland is oftentimes very worried.
Now
about
and
beneficial
now
for Eastern
everybody is criticizing Europe since it's what I like to call the Soviet European Union, which is
Wow.
oppressing its constituents and telling member countries to what to do. And the anti-EU sentiment has been the highest it's ever been. And I don't think that's going to
You can
stop.
talk about Brexit if you want, because people can be anti-EU or their sentiment can raise against the EU. That doesn't mean the EU is necessarily good or bad for you. People can be wrong about things, right? There's been many things that the majority
Exactly.
of people
No,
have
the
been wrong
EU
about.
is necessarily bad for countries that want to make their own decisions.
So why is it that there's so many countries like Turkey and Ukraine that are fighting so desperately be in the EU? In Ukraine, you could say, well, access to the markets.
Because
for
they
their
are
people.
bribed.
And even if the Polish government is crying, posturing about being anti-European Union, it still wants to remain. Most Polish people also are pro-European Union.
Because they are bribed by the
Bribed.
higher GDP countries like
They're
France and
Turkey is bribed.
Germany. Yes, because they're going to get resources.
But it's
from
France
these
and Germany
countries
that
to
is
survive.
France and Germany are the countries actively stopping Turkey from joining the European Union, yet they're being bribed by the German and the French to join the EU.
They want the money. Obviously, they want the resources. Obviously, France
why
and
don't
Germany
they bring them
doesn't wanna
in?
Give them.
No, they
Because
don't.
they don't want to give them the money.
They don't want
Because
them in the
Turkey's not a
EU.
strategic point enough.
No, the reason they keep
Because
getting stopped
Turkey's
is because of
poor.
their issues with, free press, democracy, and
True.
human rights. This is the main reason cited by these governments. The European Union would love
Yeah,
to
and
have
you're gonna
access
help
to
my.
If Poland was not in the EU today, it would have big problems in joining the EU. Poland would not be able to join the EU today, as it is today.
Turkish
Point
economy.
here,
Yes,
exactly.
so exactly that Turkey is being influenced by the fact that they could have access to better economics, globalized economics, to be more protective of the press and more favorable towards democracy, which I think are good things, and I think it's
No.
fine.
I feel like no one but Greece was forced to join the EU, and Greece joined to stay. a country because it was falling apart because it was in a debt loop. Yeah, and also Poland like was really fighting hard to get into the EU. I remember that.
For organizations to promote those values.
No, Turkey is forced to adopt Westerner moral ideals.
They're not. What do you
for a
mean
monetary
forced?
gain.
What does that mean? Okay, I'm sorry. When you
What
say
do you-
forced,
okay, what do you think
what's
is a-
gonna happen?
what a
What's gonna
bribe
happen if
is?
Turkey
What is a
doesn't join?
bribe?
Wait, no. Even a bribe isn't forcing anyone. If I came up to you and give you $5,000, I didn't force you to do anything if you take the money. But again,
True. What do you mean? That's nonsense.
aren't being bribed to join the European Union. They are.
That is
being,
literally the
wait, no.
definition of a bribe.
Okay,
You're
so
forcing somebody to do something.
we're not
because they're
forcing
down
them.
bad.
How are we forcing them? By offering economic prosperity and trade. If that's forcing, then every trade deal is at gunpoint through economic coercion. That's how trade, that's how capitalism, that's how human exchange works. That's the basis of economies.
Okay, Dylan, listen. If you go up to a hobo and you flash $100 note and you tell him, do a funny dance and I'll give it to you, is that forcing somebody to dance, or is that...
No, you're not forcing him to dance.
It's more like coercing, I guess.
It's still up to his free will, yes. And by the way,
it's not
Turkey is not a homeless
abusive to
person.
take.
I don't think. Let's also not say that Turkey is a homeless person, this pitiful fucking like backwards country who needs
True.
the EU to save them. They are free
No,
to join the
my
European Union
example-
if they meet the trade standards.
Is that a bit of a weird example comparing Turkey to a hobo, but yeah.
Of joining the EU, which they haven't, so they haven't been able
And
to
the-
join
and
it,
the
which is
cultural
completely they're free to not join
standards,
or
which you
not.
forgot about.
Well, yes, if you join the European community, they have certain standards when it comes to visa-free travel. Because if Europeans have visa-free travel access to Turkey and then they get arrested for doing good reporting, that's a problem for these European countries when Turkey has a problem with the press. I think it's absolutely fine to enforce standards that doesn't lead to people
Yep.
using that visa-free travel to get arrested because they told the truth about the Turkish government and their oppression of Kurds or any other issues they have.
Yeah.
Okay, Dylan, what is
Or
coercion?
the Armenian genocide while we were at it.
What is coercion? If you're going to say it's coercion, I just don't care even if it is, because every trade deal could be then considered coercion.
So you're an imperialist.
If believing in trade
you don't
makes me an
care- you don't
imperialist,
care
then
if
sure,
somebody-
but that's such a weak definition of imperial.
Joker society misses an opportunity to deploy the Coconut Island. Well, not everyone's Vosh, okay? Not everyone's Vosh. Imagine you're on an island. Coconut Island.
No, you have your own moral standards and you're willing to impose them on others. That's
To join the
imperialism.
agreements and deals that we're a part of, yes. If somebody wanted to join America, right, like become a state, do you think it would be crazy for us to say, well, if you want to join America, you have to follow American laws, you have to follow American values because this is our country? Or would that be evil imperialism for Americans to say you would have to follow American laws to join America? If you want to join the European Union, nobody's holding a gun to Turkey's head saying join the European Union. Turkey's a very powerful country with a lot of influence. They want to join the European Union
Turkey is pretty strong.
because they want the economic benefits. It's up to them if they're willing to make the compromises necessary to join the European Union of their own free will.
Okay, let's say let's say Canada joins the United States, and in 10 years the United States shifts their moral standards and what they ask of their neighbors, and so they're gonna suddenly decide that let's say we're gonna put on sanctions for your anti-LGBTQ laws. Okay, so
Yeah,
isn't that coercion? You're gonna
that's a good thing. Like, it's human rights violations. Like, are you saying that any nation state should be able to oppress its citizens? That's horrible. It's pretty bad.
impose your will on the states, or should states have a free right to choose how to govern themselves?
Like when you say states, do you mean nation states or American states?
Well, we're talking about America here.
Okay, well,
Canada would be a state in this
if
scenario.
Canada decided to break federal law and start violating what is federal law when it comes to, say, gay marriage or stuff like that, then I do think there should be penalties for violating the law and order, baby. Like, I mean, yeah, if you break the
Law
law,
and
you get
order.
penalized. I don't know. Yeah, government is inherently coercive. If you're a totalitarian, you should know that.
Well, what I'm
Laws are
getting
inherently
at here
coercive.
is
Are you against laws? Are you an anarchist?
Uh-oh.
partly. What I'm getting at
Wait,
here.
you said you're a totalitarian anarchist.
Totalitarian anarchist? Oh my gosh.
Okay.
How does that work? No,
Pivot
can
harder,
you-
please.
Wait, no, I'm not
Pivot
pivoting. It's
harder.
just that earlier you said you were totalitarian. Now you're saying you're an anarchist. What's a totalitarian anarchist look like? Fantastic. So you want the government to have a ton of authority, but also, never mind, don't have all the authority. It should be with the people and an individual
we,
level. Fantastic.
Can we go along with the point that I was can we not?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Pivot, thank you.
It's not even a pivot. You said both of those things in this conversation.
That's great. We can talk about me in the after show all you want. Can we discuss globalism and
Sure, I'm
nationalism?
happy to discuss
Well,
globalism and nationalism.
I'm gonna step in here again. I think
That's true, Brina. But I don't think it applies to the situation between Turkey and the EU.
part of why it appears that Dylan may be steamrolling the conversation, or you could say pivoting. I'm not making a judgment on that.
Okay.
I think what you need to do, Joker, is you actually need to assert
Make a point.
what you are defending when it comes to nationalism and make an argument for why that's actually favorable to the globalist state that Dylan wants here. I think
Zen,
the
want,
burden
Zen,
is on you to
If
actually
you
make
want,
an argument.
we can do like they do in boxing, and we can have like a few minute times out, so like a coach can come in and like give us some advice if we want to do that.
Maybe we'll
But,
make
like,
it faster
if
because
you want to do that, is that we can do that if you want.
Well, I do want to give Joker the floor here to just argue what you mean when you say nationalism is better than globalism, and you know.
because this is getting a bit incoherent. So maybe we should just watch it at faster speeds.
Actually make the argument for that. That way you're not kind of constantly on the back foot from Dylan.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. So
Mhm.
I believe that the world is
Yeah.
better run when it's run by nationalistic, happy governments that cooperate with each other, instead of a overarching, superpository, above country organization.
So what do you think should be done about genocide? Let's say Myanmar starts genociding the Muslims like they're doing right now. Do you think the world has any moral culpability to do really anything to stop it? Do you at all?
Or let's say Nazi Germany.
Well, if it's in their best interest, they can stop it if they want.
Well, the government doesn't necessarily serve the interests of the people all the time. It was not in the interests of the people of Myanmar for them to expel 750,000 Rohingya Muslims, but they did it because of their hardcore nationalism. And that's another point I'd like to emphasize, that nationalism has been the cause of the worst genocides in human history, where globalism has never caused a
And nationalism has been the cause of the worst ethnic cleansings in history as well. During World War I, like the most talked about is the Armenian genocide.
genocide. And I do think that globalism inherently kind of like pats down upon those, like pushes down upon those things, upon those genocides. It was, I mean, the 18th century and the 19th century when nationalism really came about is some of the like bloodiest parts of human history. When
And 20th century as well, of course.
the nation
I
state
just,
was being created.
I just think it's quite retarded what you're saying.
Really?
Pardon my French. You're saying nationalists are the ones doing the genocide.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Like all you have to do is go back to the history of the formation of the nation states to see that. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Like in Germany or in Myanmar or in Ethiopia. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Dylan. Okay, we got to let Joker explain why. I understand you think it's dumb, Joker. He laid the charge on you that nationalists are causing genocide. So I think it's fair that you have to correct that record if you
Well,
disagree.
yeah, nationalism has led to many, like, like let's take Germany as an example, right? The formation of the nation state and the nation of Germany. And Germany has given also birth to ideologies such as treating Slavic people as lesser, to modern day anti-Semitism, to anti-Semitism as we understand it today. And it combined itself with eugenics and a few other ideologies that later became, after World War I, Nazis, like Nazi ideology.
You think it's retarded? You have to be willing to correct that record.
Of course.
And
So
be charitable and let him explain.
So in Germany, just because it's a National Socialist Party, were they socialists? When were the Nazi socialists? Just because you call a thing something, it just doesn't really make them nationalists. They were more of imperialists. Hitler wrote
No,
it.
they were absolutely nationalistic. There was like the most important idea was first and foremost the idea of a coherent, not German national identity, of winning the Lebensraum for the German people, the breathing, the living space for the German people, which often would include taking out peoples from places like Poland or Ukraine or other places, emptying them out and settling them with German people. So this is like claiming that that Nazi Germany was not nationalistic is like it's not correct. It's not correct.
In Mein Kampf that he doesn't believe in sovereignty of other states. So how is that a nationalist thing?
Yeah, he doesn't believe in the sovereignty of other states. Nationalism is not when you believe in the sovereignty of other states. Nationalism is when you believe in the cohesion and the sovereignty of your own state, your own nation state. You don't need to accept the sovereignty of other nation states in order to be a nationalist. The German nation state before World War, during World War I and during its creation before World War I, did not believe in the sovereignty of Poland. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't nationalistic. It was, totally.
Is that okay? Can I respond? Okay, so
Yes.
I hope that maybe Dylan will say some of these things because it's pretty important, I think.
nationalism is definitely a very strong part of Hitler's ideology. He was an ultra-nationalism. A fundamental in Nazi ideology was nationalism, this belief in the German nation state and the German people and the strength of the German culture and all these things that are so great, so amazing. And
the belief that the Slavic people did not have culture, that Slavic people were actually less than human, and that they should be turned into slaves. You know, the word slave does come from the word Slav, and that they must be made subservient, and they must be cleaned out of the area, and German people must be brought in to settle those areas as Lebensraum.
And he was so great in his mind that he had to expand it through Lebensraum and invading other nations.
Yes, exactly.
Can be imperialist.
Exactly.
For example, Vladimir Putin. He is a nationalist. He is openly admitted a nationalist, and he's invading Ukraine in an imperialist war to try to get access to Ukraine's resources, try to get access to bases that are beneficial to him, and because he believes in this idea, or at least the nationalists around him believe in the idea of Novorossiya, this idea of Greater Russia. And
exactly. Then needs to ask him what he thinks nationalism is. Yeah, I think so.
that is nationalism. So you can be a nationalist and an imperialist. I don't think those two things are contradictory. Like, it may be a specific type of nationalism that is isolationist, but
Let's let him respond. Let Joker respond.
Thank you, Dylan. You really like to talk. I know. I
I try
understand.
to have the substance where you lack it, you know?
Oh, I do disagree. I think you're just babbling a little bit here. Maybe you're a little bit ableist, trying to take advantage of my ADHD. So, nationalists. Yeah, of course. I'm not the one with the square face. Anyway, nationalists. Just because some nationalists have done something wrong in the past doesn't make them, like, every single nationalist evil. Would you agree that globalists have done fucked up shit in the world history?
Of course, but globalists don't.
So are all globalists evil, such as the Nazis? Are nationalistic in their evil?
Well, I don't think every globalist is evil. My claim wasn't that every single nationalist.
So why are you claiming that all nationalists are evil?
Just finish.
Why is
nationalism? I can respond.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So why do you think all nationalists are evil just because some nationalists in the past have been evil?
They can't think that all nationalists are evil, first of all, because he recognizes the national sentiment that is right now in Ukraine. That's one. Then simply recognizes that nationalism as a concept leads to very harmful outcomes. That's different.
Well, again,
you just said that all globalists are not evil just because some globalists are fucked up, right?
I never said that every nationalist is evil. My point was that genocide and racism and these things that lead to genocides, like in
were
Myanmar,
brought about
Ethiopia,
by nationalism, yeah.
Germany, Turkey, Russia, or any other country that has had hardcore nationalists, the most strong and the biggest historical examples, the most prominent historical examples you can point to of hardcore nationalists taking power, many of them have descended into genocide through their ultranationalism, because of their ultranationalism, because they let it take over themselves, and they started saying, well, you know, these Kurdish people, that's fucked. It's against the Turkish state. They're not Kurdish. They're mountain Turks. We need to.
So you're talking about ethnical nationalism here?
Yeah, yes, this is a form of nationalism, like I said. And so I'm not saying every nationalist is evil, but I'm saying genocide and these types of horrific crimes seems to be a problem of many nationalist leaders and nationalist movements all across the world. And I think that's bad. Whereas globalism and globalist ideas don't really, while they cause bad things, that's not really a problem of it. Nobody's like, oh my God, he believed in the markets, and so he decided he was going to kill all of the fucking Jews. Like, no, that's not a thing. Because globalism, the best types of globalism, and the globalism that is most effective are the types that treat people as individuals and trade between nation states and views culture almost kind of like, even in a milquetoast way, which you have a problem with. But that's not, if you view culture in that milquetoast way, you're not going to go genociding people over it.
So you're arguing for the best types of globalism versus the worst types of nationalism.
What I'm asking you is, how do you address this bad problem with nationalism and all of these genocides occurring, all these horrible things that are occurring? How would you stop that from happening in your totalitarian, anarchist, nationalist state?
Find God, do good, don't be evil. It's not that hard.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, the Germans
Just
were
because
very religious.
I am nationalistic. I am nationalistic. I like my country to be a nationalistic country.
Find God, do good, and don't do evil. Got it.
Like that it's a certain identity. Does not necessarily make me hate other people. I want other people to have their own nationalistic places.
Okay.
I am a cultural nationalist, so every culture can have their own place. Why do you have to mix everything together? And just because I want my own place doesn't mean I want to go into my neighbor's place and destroy it.
So the way you're going to stop your nationalist, totalitarian, anarchist movement, which is totalitarian, so I assume your movement has a lot of control over this proposed
Okay,
society.
so let me help you here.
And of course, like the whole idea of the nation state again is leads to pretty destructive results, because before the formation of the nation states, there were many people who were not included in the newly formed nations that lived there for hundreds of years. So how can you use the argument of other people going into my home when there were different kinds of people that lived in this home for hundreds of years, and when they were suddenly expelled from those countries because they became outsiders all of a sudden, because they were not included in the newly formed nations?
I am a little bit of a
Like the whole argument about somebody intruding into the home is ridiculous.
totalitarian in the way if I was the dictator here. And an anarchist is more of a, because governments are fucking retarded. So those two things do not come together. Thank you, but you may continue.
So you're an anarchist, but what's your view on immigration? You want to restrict it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just a little confused, that's all.
That's okay.
So I just want to know, when you're building this government, how you're going to stop the nationalism from getting out of control, as it has in many states. And most of the time, it doesn't even end with genocide, but it does end with discriminatory policies, or possibly like conquests in the other countries where they get their rightful land. I mean, there was many countries who have done that, either during for example, the fall of Yugoslavia, or during the 18th and 19th century. It was like, this is our native land, we must take it back, and we must do this. The Russians are doing that right now. How would you stop that, taking over this proposed nationalist state, as it has many others?
Yeah, so I'm the dictator here in this scenario.
Sure.
So you do evil shit, you get executed. It's that easy.
Wow.
That's a non-answer, because in the mind of the dictator that wants to do this, he's doing the right thing, so he should be awarded.
Okay, thank you. You answered all my questions.
That's a non-answer.
I have no more.
No problem. Okay, genocide is evil.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, can we move into cultural, because really that's my biggest gripe.
I'm gonna step in again. I want to give this to you, Joker, to kind of.
Batman gave up. Batman is giving up. Batman is just dumbfounded by the Joker. Batman does not know what to say.
Explain how nations ought to structure themselves culturally, morally, things like that. And then Dylan, I'm sure you'll have a response, but kind of give an argument for a globalist, like what a globalist
Batman
culture would
is
look like, and how
not
you can actually
doing
unify the cultural standards across all
Batman
of the
is annoying.
locations. But let's go to Joker first, argue for the nationalist side, and then we'll get back to you. Good.
So what a nationalistic country should base itself on is a little bit of history, a little bit of culture, a little bit of religion. That's pretty.
What if a country has a history of being multi-religious, multicultural, and multinational? What then? What then should the nation base itself on?
A little bit of sunshine as well. Exactly. So, pretty much, I am a cultural nationalist, so I believe a distinct culture should have their own nation, should have their own country, in my opinion. If you raise your eyebrows at that, it's quite interesting.
I raise my eyebrows at that because the legacy of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was that of being multicultural, multi-ethnical, multinationalistic, and multi-religious. So, yeah, of course I will raise my eyebrows at that. It's not...
So a culture defines the morality of the country, defines the laws, what they want to achieve. And a globalist would say, "Oh, well, I do not agree with those people there, so I'm gonna step in. Right? I'm gonna change what they're doing." And I don't think that's exactly right. So because I'm not quite, what I'm lacking from this debate is who is the one deciding the morality and what makes them, what makes the leading. So the UN is run by America, right? American morality is dictating what the UN does basically. So why is U.S. morality better than the rest of the world? And
if the U.S. controls the UN, why was the invasion of Iraq not a UN intervention?
well, they wanted that oil. They really wanted that oil.
But no, I'm asking if they control the UN, why does the UN give them the thumbs up and approve it?
Right.
Well, because they had to create 9/11 and
Okay, please.
everything like that.
What? That strange, weird conspiracy theory answer has nothing to do with the question.
That was fucking completely incomprehensible. What does that even mean? What do you mean they had to create 9/11? That's why.
So how would the UN distribute the
UN
oil
could make
of
it a
Iraq
UN
into the
peacekeeping
US?
mission, or the UN can endorse a mission, like they did, for example, in Libya, or like they have done in Haiti or other countries.
Well, it wasn't a peacekeeping mission; it was an act of war.
Oh, okay, but
They were in war with Iraq.
the UN intervention can be approved. For example, the liberation of Kuwait was a UN mission that Russia and China let happen because they were like, yes, actually Saddam invading Kuwait and messing with the markets as he has, we are against that. We have no problem to endorse that, so we're going to abstain and let this happen, right? They didn't do that when it came to Iraq, when it came to the actual invasion of Iraq and the removal of Saddam, because they have influence over the UN Security Council. Russia could stop something by just saying no because they have veto power. So the idea that the UN is controlled by the United States because the United States gives the most money to the UN, China is actively increasing the amount of money they're giving, and we don't even contribute the most peacekeepers. I think
And they're going to take more control as a result.
China
But
will have
for
more
now, it's the
influence,
US.
but the United States does not have complete control of the UN, like you said, because the UN will not approve many of
They have the
America's Western
majority of
intervention.
influence.
What does that even mean? Maybe like a plurality compared to other countries, but I don't think they have majority influence over it.
You
They're
said-
one seat.
you said
Wait, you asked me a
Chinese
question.
influence is gonna
You asked me a
rise.
question. I'm answering it. They're
Right.
one seat on the UN Security Council and one seat when it comes to the General Assembly. They just don't have enough power alone to do this much. For example, Israel. Look at the UN votes on Israel. The biggest countries that back Israel is America and sometimes Australia because Australia likes America. But the UN
America
Security
vetoes
Council,
the shit out of anything.
yes, it
against
does because
Israel.
that's but that power
Because that is
also
an
given to
American
Russia.
interest, and they're
Okay.
controlling UN.
They're not controlling UN because Russia, China, and all these other countries on the Security Council have that same power. If we tried to do a UN vote on, I don't know, Xinjiang is an independent state now because of what they're doing to the Muslims there, that would fail even if every country in the world besides China voted for it, including the United States. No matter how much pressure America put on it, we would never be able to accomplish that. No, why? Because we don't control the UN. China has a lot of influence. Russia has a lot of influence. We're
Why
a bigger
did the
country, so we have
UN
more
not
influence.
stop-
It's not that
Yes,
surprising.
a lot of words. Why did the UN not stop the invasion in Iraq? If they're such a peacekeeping company and they're totally not owned by the US,
Exactly.
so
That's why
did
they should have
stop it?
more influence to stop wars like that. Exactly. They should have more influence to say that's an illegal war. You're committing the crime of aggression. We're going to send peacekeepers to stop this. Like that's the type of stuff where I would be absolutely ecstatic with. In fact, I think with more UN peacekeepers, the casualties in Iraq, even if they weren't able to stop the war, would have been less.
Somebody just made an argument against themselves. Well, oops.
Like
You're
it
not
was
getting
every
what-
other conflict they got involved.
You're not getting what I'm saying here. The UN didn't do anything
Exactly,
in
that's
Iraq
the
because
problem.
it
They
is
should
run
have
by
gotten involved.
US. No, exactly.
But no,
because
no. The UN couldn't stop
it is-
any power that large from invading another country. The UN hasn't done anything about Russia invading Ukraine. Does that mean Russia controls the United Nations? No, it means
That
they have a lot of
means UN
influence
is
because of
pretty
their veto
useless.
power. So America's useless, but they control the UN. They're so pathetic and so unable to do anything. to stop
America's
Russia,
very
but they're
powerful. The
also
UN is pretty
they
useless.
control the UN.
UN is pretty useless in defending any other interest than the Western sphere, is what I think.
So what do you think its mission in the Ivory Coast when it de-armed all those extremists that was useless, even though that saved lives? Or the other 11, the other 10 operations they did in countries fighting civil war, which have not returned to civil war, and they were successful in executing their mandate. Was that all useless?
No, it's very useful in supporting the pro-Western governments
It's
that have been
useful in
established
stopping
in these
murder
places.
and genocide
I doubt he even knows. I am going to say, I doubt he even knows what those things were.
and slaughter. Like, these are countries that were in complete chaos.
Okay, just because it's a civil war doesn't mean it's a genocide.
I didn't say all of these were genocides, but genocides were a problem in many of these conflicts.
Okay, and that's great. I can see if it's a problem, it's evil.
Can I ask you about Brexit?
Sure.
So the UK voted to leave the EU, which I would like to show just from that if you join one of these globalist organizations, you can leave at any time. They left the EU if they wanted to. They could even leave the UN if they really wanted to. They left the EU. And then all of the economic promises that a lot of nationalists made, like when they were driving around the bus saying you're going to get this much back into the NHS, and we're going to have all this economic sovereignty is going to make us very economically prosperous. Every year since they've left the EU has been not great for the British economy. In fact, British politics right now is in a spiral with the Prime Minister jumping to Prime Minister after they've voted to leave. Since David Cameron, Theresa May,
That's
Boris Johnson,
true.
Liz Truss, now Rishi
That is
Sunak.
true.
The majority of British people polled on this EU vote. Now, if they were to do
And the funniest thing is that the whole poll was just a thing that the person that created it did not even believe that would go through.
do it again, would want to be back within the European Union so they could have visa access, so they could deal with the Northern Ireland issue, which was a huge problem once they left the EU because they didn't know if they would have to put a hard border there to like stop the peace agreement. This is nationalists actively trying to decouple from the global sphere, and it's just having a negative effect on their country.
Yeah, and they chose the hard choice because the overbearing EU government was just too much to handle. Exactly.
What was the thing that they did that was so overbearing that it makes all these economic consequences and endangering Irish peace worth it?
Maybe we're gonna hear some arguments. Let's go. Let's hear it.
The most British people don't even agree with that now.
Of course, because the EU terrorizes whatever doesn't agree with it, right? So if
What?
you're gonna leave the EU, you're gonna suffer consequences, right? It's the definition of
I mean,
if you don't do what we like, we're gonna sanction you.
Coconut
didn't
Island.
If you leave us,
Yeah,
Okay,
the
great.
UK is not sanctioned.
sanction many other countries,
Who
like
is-
Hungary.
Like they did not sanction it. It's just that the deals that they had with the UK have become no more. Like, what?
They've sanctioned countries like Russia for invading other countries, but when it comes to Britain, the
EU
separation, the economic separation was the problem when it came to the EU economy. In the British economy. The British economy hurt because of that lack of access to European markets, and the deals
Yeah.
they made were just not as powerful as just complete access to the EU and the visa-free travel. Like it hurt their economy. It has done nothing to help the British. In fact, I would say the British are more disunited than ever when you see how many prime ministers are just like rolling through the door and then rolling out of the door.
True.
Yeah, leaving a union is pretty hard on a country.
This decision has caused economic and political chaos in the UK. These are things that are not good for the working people of Great Britain,
Yeah, horrible.
especially not good for the Irish.
Well, what the EU did is they wanted total secession from UK into EU. They didn't want a sort of a middle state. They wanted UK to have a euro. They wanted to completely absorb UK, and UK just wasn't going along with it. So they
What?
fuck it.
And
Who
now as
wanted-
a result,
Keep
their
pressing
economy
the
is
issue.
weaker.
Who wanted to absorb the UK? The European Union wanted to absorb the UK?
They're less powerful and less influential than ever. They thought
Right,
they would,
because-
they would return to the era before the EU, but all they've done is
So-
reduce their influence on the global stage even more.
Yeah, exactly. I agree that politicians' promises sometimes don't fulfill themselves. Well, most of the time.
Also-
you talked about the buses, right?
You said that they tried to force the euro on them. When did that happen?
Yeah, why did that
That's
happen?
the goal of European Union, to unionize everything, right?
Wait,
It's a
no.
union.
No. Countries have to agree to get into the euro. Poland is not in the eurozone. European Union does not force countries to get the euro. That is absolutely not true. There is no pressure from the European Union for Poland to get into the euro. Absolutely no. And England never had the euro. It kept its pound, just like Poland kept its Polish zloty.
The euro is completely voluntary.
True.
Like they
Oh,
can
Yep.
have the pound.
course.
It is.
It's
What do you mean? Of course,
voluntary.
it is a voluntary. They literally, the British had the
It's
pound.
100% voluntary. There is literally no pressure on Poland to force it to adopt the euro, which is why Poland still has the Polish zloty to this day. This is why, since the Polish zloty is much weaker than the euro and the dollar, people can pay less money in dollars for my mom's fundraiser, and we received more in Polish zlotys. Yeah,
For the entirety of the euro's existence. There was no
Yeah,
gun held to their head saying you have to take it. It is voluntary.
It's voluntary in the same way. It's like taking a candy from a stranger. Oh, it's voluntary.
what? What do you mean? What are you trying to say with this example of a candy taken from a stranger? Poland has no euro.
You just
What is that? Yes, taking candy from a stranger is voluntary. You can choose to not do that. I wouldn't take candy from a stranger. That is
if you're a
involuntary.
child, if you're a
True.
child, if you like candy, if you're a government and you like more money, it's voluntary.
Yeah, if you're a child and you like candy, and you have good parents that teach you not to take candy from strangers, then you can choose not to do it. Is there as a backup for smaller countries? I mean, the EU was primarily to protect smaller countries from collapsing and causing stability on the borders of larger ones. Trade. Like, Poland did not take the euro, and there's like really no pressure from the EU saying, Poland, you better change your currency to the euro. There is no such thing. Like, no. Like, this whole euro argument, you can clearly see that this person has no clue what they are talking about.
Tell you to join something.
What would it, so you're saying,
money, right?
to be clear, there was no monetary, we're going to give you all this money if you take the euro. But even if there was,
True. For some countries, actually going to the euro would be bad. For Poland, going for the euro would probably be bad, because suddenly there could be a situation in which the prices for everything would be a lot bigger because they would be in euro. Like Poland going for the euro would be very bad for me, for example.
why would that be a problem? That would sound like an amazing deal for
Like really bad.
the British if they were just going to get like a cash infusion for taking the euro.
Because they
No
want
other
their own
countries
thing
offer
and
that
that's
deal.
it. They want their own thing and that's it.
Okay,
No.
It's not
but
like
yeah, that sounds like North Korea and Juche ideology. It doesn't work well. The countries have said, I'm going to do my own thing, like Japan used to do before American ships bombarded their shores saying, welcome to the new world, you're technologically backward, or how Russia's trying to do right now, or how the British are trying to do. It always seems to end with them being in a worse economic position and usually less powerful, as they are. They're not returning to the empire of old.
Yeah, like Japan didn't behave themselves and the globalists showed them their place. Exactly.
Japan, what do you mean? What about Japan?
Japan was a empire that that wanted to create a empire for all of Asia. It wasn't just some small backward country. And that's the wild thing going back to Greece again. It's going to the euro saved it, but it was really bad for the euro as a whole, right?
Well, the overarching theme of globalism seems to
Yes,
be
it's an unstoppable force. Exactly. Yes.
yes, it's a ultimate evolution of imperialism, right? Would you agree?
No, I would not agree.
You would
Because
not agree
there's
that
globalist communism that can be like completely un-imperialist. It's like we're all going to be on a massive commune and they can like you can make a.
where's that? Where do you see that?
Where do I see them? Like
Popular, yeah.
a lot of anarchists, a lot of communist anarchists and comms believe that there can be people who believe in like a one world.
Are they running the UN?
No,
These
they're
are
not running the
communist
UN. But
globalists?
the idea that globalism is just imperialism by a different name is silly. And let's say that it is. Let's say for a second your definition of imperialism meets that. What if my answer is just I don't care? Like if these countries decide they want to trade with us, that's their free will. They're allowed to. Are we really going to dictate you shouldn't be trading with them, even though it's economically better?
Coercion is not free will. I thought we
Trade.
talked
Then
about
all
this.
trade. Capitalism is inherently coercion. Like
Yeah, basically.
So
Yeah.
therefore, any trade deal between
Oh, Dylan did the Coconut Island by saying that capitalism is inherently coercion. So Dylan bit Joker. Batman bit Joker, has beaten Joker to the Coconut Island. That's wild thing going back to Greece again. And going to the Euro save it, but
any country, which you've already said you endorse, is coercion.
No,
Yes, it is. You're
balanced
offering
trade
them
deals are
economic
coercion.
deal. All trade deals.
Unfair deal. No, unfair is coercion, right?
Then don't
If you're
accept a coercive
forced-
deal. Like that's your
Okay,
government's decision.
that's such an elitist way of thinking. If you're hungry, do not accept food.
If there
Just
is
don't
a-
accept it.
I'm not okay. Then you.
If you're a third world
then
country,
accept
just
it.
don't
Then
accept.
accept it. If you need to, if this deal gives them
if you're
food,
a
then that's
third world
good.
country, just don't accept the unfavorable deal. Just don't accept it. Just don't get devastated by Nestle. Just don't take the money.
Okay. I mean, yes, that would be my advice to them. Don't. If it's a bad deal, don't take it.
Just go starve.
Not go starve, but then you can build your own different style of government. But what I'm telling you is every style of government that takes a hardcore, like, we're going to be nationalists, we're going to do our best to separate ourselves from these international economies and these trade deals, like the Juche style ideology in North Korea has always ended in failure and disaster. Eritrea is another example of this, an extremely isolationist country who's tried to go down this path and has failed.
No, I really want to stick you on this point. So, just because something is quote unquote free will of a choice, if you're forced for something by your circumstances, it makes it totally fine. If a third world country is
I'm not
forced to
saying the
accept a
deal is
deal,
okay, but I'm saying what my advice would be to any country offered a bad deal would be like, don't accept it. For example, like people say this about NATO.
so
but it wasn't
if
like
you see
NATO that came
if
to-
you see a starving person being made a fool of themselves for money by an evil person, you would tell them just don't take the money and go starve.
I would tell them that they should probably do something else to get that money. Find a better deal. That would be my offer. That would be what I would say. If you're made to offer a bad trade deal, you don't accept the bad trade deal. Like, accept good deals, don't accept bad deals. And anybody making the bad deals, I would say, yeah, that's bad of them. They shouldn't be doing that. But when it comes to EU membership, that wasn't a bad deal. Countries are fighting to try to get into the EU because it's economically prosperous.
Okay,
I mean,
Dylan-
Europe is extremely wealthy.
Okay, Dylan, would you suck a dick for $1 billion?
Absolutely.
Would you suck a dick that you didn't want to suck if there was no money involved?
No,
Would you suck a dick that you don't want to suck, but now they offer $1 billion for it? Would you suck it?
probably.
Is that not coercion?
That is coercion, but then capitalism is inherently coercive, right? So
Yeah,
unless
if it's
you're
a bad
offering the
deal,
overthrow of
exactly.
capitalism, right? If that's your proposal that you're a communist and you would get rid of capitalism, then okay. But I think sometimes coercion isn't bad. Like I'm coerced inherently to stream today. I kind of didn't want to. I had a sore throat, but I was coerced through money and upholding an obligation to come anyway. Was that bad? Was that negative? Should I have not talked to you today and held up to the responsibilities that were inherently coercive offered to me by Zen Shapiro? Like, no, I still think I fulfilled those duties. I'm telling you that the EU is a good deal. It is a good deal, and the Brexit was a bad idea. Most British believe that, and now their economy is suffering as a result. They have higher inflation.
Brexit was a
like
joke.
15%. Last time I checked,
Brexit
the high
was
rates were hitting
horrible.
at one point.
Okay, that's great. So let's do a little role play. Pretend that you're.
They should invite Vosh into this talk. They are both so close to the Coconut Island. True. They should make that analogy. When I edit this into a segment, I should literally like splice in somewhere the Coconut Island thing. I should splice in Vosh explaining the Coconut Island thing.
The embodiment of Vietnamese government. So, okay, Nike come and you're struggling. You're really struggling. It's like 40 years ago. GDP is really in the dog shit. You're struggling. Nike comes along, says, "Well, we're gonna make it better, but all you gotta do is make the little children work in the factory. You know, it's a free choice. But if you take it, you're gonna get a lot of more money. You're gonna develop. If you don't take it, well, too bad. So, what do you think of that?"
I would say no. But I would still want to make a deal with Nike, even if the wages those workers were getting were less than the wages Americans were getting. You could say that's inherently exploitative, and I would even agree with you. But at the end of the day, Vietnam is in a much better economic place because of its trade and economic relationship with the United States. Vietnam is great.
Vietnam is such a bad example to give Joker because Vietnam was extremely impoverished before it accepted to open its markets to investment, you know. Like, Vietnam is the last example that you want to give. Vietnam was in a really bad spot before it accepted some market reforms, you know. I know. Like, I have people that sort of went through it. Like, their families went through the poverty period and then they have experienced things going better. So I'm not sure if Vietnam is like the example you want to be giving Joker.
Greatly improved their economic position, and Vietnamese people, after we slaughtered Vietnam. I mean, we butchered that fucking country, and they have a very positive interpretation of the United States. Most Vietnamese people have a positive view of the United States because of the relationship we built since then.
Because all the aggressors were killed.
What do you mean all the aggressors were killed? What do you mean? Like, yeah, they won, and so now they said globalism time, and globalism helped them build a more prosperous country.
Yeah.
They didn't inherit Stalinist ideas and like, we're going to build a Stalinist
It's like when Japan is acting up, we're going to nuke the fuck out of them. Oh, well, then now they like us. That's a great thing. We just nuked them. That's great.
That's Vietnam War was not Vietnam acting up and the US bombing it. Like, you should educate yourself on the Vietnam War, and I'm not going to be explaining the whole backstory to the Vietnam War.
I don't think it's great that I don't know where you're putting my mouth that I think it's great that we nuked Japan, okay? We want to talk about the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. I guess that's to be another discussion. But I do think it's good that a country that we used to be adversaries with, now through the power of power of friendship and globalism, Japan's now one of our
the power of magic, child lung cancer and fumes.
What? We gave Japanese kids lung cancer?
No,
What?
Stay with me. Let's go back to Vietnam, right? Let's go back to child labor.
Yeah, we're off of Japan, off of Hiroshima.
Yeah, don't ADHD shame me, thank you. So we're back into Vietnam, and you're like, oh, it's a great thing. Like, well, look, all these children got cancer, but now we're a much better country because of it, so it was worth it.
You could say this about industrialization as well. In our country, in our history as Americans, we have done many nasty things. Slave people, we had child in factories, we did a lot of very gross things that also increased our nation's productivity and growth and stuff. And I can say today that the fact slavery's gone, and
I'm gonna need a citation on the children in factories in Vietnam.
And we're like more and more moving.
I really gonna need some citation on that.
Idea of equality, I think that's a good thing, and I'm happy that we're there. And I think that black people in the United States are really contributing a lot. And so I'm happy that where we are now, not necessarily the methods we use to get there when it comes to slavery and stuff like that. We talk about globalism. I'm not happy with the child working in factory or the examples you're giving.
Well, you can't just assume, oh, Vietnam, then it must have children in factories, you know? You're gonna have to give me some data on that one.
But that doesn't mean that because I wouldn't want children to work in a factory, then we should drop the idea on investing in Vietnam or drop the idea of trading with Vietnam, which is all what I'm proposing is globalism. I'm not advocating for sins and crimes against God, like making tiny little children put together little toys or whatever. I'm advocating for trade and interconnectedness as a bringer of peace, diplomacy, and economic prosperity. And I don't need to have children do that. I'm not saying we always engage in good trade practices.
Okay, so globalism isn't all lovey-dovey. We can agree on that one at least.
No system is perfect.
Agent Orange didn't even. No, he's talking about children in factories producing stuff, for which I will need some citation. Agent Orange did not cause lung cancer. Agent Orange causes a lot of horrible things, but I do not actually think that lung cancer is among them. Agent Orange causes horrible deformities to the body. For example, I've seen people that were and are victims of Agent Orange work sewing things for people and sell them, and people have really bad deformities from Agent Orange. There are people today living with really, really big deformities to their bodies due to Agent Orange. That is true. That is undeniable.
I mean, democracy is extreme, has a million different problems with it, but I think it's the best system out of the systems proposed. Every system has its pros and cons, and of course, you can use systems to do bad things with them, right? Like, you can have a really good, let's say a country has really good cops, but then they use them to do bad things. Like, you can still have an effective system if you're using them to do bad things. Like, I think you can be a globalist and have globalism without doing it in the worst ways, right? Like you were just saying with nationalism earlier. That was your defense against the idea of genocide. I can use that as a defense against the idea of
are we becoming friends here? So we can be like nationalistic globalist buddies and stop all the wrong shit in the world.
Some of the biggest nationalists in the world are very, very globalist when it comes to economics. Now, when it comes to immigration in other parts, because of their their base, they might change their tune. But it really depends on the government. Like, I would say, like Shinzo Abe, somebody hated immigration. I think that his position on immigration severely undercut the Japanese economy, which people thought in the 80s was going to dominate the world. People really thought that in the 80s. But in part due to their policies on immigration, that economic growth they could have seen to turn them into that powerhouse didn't really happen. But the rest of the economic policies he did when it comes to trade,
it's because a lot of economic growth in Japan happened due to Vietnam War and the Korean War. Those were really huge boosts to Japanese economy.
The West and engaging global trade, incredibly globalist. And even his opposition, if elected in power, would still engage in a lot of globalist economics, because the world's entire economy is built upon globalism. That's why it's like the ocean. You can't fight it.
So basically, we're agreeing here that the globalism, which is like communication between sovereign countries that have their own nationalistic interests, and the globalism that's a trade that's beneficial and exploitative, and all the rest of it is cancer. We agree.
We don't agree, because everything in your room right now is in part given to you by globalism. Like, you would not be able to talk to me right now if you didn't benefit from globalism.
Okay,
The technological innovations.
I love these things. I would much rather live in a wooden cabin.
I think the vast majority of people would not rather live in a wooden cabin where if you stub your toe the wrong way, you die, and half your children die during childbirth. Like that. I think most people would not want to live in that reality. Would rather live in the reality where globalism and technological innovation and trade of ideas and sciences and all this between states brought us to where we are now in the West, which is quite prosperous when you look generally at human history.
Everything in my room is a globalist thing, not because of product. Thank you, English explaining. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Because my country has been...
explaining. Tech bubble also benefited Japan as well. A lot of the companies remained after the American ones collapsed.
robbed of its industry by globalism. It just does not mean that my country wouldn't be able to produce things on its own. And you were speaking of Germany as a nationalistic state. So do you think when it was cut off by the rest of the world, it simply ceased to get goods and everybody started living in the woods? Or Russia right now, they're not producing their own stuff to survive?
So Germany's economy was severely impacted by cutting off of trade with nations like the United States, which it benefited from. In World War I, one of the major contributors... The United States has a lot of money, yeah? Yes, but that's, globalism. You trade with...
Also, Russia is producing its cheap knockoffs of the thing that it doesn't have anymore.
States which have a lot of money. In World War I, a big contributor to Germany losing was the fact that the United States continued to trade with the UK and France, but did not continue to trade with the Germans. And that was a big contributor to their losing. Their failure to work with the global order and globalism in their choice of trying to conquer all this land and trying to being involved in this war, that was impacted by their rejection of globalism. And so I do think that these states that engage in behavior like you're talking about, trying to cut themselves off in the world, usually end up fucking themselves. The nations you look at that in the world that have done that right now, Eritrea, backwater. And I say that very nicely to the people. People are wonderful, but the government is creating the country to a backwater. When you look at the North Koreans, the Juche ideology is built upon what you're describing.
North Korea is like the worst place to be.
To cut yourself off of the world. It is a country that is extremely despotic. No one would want to live there. People are constantly trying to get the fuck out because its economy is shit and its government is horrific. And Russia's economy has been severely impacted from their invasion of Ukraine. And the average Russian is now in a worse economic position because of it. And hundreds of thousands have fled the country because their jobs have just disappeared due to these Western companies leaving. When you fight against globalism and the ways that they tried to fight against globalism, that's the impact on your country. It makes it, using a Trump word, it can make your country a real shithole.
So it truly is a cancerous.
No, I'm saying that you fighting against it is the problem. Because the thing is with cancer, you fight against cancer and hopefully you get better. That isn't the thing with globalism. You can't win. Number one, you can't win a fight with globalism, and fighting it makes it worse because it's bringing you benefits. It's like trying to fight Santa Claus. It's like, what the fuck? Let him in.
Beneficial to whom?
Beneficial to everyone involved. The Vietnamese are in a much better economic position, and Americans are getting cheaper products, higher productivity. Like it is
Vietnam was in a really bad state. It's true.
beneficial. Not to mention the prosperity that's coming.
Oh, let's not go back to the babies.
Okay, whatever. We go back to.
All right, I gotta step in. We gotta cut it at some point. We are.
Can we like just a little bit of the culture? I just want to.
Yeah,
hear
here,
Dylan's thoughts.
you can finish up on this point, but I do want to get into closers here over the next couple minutes. So get your responses in there, Joker. Go ahead.
Oh, we're finishing.
Yeah, I wondered, what do you think about?
We're not gonna go through the questions. We're just gonna watch the debate. We do not have to go through the questions from the audience. I
Like,
think.
Through globalism, everything just sort of seems to become the same. What do you think about that? Is it true? Is it not true?
No,
McDonald's
not
everywhere,
true.
every city looks the same. It's kind of
No.
boring to me because when I go to China,
Not
I'm
true.
like, I
That
want
is
to see
actually
China. I don't
not
want to
true.
see Chinese-speaking United States. What do you think?
I believe that I've been I went to Ukraine. I was in a few European countries while I was there.
You can see it's not all the same. Like Eastern Europe has like a very specific feel to it. It's very like the difference between Germany and Poland is actually very noticeable, and it's not just talk about economics. It is just a certain feel.
I did see definite differences between
Yep.
like Poland and Ukraine and all these different countries, and I do think that a lot of these differences are beautiful, and I understand people trying to preserve them when it comes to their architecture and stuff like that. But
Of
I
course,
also,
keep in mind that parts of Ukraine were Poland before World War II, and Ukraine and Poland share a certain history. It's like,
think that you can engage in globalism and you can engage in international trade and be part of these international institutions and even things like visa-free travel while preserving your language and your culture and your architecture through even, and I'll be even fine with this, and this is something that gets me a little bit of scorn, government programs to like sponsor.
yeah, it's Dylan is correct. I think one of those issues with Joker is that he can imagine a world where something good can come outside of Christian principles or within his mystery country. I very much imagine this person has never left his country. True.
the arts or try to preserve the language. Even though I don't like exactly how the Ukrainians have done it, I do think their government's idea of preserving their language, considering Russia's historical oppression of the Ukrainian language, is completely understandable. And I'm perfectly fine with
They've done it the same way like Lithuania and Poland did it, right? Like through the Poland had its flying universities, the so-called flying universities, the underground education system that sort of opposed the Russification and at that time Germanification as well. And when World War II happened and Germany occupied Poland, education was banned for the most part as well, and the sort of the tradition of the flying universities sort of came back, and underground illegal education was installed once more. And after the war, the fruits of that illegal education translated into actual official diplomas and degrees. So this is basically how in countries that are occupied, enslaved, language is preserved through illegal organization, through illegal defiance against the erasure. Also, nationalism, when it runs into a problem that it itself can solve, like you can be isolationist without a supply of lithium, which means eventually you will have to invade to get lithium. True.
that. But that shouldn't, I don't think the best way to do that is we're just going to cut off all immigration because other people speaking their language might destroy our language, right? I think the better program would be when people come to this country, maybe we have a language program to make sure that they learn the language before they get permanent residency. Stuff like that would be much better than dropping all of the economic benefits that come with immigration to either bringing up the higher production values or the
Immigration cannot erase a language. That is not a thing that happens, you know? People immigrating into a country will not cause that language to disappear.
fact. Here's a fun fact that people don't know about immigrants. An immigrant is double the chance of a normal person. If you're like a naturalized citizen, there's a double chance than on average
That will
for an
not
immigrant to
happen.
actually start a business compared to a native-born American citizen. 30% of American entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs that are making businesses, are immigrants, even though they only make 13% of the American population. That is a massive economic contributor. That's creating
You're
jobs.
applying
That's
an
good.
American statistic to the rest of the world.
I'm not applying it to the rest of the world, but I have no reason to believe that a nation could not design its immigration system like America has.
Sounds like a globalist to me.
Yeah, I am a globalist. Yes, I am a global. I don't know if you
So
realize.
you're
Yeah, but I am
taking
a
an
globalist.
American concept
But
and
I'm
applying
saying,
to the rest
I'm
of the
saying that
world.
this is a good immigration system, and if other countries did it as well, that it could be beneficial with some certain changes. I don't think American immigration system is perfect. I think we need more election judges. I think we need like more funding for certain programs when it comes to immigration. But I am saying that immigration is so economically beneficial that any country completely saying, like Japan or other countries, say like fuck it all, it's only going to kneecap you, as it has Japan, as it has countries like.
Japan is changing in that regard. Japan is becoming much more open to the idea of immigration as well.
Hey, great. Thank you. I'm trying to be
You
nice
asked me
here.
a
Just
question.
talk.
Like I'm just okay, whatever.
Great. I asked for a response, not an essay. Thank you. I wanted to a little bit of a contention from me is so you're saying, well, there is an identity in Poland. Would you say that a Polish identity would be, you know, in the city design and the culture, would it be strong?
Please don't tell me this person is from Poland. I beg. Poland is not a northern country. I beg, please don't tell me this person is from Poland. That would be so bad.
Stronger 40 years ago than it is now?
40 in the city design and culture. No, I don't think it's when you say stronger. I think you mean like it's like more Polish.
More
It's like
emphasized, more
Polish. No, but for my time there, I thought it was quite pretty. I could tell very easily that it was Poland. Everybody spoke Polish. Very few actually spoke English. Poland is part of the EU, but it is, I think, very well protected. Its culture and even its religious traditions, which a lot of them I don't agree
and it
with.
gets sanctioned by the EU and oppressed because of it.
It's not.
Yeah, it is sanctioned. It is sanctioned because it created, because of its horrible situation with judges. I will explain it now. The government created a whole sort of commission that would punish judges for bad rulings, which and it also implanted its own judges, okay? To which European Union, rightfully so, said, this is unconstitutional, we're gonna fine you. What else? There were a few other things that Poland is being fined for by the EU. This is not oppression. Like, the EU is basically saying, hey, Poland, you're moving further away from democracy. Can you stop doing that? And Poland is saying, no.
Getting oppressed because it's defended its cultural values is getting quote-unquote reactions for treating immigrants and refugees so shittily, like they let many of them freeze on the border.
True, Dylan. Amazing. I am going to take this fragment because this is Dylan is talking about immigrants on the Belarusian border. Not just freeze, die. And not just freeze because paramedics were forbidden from coming to the border. People were forbidden from giving the immigrants food. It was a really horrible situation, and I'm really happy to see Dylan Burns call it out. This is great.
Great. The refugees is another topic. I don't think we have the time
Angela
for
should have
that.
doubled the amount of refugees.
True. It's true.
So, yeah, exactly.
Well, guys,
Push it
I'm
more
sorry, we gotta
immigration.
cut it off. I understand there's not really a good point to cut off a debate, but we do have a time limit here that I want to keep us under. We got a bunch of callers in the back line, so I do want to get to closing statements. This was a good debate. I think you guys they really picked up towards
I
the end here.
am so happy that Dylan mentioned this. Wow. Dylan is not only good on the topic of Ukraine, Dylan is also good on the topic of Poland. Really nice to see.
Here, but we got to get to closers. Like I said, we agreed in the background that Joker would go first for the closer, and then Dylan would have the last word. So, Joker, whenever you're ready, you got
Alright.
7 minutes on the clock for closing statement.
Thank you, Ben. God, I'm just so disappointed that I was just getting started, Dylan. Really. Thank you for, breaching my virginity, as they say, the debate virginity. I would love to talk to you more about this with you, really. I didn't even get through half of the notes because we used to just so bogged down into the details of what.
You haven't said anything. You haven't made a point this whole debate. Was this is really a debate? I mean, maybe it's your first time, but
Is globalism and how globalism is just two countries talking to each other, which I still do not agree. When you hear the word globalism, you have a sort of a different idea than just countries enjoying themselves and just having a trade agreement and
enjoying
globalism
countries.
is the word.
Countries enjoying themselves. What does that mean? Countries enjoying themselves.
Globe is in the globalism. That means there's a lot going on, the big globe. Right. So I do believe we've come to sort of an agreement that the parts that I do not really agree with what globalism is good for the world, and the crimes of globalism are very bad. We can agree with that. I would like to say that I still do believe that, well, everybody knew there was nothing going to be learned in this debate. I do believe that still nationalism is the way to go. If we have a strong, not bullied countries able to stand for their own, and not be bullied around by superseding ultra country organizations such as the UN, EU, HO, Omega Lol, whatever, right? And really, I do believe Dylan has been a little bit disingenuous here, because I think he loves globalism. Nationalism. He loves nationalism as it pertains to Ukraine. Because in my opener, we never really got to it. Nationalism is very strong in the Ukraine, and
his foreign policy is amazing. He's kind of a lib, but he seems to have a very good grasp of global politics. True. He's very good on Poland, very good on Ukraine. That's why we should talk.
He wants to pretend to be a war journalist or whatever. So I'm sure he saw it firsthand how strongly the people of Ukraine believe in their national sovereignty and their culture, and they do not want. So in this case, Russia is bad, right? What if it was America that they were fighting? What if America, just because Dylan is living in America and he has an American mindset,
Right.
Russia is bad? What if it was the other way around? What if America
What
wanted
the
to
other what?
compete on Ukrainian culture and assimilate Ukraine into their fold and change their language and change their culture to American?
How would US do that?
Well, actually, that's kind of what's happening. So if it's Russia,
Ooh, it's happening? Ukrainian is becoming English?
it's bad. If it's America, it's good, is what I'm getting here. Nationalism in Ukraine is very beneficial, and actually, it is one of the modern examples of how nationalism is a force for good. As really, these guys are not fighting for globalism. They are fighting for their own country. They're fighting for their own nation. They're fighting for their own culture, their own traditions, their own language, everything that encompasses nationalism, right? So I still don't understand what good has globalism really done to the world. I still don't get it. Maybe Dylan has something to say.
All right, thank you for that closing statement there. Dylan, you got 7 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready.
So, this is the second time you said it. If you think that I'm not a war journalist, whatever, when I come back to Europe in a month, you can come with me. We can get you a press pass, and I will bring you to Kharkiv, personally. Come with me, okay? Send me a DM. Look it up anytime. You can see what I do over there, okay? But besides-
Wait. Can I get a press conference from Dylan? Can I go to Kharkiv with him? Wait, hold on. Don't take Joker Society, take me. Wait, hold on. I could get a press pass. Hold on a moment. I wanna do what you do. I wanna see what you do there. Interesting. That could be uninteresting. I hope to see some materials he filmed in Lublin. True. Like Lublin, the place from Unia Lubelska, right? Lublin, Unia Lubelska.
besides
That'd be
that,
pretty based, actually.
yeah, send me a DM.
I think there's a placard of the Unia Lubelska there, right?
Absolutely. But when it comes
Let's get
to
it.
So welcome, Bartosz. Welcome to the stream.
the idea of like Ukraine, for example, I in this conversation have never said that in no cases ever is nationalism bad. In fact, I even said during this debate, I believe there is a good reason for Ukrainians to want to preserve their language. And I even said that that would be fine in Poland and other countries as well. I think that's absolutely fine. It's how you preserve your language. Do you preserve it by trying to cut off your country from the world and not accepting the immigrants, or by funding programs that make sure that people are taught your language if they're living in your country, which is something that I'm more in favor of. So again, nationalism as a tool of
Immigration has never caused historically just a language to be phased out. That's not what's happening. Oh, there's a monument. Nice. Like, it's nice to see, Bartosz, by the way, that Ukrainian, like, you can see the solidarity between Ukraine and Poland for the shared history when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth existed. Like, that wasn't a nation state. It was not Poland. It was a union of many peoples. And it was nice, you know?
liberation from another country's oppression, I think it's perfectly fine. Another movement that I would support is the Kurdish movement for a state.
And the interesting part about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, that many languages, like 40 languages functioned within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. No problem. It was not a problem. Trust. 40 languages functioned in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And it was all fine.
Which is inherently like a nationalist movement, because nationalism is the hardcore like belief in this nation state, belief in your people, and you be ethnically nationalist, stuff like that. That can't.
And don't be trapped by the Polish government into believing that it was just Poland. It was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was a far more interesting country than what is being told by some.
I'm not saying the nation state cannot exist in a globalized world. And at no point in this conversation did I say we should abolish the nation state. I did say that nation states might be like a sandcastle when engaging with the ocean of globalism. That
I would say that, for example, like the idea of a composite state feels a lot more appealing to me than a nation state, but that's just me.
Might be torn down and might stay. Who knows? Maybe it'll become a more permanent structure. Globalism has been around a lot longer than nationalism has.
True.
And that's why I believe in globalism, because it is a time-tested, successful method to bring civilizations to new heights scientifically, economically, and educationally. Like, all
Dylan is spitting facts.
Measure a society to be successful. Globalism is useful
right,
in
Dylan.
reaching that societal success. As for these things you said about all these international organizations being useless, I've already expressed that multiple examples where I think these interventions have been useful, especially the UN, because I want to give the UN as much credit as possible. After knowing and speaking with and working with so many people in the UN, I want to make sure that they get their fair due. And again, when we talk about America's crazy control of the UN, he's basing this off of money we sent to the UN that makes up 1/4 of the police budget in New York for these UN military missions with jeeps and tanks and guns, right? Compare that to the $2 trillion we spent on Afghanistan. That's $1.5 billion a year in 2021. That's not enough to corrupt the institution to worthlessness at American greed. That's why every single time they have a vote on Israel, the vast majority of nations vote to condemn Israeli settlements in the West Bank, even if there's a few who join the United States in supporting Israel. That's because America doesn't have complete control of the UN. That's why the UN didn't endorse the mission to invade Iraq, but did endorse the mission to liberate Kuwait, because China and Russia didn't have a problem with that, so they didn't veto it. Anyway, I think I've made most of my points succinct and clear, and yeah, I guess that's that. You cannot stop the unstoppable tide of globalism. To fight it is to fight against the current in the ocean. You will drown.
All right, thank you for that closing statement there, guys. So here at the Crucible, we do things a little bit differently. No Andrew impression this time. Sorry, chat. We do things a little bit differently here at the Crucible. After the closing statements are done, we consider the debate to be over. At that point, moderator can interact. We're going to have some callers. We're going to have some super chat questions. There's still going to be some back and forth, but we consider the debate portion of the stream to actually be over. But thank you guys for that interaction. I think it really picked up at the end, like I said.
Okay, I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. Okay. And while I go to the toilet, I will give you a choice. One, if you want to see some more of this, if you want some more to see. Two, next topic of stream. Because we do have some things to go through. And I will be going through those things. And we will be, of course, watching today the video of, we will be watching a panel about the transgenocide tonight rather. So look forward to that. And I will be going to the toilet. You vote and I will look at the votes when I'm back. I'm back. After Cat has voted, so we are going to go to the next topic, which is interesting because our next topic is might be we've got a bit more time before the Will thing. Will and his channel. We're going to watch in 40 minutes. We're gonna watch like the panel. Transgenocide panel is gonna start in 40 minutes. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna see who are gonna be the guests. We're gonna comment on it in real time. But in the meantime, I would like to, because I've heard that there was an interesting development on when it comes to the tomfoolery person that was in the chat earlier today. And I want to watch it together with you. Let me see. Where is it? This is the Child Legend video. This is the tomfoolery video. Tomfoolery show. Let me see. Alright. Let me check this thing out. Tomfoolery videos. Tom confronts host throwing shade after MAF panel. Okay, let's see. I've heard this is actually pretty interesting. I've heard that interesting shenanigans happened. I've heard that Tom called out the panel host. Well, not sort of called out pretty suspicious behavior and was and so some weird pushback for it, which we're gonna check out now. We might watch it on shade after map panel. Wait, Poly people was in that panel as well? That this is okay, this is certainly interesting. Let me see.
Other people jump on, they start pulling on all their celebrities to get the views, they get the
Okay, so I think yes he's explaining the what's happening here. So we might as well 125. See how fast. Oh, Dylan didn't do anything. We've just finished. We're gonna change the title now. Dylan has debated a person on globalism. And now it's over. I'm gonna make it into a segment. Dylan actually did great. What Dylan did was he did great. Dylan debated a person called Joker Society or something. I think that was the person's. Okay. Tomfoolery calls out panel for bad behavior, gets pushback. Okay, I guess I'm gonna call it that, right? Tomfoolery calls out panel for bad behavior, gets pushback. I guess we're gonna. Okay. So yeah, Ellen. Hello, Ellen. Welcome to the stream. Dylan did a great debate. Nationalism versus globalism. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, and we're gonna make it into a segment for sure. Dylan is very good when it comes to Poland and Ukraine. Like, before I was saying that he was good at on Ukraine, but right now, after he mentioned the Belarus border thing, I'm gonna add that Dylan is also good when it comes to Poland. Maybe that's because he visited, maybe he got to know the situation a bit more in detail when he visited. Okay, and now we're watching this. So I'm gonna tell you what I know about this situation, and then we're just gonna jump into it. So Tom here got into a panel. It was about minor attracted people. This panel map panel, and at some point something suspicious is gonna happen. Tom is gonna push against it or pushed against it during the panel, and he got weird, pretty strange pushback against it, even though basically he did the right thing by calling the thing out, and I think asking the panel to be finished. Like, people say that he was not the one running the panel, so he should not be demanding to the panel to be stopped, but he basically did the right thing and got some weird blowback for it. Like, I think he's gonna explain it here now. I don't know super much about it, so we're jumping into it right now.
Dylan Burns on, they get Mind Waves on, they get all their big names, they get all the big views, and then they keep saying, oh, I don't want views, guys. Oh, please, nobody watch this. I don't want views. This isn't content, guys. This isn't content. You guys were all safe. You say that, there's people still out there acting like I'm doing like something wrong here. Like I was the one who screwed up. Tons of people in Chud's chat were saying this stuff, saying that I could sniff out a 16-year-old from 100 yards away and crap like that. Yeah, I'm the one who stopped the panel. Everybody heard the same thing I heard. I'm the one who stopped it. I'm the one who said this isn't cool. And I'm still the one, like, kind of taking a lot of the flack. Like,
I mean, I will listen to the whole thing, but I think he just did the right thing in this, right? It was just the right thing to do in this situation, right? Saying, like, from what I've heard, I feel like he wanted to stop it because one person said they were a minor and that they are in a relationship with an adult. So I think stopping the panel in this situation is just wanting to stop the panel is just the correct thing to do, right? I'm surprised this sort of information was not shared to people beforehand. This is quite a bizarre situation. Why is Polly people here? Is she part of the panel Was she part of the panel as well? I guess let's hear all of the context in a moment.
Here to dunk on you. I'm here to tell everybody pedophilia is bad. Yeah! Wow, look how great I am, guys. I think pedophilia is bad. Man, wow, look how virtuous I am. I don't like pedophilia.
How much did Tom know?
I mean, true, Ellen. But the weird thing is that people said that he did the wrong thing by asking the panel to be stopped to begin with. Like, this is so strange. Like, people like were angry at him. Like, this is so strange, right, Ellen? Like this is a really strange situation, I have to say. Like, this seems pretty cut and dry. He just did the right thing. People should have agreed to stop the panel, and I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem very complicated to me. Sorry.
Tom.
Polly was a part after the panel. Huh.
I can't really attest to that. I wasn't the person.
The original panel was held by the politically provoked. Okay.
What? What? I'm the one who stopped the friggin' panel. I'm the one who stopped it. I'm the one.
To that, I wasn't the person who was the promoter.
What?
I am. I don't like pedophilia.
How much did Tom know?
Tom, I can't really attest to that. I wasn't the person who was the promoter.
What? What? I'm the one who stopped the friggin' panel. I'm the one who stopped it. I'm the one who was surprised. That was me. Nobody else. What? That's not.
Yeah, that is really bad. That only one person said to just cut the whole thing short, right? What, is Scaffel saying that Holodomor was not a genocide? Really? That would be pretty disappointing, to be honest. Like, that would be disappointing. I'm trying to get a Holodomor debate going with Scaffels. People we need your extra resources. I don't mind, but is Scaffels really saying that Holodomor was not a genocide? That's... Do you mean with Scaffels as in against Scaffels, or together with Scaffels against someone else? Mind you, others might have done by time. True. But he was the first one. Like, I will give him, like, I did not like his treatment of Demon Mama and Zandrahar, but I will definitely give him props for that. Like, I will definitely say that done very well done on that. Like, very well done. Like, very well done. She called it a failure in logistics. Yeah, I was on her stream and she said it was one of her hotter stakes. I would try to make it into a discussion. Like, I think Keffels is reasonable enough to make it into more of like a discussion about it than a debate. I would try to make it into more of a discussion than a debate, but you know. So I don't know. I think Keffels is a pretty reasonable. Porter Fan is also a good person to reach out for resources. Right. Okay. I'm definitely putting together some resources on the I am definitely I'm definitely putting together resources on the Holodomor because I want to make a deeper dive into it, you know. Like, I don't want to distract us from the segment that we're doing right now on Tom, but the thing about the Holodomor is that we cannot just look at the... Charlie is Charlie is an official historian of the pond. I will tell you this much. She is the historian of the pond, okay? So I will tell you this. When discussing Holodomor, you cannot... yeah, I am reading that right now. You cannot look at this just as the famine. You have to look at the history right after World War I. You have to also look at the execution of the political class in Ukraine at the same time as the famine had happened. You have to look at a few different puzzle pieces that happened. Oh, Charlie is Porter Fan. Okay. Charlie is like the official historian of the pond. Okay? You cannot steal Charlie from me. She is the official historian of the pond, okay? I took her. She is mine, okay? I will not allow you to steal her from the pond, okay? Charlie is like a treasure to the pond. Duck has like captured Charlie, and Charlie is like the official historian of the pond. It's true. It's true. Ask her. She will confirm. Okay. She will confirm. She's great. She is amazing when it comes to the history. She's like, yeah, you know. But okay, like we did a bit of a what we call in the business stun lock. Okay, we did a little bit of a stun lock, and I think now we can return to our regular programming. But of course, it would not be me if I would not ask you to maybe consider becoming a Patreon in order to allow me to live, you know. Also, I will write you one thing, Karasu, in the DM. Where are you? Okay. Okay, let's continue. Although this case seems pretty open and shut case, Tom did the right thing, a very good thing. I'm surprised that he got pushed back, but yeah, let's see. Let's look.
Not true. Hold on. Let me pull up these DMs now. It's Stardust Mod Janie Beckett. That's a bit of interesting information there. What is happening? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was talking about. All of this shade getting thrown my way. And I'm the one who had the problem with all of this. It was me. Everybody else gets to ride my coattails and say, oh, I was the one who really had a problem with it. After Tom said something, that's when I was really upset. But nobody said anything.
Yeah, that's really weird. That is really, I'm gonna use the word, that this is really sus that he was like the only one to speak up and that he got crap for it apparently as well. Right, I get, credit when credit is due, right? Like this really well done. In situations like this, it's really important to speak up and say, this is not okay. Let's put an end to this, right?
Said anything until I say something, and they all get to ride my coattails and then crap on me in the meantime. How is it that everybody else who stayed quiet while this person's talking about them being 16, nobody gives them a side eye? Nobody looks at all of them like, why is Tom the only one saying anything? Why do people all of a sudden want to...
Why was Tom the only one saying anything? I do expect politically provoked groypers will try to put the blame on him. Like, what would even be his blame in all of this? Like, he was the one to call it out. What could possibly be used as to blame him for this? Like...
the call once Tom says something, but they don't want to leave the call when the kid's saying he's 16. They don't want to leave the call then. Look at me, everybody, I have a problem with this now. Look at me, have a big problem with this, because Tom said something now. Hey, Beckett.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
All right, we're going to get to the first review. So I happened upon this last night as I was going to sleep. I didn't watch the entire thing, but so as you guys know, I was on a panel the other day. Oh, crap. I don't know. This might be TOS. Those, I'm, like, really terrified of those legs opening up right there. So, yeah. So, everybody knows I was on a panel.
Oh, relax. She's like, relax. Poly people is not non-safe for work. Oh, relax. So, he's not good at these shorts to explain the 16-year-old in the panel was their older adult partner. Right. Yeah, you've told me that. And then he said for the panel to be stopped, and then he got crap for it, which is bizarre to say the least. Like, let us see let's see the whole explanation, right?
Okay, we had pedophiles on the panel, and then I was on there with a group of other people to argue against pedophilia. As we're on there, I realize, oh my goodness, there's a 16-year-old on this freaking panel with a bunch of pedophiles. We need to stop. We need to get rid of this guy. This is not okay. So yeah, so I stopped the panel and just kind of said like, yo, I'm not comfortable with a 16-year-old being on here.
I'm 16. If I want to flirt with a 20-some-year-old, I can. If I want to have sex with one, I can. That is my right, and I'm conscious of that being what I, as a person, want to do. That is what I should have that right. I'm consciously able to make that decision. I have made it clear by being here, by stating my opinions, by making my arguments. I should be able to love, date, do whatever the fuck I want if I am if I'm mentally capable of, which I clearly am. I'm not saying everybody is. That's never been the statement.
Hold on. I'm really sorry. Hold on.
One second.
Did you just say, wait, did he just say he's 16?
Let him finish.
No, hold on. Did he just say he's 16? Is he actually 16?
Yes, this person is 16 years old.
I don't think I want to have this conversation with a 16-year-old on here.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. I was under the understanding this was all adults.
I've said it from the start.
I'm sorry. I didn't
missed
hear that. I apologize.
AM? Yes.
You said you were an AEM supporter. You didn't say that you were.
No,
an
I did
AEM.
say I was.
That's what I was under the impression.
Yeah, that's what I was under the.
That's what I've been saying. That's how I've been
You
saying.
see, this is a
That's
prime
been
example of what we've been talking about this entire time about how adults being, talked about or talked to by teens saying no. We're saying no. We're adults and we're saying no. We don't want to have this conversation with you.
If you want me to leave, I'll leave.
No,
That's
I'm gonna
blatant
bounce, gang.
statement.
I'll see you guys later. Thanks for inviting me on. I love you all.
Bye, Rick.
Have a great day.
And then they kicked him off.
Okay, okay. So he did the right thing, right? Like, okay. So far so good. He said, I don't think this is appropriate. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah. This is very wild, Vivotro. Hello, welcome to the stream. This is very wild. Apparently this is getting even wilder because apparently he's the one that's going to get crap for calling it out, for speaking out and saying that this is not okay to have like a 16-year-old discussing this. So this is like...
And then we just gave closing statements and ended the panel right then and there. Taj is the person who invited me on. So this is Taj right here. The guy who ran the panel is DND. That's this guy up here. Okay. And then the moderator, when I kept saying, hold on. Did he just say he's 16? And they're like, Tom, no, hold on. Let him finish, bro. And I'm like, no, hold on. Stop. Did Daedra say he's 16? They're like, no, Tom, let him finish, bro. He's just let him finish what he's saying. What are you doing? Okay. That's this guy right here. So this was Black X Yamato. Okay. Yeah. I don't know who Black X Yamato is. His name. So those are the three guys. So Taj is the one who invited me. He was one of the moderators. That's It's DND is the moderator who apparently invited both the trans woman that I debated afterwards, the map that I debated right after. He invited her, and he was the one who approved the 16-year-old to come on. So when I leave,
it is responsible acting. I have issues with Tom's coverage of Shu, but here he acted correctly. Yeah. That's very good thing to do. Very good.
leaked those DMs between them, that was him who was talking. It's DND.
That should not actually be controversial. Like, he just did the right thing, and that should have been the end of it, to be honest. Like, there should not have been any pushback on this. Right? I don't think it's a hot take for me to say that this should not have created this sort of any sort of pushback. I think as far as I could track, these are politically provoked people. Oh, so you did a little bit of digging into the situation. You did a little bit of looking into this whole thing. Okay.
Panel, I did a debate with the map. She's the one who gave me the DMs, and as soon as she gave me the DMs, I leaked them on Twitter.
Holy shit. I imagined it all. Oh my god. What the fuck?
What happened?
Oh wait, no, I didn't imagine it all. Here it is. Proof.
What happened?
Hold on. Here it is.
Okay.
This is gonna blow the case wide open. I sent it to you, mister, on Discord. I knew it wasn't imagined. I knew it was real.
Oh, snap. Do you mind if I post this?
Go ahead.
This is a DM from the guy who ran the panel. We have 2 pro map slots left. Okay. Would you be interested in an AAMS or an AAMs? We could have one on yes, as long as they are 16 to 17, just for legal safety. Okay.
Just for legal safety. That sounds sus as heck. Just for legal safety. This is like a really... Okay, I'll consider it and to talk to friends. You're welcome to have 2 pro map slots left. Okay. Would you be interested in an... under a AA? What is an AAMs? Under age M's? What is an AAM? This is so... Oof.
Okay. So yeah, when they're saying they didn't know that, they
lied, I guess.
They lied.
They lied. He posted this, all of this saying, any questions or concerns, I'm happy to talk about them. I especially want to apologize, blah, blah, blah. So I quote tweeted that and said, yeah, I have a question. Why didn't you say you wouldn't have had them on if you had known they were 16? First time I've ever leaked DMs, ever. I've been around for years. I've been around for a long time. I've been in
3 years.
Very big, like, drama type things many times over and over with lots of information in the background. Never leaked anything, ever. Never even just a little bit. It's never happened.
I mean, this is a pretty extreme situation, I would say. Like, oof. Not good.
Done it. This is when I did it. Okay, this is when I did it because I felt like it was necessary this time. So they review this, and part of it, I don't think I watched the entire thing, but this is my issue. We brought them on as soon as I finished the debate, and I leaked those DMs. We brought them on to into a conversation. So Taj and Brittany were already in a call. Taj, Brittany, and Mio on Politically Provoked. These are like neo-Nazi, far-right type people, okay? Taj was on there just talking to them. He said he didn't know that they were live or anything. When I jumped on there, because they kept harassing me. They were actually like sending tons of people into my chat. I was getting tons of DMs. I got tons of people adding me on Twitter. Tom, jump on Brittany's show. Tom, get on Brittany's show. I was in the middle of a debate, and they're all just like harassing the hell out of me, telling me to get on there. So when I finished the debate, I leaked the DMs. I jumped on there to talk to Taj and Brittany. I told them that I leaked the DMs. I explained it to them. It's the ND, then jumps onto their panel, into their VC to explain as well. All of this is streamed. All of this is on there. We grill him for a while. We go in. We ask him all the questions. We fight back and forth. And then I get sick of the Politically Provoked people just like being transphobic and homophobic and all this other stuff and just being gross the entire time. So we all leave and we go into my VC and then we all have finish our conversation there.
D&D.
Hello.
No, I didn't see
Hello, welcome. We heard you had a fun night.
Fantastic. Just wonderful.
Sorry, I didn't see you in chat. I just now saw that they were all.
No, you're all good. Okay, so Tom, I can explain that screenshot.
Okay.
So when I was setting up the panel, we were having a difficult time finding guests. So when I reached out to Sanguine about appearing on the show, Sanguine mentioned that they knew an AAM. I thought about it, I'm like, if they're like 17, 16, whatever, and then I messaged Taj about it. He called me, we had a quick convo, and we both agreed, you know what, no, that's not a good look. We shouldn't have a minor on the show, especially about like a topic this serious. Now, the next screenshot that's probably going to come out, turns out Sanguine didn't say AAM advocate, and I'm just fucking retarded, and I didn't read it properly. This
is a bit far-fetched considering that they ended up having a minor on. So this is a bit far-fetched. I'm not sure I buy it, to be honest.
Is fully on me. I should have done more due diligence. I should have looked into it.
I don't buy it.
It's fully my fault. No offense, Tom. Why did you choose to have this conversation here?
I didn't choose to have this conversation here. I had no idea.
I was here first.
Go ahead.
Yes, Taj was here. If honestly, I would choose to have this all without these crazy people if I could. Yeah, this is not.
Questions, that's all.
Any questions that anybody had for D&D, I asked those questions. I asked those things. Cherry was on there as well. She asked a bunch of questions. She grilled him for a while. We got to the bottom of everything you could possibly want to get to the bottom of. But everybody afterwards doing this is just doing this for content. If they weren't doing it for content, if they just wanted the information was already out there. It's already there. Everybody knew it was there. It's easy to find. You could get it. Everybody knew that I was the one who stopped the panel, that I was the one who called it out, that I was the one who leaked the DMs, that I was the one who debated the map afterwards, and that I was the one who had the conversation with It's D&D at the end. Everybody knew this. It was easy to find. You did not have to go and do your own panel and do it all a separate time where you bring on a bunch of unrelated random people to come grill this guy and then sit there and be like, oh, what? We're just doing this because we want to ask questions. No, you don't want to.
I think this is just for content at that point, right? Content brained.
Just ask questions. You wanted content. If you wanted to just ask questions, the answers and the questions are already in my VOD. You could have gotten them there. You chose not to. You chose to turn it into a circus. That's what you did. Own it. You can do that. You can do that. Chud Logic did that too, and he will own it.
Speaks to the bottom. What?
The part where
Mental.
the guy
No
says he's
way.
16. If I message Chud Logic and I say, hey bro, you brought It's DND on and Chud and Taj, you brought them on afterwards to talk about their panel when all of the questions that you asked were already in my VOD. Why did you bring them on instead of just watching my VOD? He'll say, because it's better content. Because it's better content if I do it myself and I get outraged and I get mad and I grill them. That gets more views. That is better content. He will own that. He will tell me straight up that's what he's doing.
Okay.
These people will sit there and keep saying over and over, this isn't content, guys. This isn't content. We're here just asking questions. We just want to be responsible. That's all we're here for. That's all we want to do. We just want to get to the bottom of this. If you wanted to, it was already gotten to the bottom of. The bottom was already gotten to. We already did all that. You wanted the content. You wanted to be able to say, I had the guy on my show who did the panel. I talked to him personally. You wanted to be able to say that. You got to own that. Bottom of what? I just explained. I just said he ran the panel. He had a 16-year-old on the panel with maps. We also went over the fact that the map who I debated, who leaked the DMs to me, that map and the 16-year-old were already dating. They were dating before that panel. Okay? They were together. That's why the map suggested that the 16-year-old come on, because they were already dating. WTF is a map. Is that a nice way of saying pedo? Kind of. So a map encompasses a bunch of different things. So we have amphibophiles. Is it not xenophiles? It's an amphibophile, a pedophile, and I don't remember the third one. But anyways, there's different age groups. So we're saying one is prepubescent. That's a pedophile. If you're attracted to people who are prepubescent, that's a pedophile. Then an amphibophile is somebody who's attracted
to the teens, right? A femophile, the teenage people.
Oh, it's a hebophile, right? A hebophile and an amphibophile. So yeah, so a hebophile is somebody who's attracted to children around the age of puberty, I believe, like 10 to 13. And then an amphibophile is somebody who's attracted to 16-year-olds, like 16 to like 20, I think. I might be getting all this wrong. But anyways, a map includes all of that.
All right.
A pedophile is just prepubescent. A pedophile is just somebody who is sexually attracted to prepubescent children. So they have to be really...
I mean, he did make it also in the shoe on head video.
Young in order to be a pedophile. Nobody on this panel was like the youngest age anybody was advocating for was 13. So nobody there was actually a pedophile. I understand that it's a lot easier to just say it that way. So going forward, I will say it that way. I just want to clarify. If I say pedophiles or things like that, I'm not actually saying that any of these people are attracted to prepubescent children. It's just...
I mean, I guess it's... In this context, I guess fair enough, right?
It's a lot easier to say it that way. I apologize if anybody gets upset. But maps, yes, encompass all of these people. Now that we got all that out of the way, we're going to watch some of this. Other people jump on. They start...
Yeah, this is not the best part. Not that he makes the distinction, but accuses people who not making the distinction enabling pedophilia. Yeah, right. But I think in this video, that's... I think that's fair enough in this video to make that the distinction. I think fair enough, right?
Start pulling on all their celebrities to get the views.
Like, I think so far so good.
They get Dylan Burns on, they get Mind Waves on, they get all their big names, they get all the big views, and then they keep saying, "Oh, I don't want views, guys. Oh, please, nobody watch this. I don't want views. This isn't content, guys. This isn't content." Yeah, true. And look, again, that's okay. You can do the content thing. Even on top of that, let's say that this is just one big virtue signal. Let's say that this is just a big grandstand for them. That's all they wanted. They just wanted to bring these guys on so they should shout them down, so that they could shout them down in grandstand. That's dope. Hell yeah, do that. That's cool. That's a good thing. And you want to get a lot of views on that too. Like, condemnation of these things are good. This is what helps us stigmatize things. These are good things. That's fine. Stop denying it though. Stop pretending like you're doing something else. You're not getting to the bottom of anything. You're not there to just ask questions. Your questions have already been asked. You are there either for content or for a big virtue signal, probably both, and both of those things are perfectly fine. But you sound like a crazed maniac when you sit up there saying, "What? I'm not here for that. What? Me? No. I'm a streamer. How can I be here for content?" Yeah, no, that's not, you sound like a maniac. So just advice for you guys in the future, quit lying. All right? Quit lying. I bet you anything too. I bring Mind Waves on here right now. He will tell you. He will tell you he was there for the content. He was there for the virtue signal. And I will high five him and be like, hell yeah, bro. Good job. Also, a pedo doesn't matter what age the child is. What?
And I think he just bought into the moral panic and have someone challenge the views on LGBTQ people that are toxic. That is my impression. Yeah. Yeah. I also disagree that doing something like this just for content is just fine, but
What? Yes, it does.
yeah, being honest does not make something okay. You are correct on that one. Just because you're blunt and honest about something, it does not make the thing okay, right? It does not mean the thing becomes okay.
See, okay, so what you're doing, Project Sadface, you are helping pedophiles. You understand that, right? You are muddying the waters. So, like, if someone says they're attracted to a 16-year-old, somebody who's gone through puberty, nobody cares. So what? Okay, you're attracted to, like literally, if you go look at stats, it says that men say women are most attractive at the age of 16. Most men find most women most attractive at the age of 16. That doesn't mean you can date them. That doesn't mean that you can have sex with them. That doesn't mean that you can be in relationships with these people or that you can start grooming them. That's not okay. Just because it's okay that you find them attractive does not mean it's okay that you're in a relationship with them. When you start calling somebody who wants to have sex with a 16-year-old a pedophile, you are making pedophiles sound like, oh, that's not so bad. So every time somebody hears someone say, oh, that's a pedophile, and they're like, what? They want to have sex with little kids? And you're like, no, they want to have sex with 17-year-olds. They're like, okay, I guess if that's what we're calling pedophiles these days, then like I don't have problems with pedophilia anymore. Like
No, that's not what happens. Come on, that's a bad argument. Like nobody says that. Nobody says, oh, I don't have problems with pedophilia anymore. Like, come on. Yeah, I don't agree with the content stuff though. Larry, he further refines this, and I say this content can function as grandstanding and making a message. We do not accept this. Like, no, nobody says that. Come on, nobody says, oh, we're done, we're okay with. No. Like this is a bit sus. Come on.
pedophilia is not a big deal anymore then, I guess. Like, I'm cool with pedophilia then. It's like if poly people starts calling you a homo...
No, nobody says that. That does not... This is ridiculous. I assume this is one AWOPC research that is mostly done in the US.
Right? And she starts calling you a homophobe. She's like, you hate gay people. You don't like gay people. Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, why? She's like, because I heard you yesterday say you didn't like something. And then you were like, gay? And you called it gay. So you're a homophobe now, right? We'd all be like, well, if that's all it takes to be a homophobe.
I don't think that's a really good comparison.
If you just like call something gay, then I guess being a homophobe isn't all that bad then. Like, who cares?
No, that's not really, that's a... The problem with Tom is that he has certain good points, but he really gives bad examples, okay? That is a bad example. That is a bad comparison.
Yeah, go ahead, be a homophobe then. Like that, being a homophobe is pretty cool then, supposedly, right? You're
also, nobody would say that.
Muddying the waters to where being a homophobe doesn't matter anymore. This is what people do with the word Nazi, where they make it sound like, oh, well, everybody's a Nazi, so therefore nobody's a Nazi. You're doing...
Nobody says everybody's a Nazi.
Same thing where you're broadening the definition too much of pedophilia to where everybody's a pedophile, therefore nobody's a pedophile. We have to be specific with these words if we actually want to stigmatize them. Like, we have to be specific. We have to be accurate. It's important. It's very important.
It does seem like at least you, It's D&D, knew that there was going to be a kid on the panel.
No, I was not aware that the kid was coming to the panel. I thought that I...
Polywaves and mind people. Yeah, that too.
Made it clear that we weren't interested in having it. Apparently it wasn't clear enough, but...
Well, I mean, there is the like DM like tomfoolery posted.
I said that. Like, I at one point was interested because I'm like, oh well, this is a different perspective. I talked to Taj about, it and we both agreed it was like a pretty irresponsible thing to do, especially with like pedophiles there. So that was decided against.
Did you follow that up? No. I'm sorry. No, fuck that. No, I didn't hear that part at first. No, fuck that. What do you mean you thought that's an interesting perspective? That's, dude. The second you hear, yeah, maybe I should bring on a 17-year-old to talk with the pedos so they can see. Dude, that should have been your instance to be like, no, automatically. There is no talking to Taj. No. There is no talking to Taj. There's no like, let's talk about this.
He's 17. I mean, sorry, he's 19. The guy who's talking, who ran the panel, who's saying this, who said he had to talk to Taj about this before he decided, he's 19, bro. Like, for him, yeah, there's not that like weird of a thing for him to have for him to have sexual conversations around a 16-year-old. Like, yeah, that probably doesn't seem weird for him. For me,
ironic from a man that marks a bloody animal harness on a plush animal as pedophilia. As pedophilic. He said it was pedophilic. He actually did a whole speech about it being pedophilic, but not pedophilia, which is, okay.
Yeah, I'm 34. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in that situation. But for a 19-year-old, I could totally understand how he would have trouble like understanding the issues there. I don't think I understood these things when I was 19. I don't think I.
That's not good if you didn't understand these things at 19, to be honest. That does not speak that well. That does not speak that well of you if you did not understand these sort of things at 19.
I understood. I was never like in relationships with anybody younger than me. They were always the same age as me back then. But I guarantee I didn't know about this stuff. I didn't understand it very well. I didn't look into studies. I didn't have data on this crap back then. So like, yeah, I don't.
Well,
think I knew, and I don't hold him. I don't.
Also, almost as he's muddying the waters there with the video of his own shoe. Yeah.
I don't think it's all that bad that a 19-year-old didn't understand all of this stuff right off the bat. He spoke to Taj. Taj is older. Taj should understand these things, and Taj set him straight. So no, that's fine. It's no big deal.
That is an instant.
Did this panel originate from the shoe stuff, or is this just random happenstance? This is random happenstance. I just got invited on like last minute, and I went on Chud Logics the next day and talked to him about it. And I was like, bro, I was like sweating bullets because I was getting ready to come out with this freaking Balenciaga video. And I start thinking, oh my goodness, I am like the day before stuck on this panel unknowingly with a 16-year-old there the whole time talking about pedophilia and you know, like sexual scenarios with maps on a panel with a 16-year-old. Like it all the same.
To be fair, some US states is better sexual education and conservatives push back on teaching kids on this. He grew up in a conservative household. I guess, though I didn't have much sexual education as well, so. Poland is not that good when it comes to sex ed either. And I knew that much at 19. He's correct on this. The adult in the panel organization has more responsibility than the 16-year-old. Oh, 100%. 100%. The adult is the responsibility of the adult to do the right thing, right? Of course, it's always the responsibility of the adult. Like he is 100% spot on.
Sounds like a pedophile dating panel or something like that. Which, like, by the way, yeah, like for all the best pedophile dating panels, y'all know where to go. Tomfoolery show, thumbs ups. Let's go. Everybody subscribe for the best pedophile dating show on YouTube. Hell yeah. Let's go. Nobody does it better.
Mm-hmm.
Back when Tom was innocent, yeah. P dating panel, oof. Yeah. Well, so that's what I start thinking. I'm like, there could be like some implications against me being on this thing. And I'm about to come out with a video, like talking about grooming, talking about like inappropriate scenarios for younger children and like all of this stuff. This is not good. This is not good for me to be here. Thankfully, I was the one who stopped it. I was the one who called it out. But right after I called it out, my heart starts pounding, wondering like, what could the possible implications from this be? Like, how badly is this going to ruin something that I put hundreds of hours of effort into?
I don't think this is going to ruin anything. Like, I'm just like this. In this case, you just did the right thing. Like, you spoke up. You said it should be done, and that's that. You know, I don't think it has any bearing on anything. It shouldn't anyway.
Like, yeah, it was just I was super stressed in that moment. Now, how you shut it down and how the whole anti-pedophile side reacted, you guys were all safe. You say that these freaking lefties are still out here acting like I was part of this, and like I was in on it somehow, and like there's people saying stuff. I see
Wait, lefties? Why lefties? What? This is interesting. All these freaking lefties? Wait. Okay. The hunt for the lefties begins. It's always the evil lefties, isn't it? I'm an evil lefty, and I just say you did the right thing. Like, what's going on? What's up?
Twitter, I see them on their Twitch shows. I see
those lefties
saying this ridiculous stuff. I get sent like Discord messages all the time. There's people still out there acting like I'm doing like something.
And they are all lefties. You say for some reason. Every single one of them is a lefty, right? What's okay?
Wrong here. Like, I was the one who screwed up. Tons of people in Chud's chat were saying this stuff, saying that I could sniff out a 16-year-old from 100 yards away and
Chud is not a Chud is not a lefty. Neither is his like chat. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're gonna put a pin in this because the main event is starting. The panel is starting. So we are pausing this and we're gonna check in on the trans genocide panel. There we go. We are pausing the Tom thing. We're gonna continue it after. Let's see.
Face a high amount of violence and excommunication. From
Who are these people?
We are not an
Who are the guests?
genocidal group.
Where are the nameplates?
Because we will continue to be born into future generations. The actual definition that I think meets this a little bit better is cultural genocide, at least for the current climate. I think that in that vein, we have a real responsibility to document our struggles, document our normal lives and our happiness, and know that other people will see that and will eventually swing to the side of, okay, these are just normal people.
Genocide is only when total eradication of a population and nobody will be born in the future?
I think that cultural genocide is being attempted.
That's nonsense.
I don't know that it's been entirely successful. And
that's nonsense because
entirely successful.
What? Okay.
All right. Let's have Alexander go next.
I know this person.
You're muted.
This person muted.
Shit, I'm muted. Okay, so sorry,
this
I forget. I always put it on push to talk
Rose
so that I can
Mullet.
make
I
snide
know
comments.
Rose Mullet debated so many people.
To my chat. Sorry, I'm joking. No, so I'm Luxander. You can find me at luxander.net. I stream on YouTube, but that's my website. I believe that we are experiencing what you would describe as a genocide. I typically appeal to the UN definition because I actually think that that's a fairly conservative definition. But if you look at a number of different definitions, like beyond that, you could like most certainly, if you expand beyond the UN, yes, for sure. At what stage are we at? Let me. I just had this pulled up on my computer here. The 10 stages of genocide. I think we are. So we're certainly at the point where property is being expropriated. I think, in the sense that.
I remember the
it's not
debate
necessarily
about
uncommon to see stories of like trans people having their bank accounts frozen because they don't sound like the correct gender over the phone. We saw the same thing happening to the finances of Jewish people pre World War II, I think it was. So yeah, like I think it's fair to say that we're right around stage 7, where like or perhaps stage 8, just depending on where you're looking at. You know, Texas recently tried to.
Can you change the title, Karasu?
From their Department of Revenue about gender changes on driver's licenses, like, and it was discussed during the Florida recent change to the way that they approach this for youth, where they wanted to curate lists of trans people in both of these occasions. And I think that that's a very clear indication that we're quite deep in this process, according to the Holocaust Day Memorial Trust. That's typically what I appeal to, is the 10 stages of genocide outlined by Gregory H. Stanton. And I will stop there.
I will see. It's an occasion to see if like a mod can change titles.
Yeah, I'm Powerbond Politics. He, him. I go by Oliver, so you can just call me that if it's shorter than the whole mouthful of a name. I don't believe there's a trans genocide happening in America right now. I think it's always possible for any minority to be genocided at some point in the future. And I will absolutely agree that trans people should be bracing themselves for a rise in hate crimes. However, I think this trans genocide discourse is a perfect example of people trying to eradicate nuance for the sake of
I think this is also right-wing,
emotionally manipulative language that really does nothing but cause inflammatory discourse and waste time, and offer some people the opportunity to sit in complacency and do nothing about it, as it A, instills a strong sense of hopelessness, and B, externalizes any responsibility we may have as trans people by making us look like victims that can only be freed of oppression in the like if the rest of society acts on our behalf. in order for me to believe that there would be a trans genocide happening, I think I would need to see a more streamlined anti-trans narrative. I think right now we have too much of a mixture of like some progressive-ish people that might be gender critical or whatever they call them. And I think I would need to see more polarization as well. So you're either with trans people or you're against them, and that's it. There would not be any room for nuance or anything
I
whatsoever.
think I
Those
know
are
this
two things
person
that I
as
would need
well.
to
I
see
think
in
this
order
person
for,
is
me to consider
conservative
closer
leaning at
to a
least, right?
genocide.
I think this person is might be a transmed. I'm not sure.
And let's
Power
go
bottom
with
politics. I
Rose.
think I know this person. I didn't
Hey,
wanna.
so first of all, I just Googled the word genocide, and the first thing that came up was the deliberate killing of a large group of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. Obviously, there's going to be some people who argue that it's in the steps or in the phases, but even if that were true, I think it's bad optically, but I'll get to that. First of all, I think that if you are trying to say that a genocide is happening, that would imply that the Republicans or whoever the transphobic bigots of the society are trying to murder us. And I believe that even if Nick Fuentes or the most extreme alt-right person you can think of, J.K. Rowling, like anyone gets power, they're not going to want to lock us in camps and murder us all. Like, obviously, they're trying to take our rights away. These transphobic bills are absolutely a terrible thing that's happening. But I feel like when you use the term genocide to describe what's going on, you're losing touch with reality. And like I said, you're going to take any random norm.
If you're gonna check it out, you should watch it through me,
And when they
okay?
hear you say
Watch
that,
it through me.
ignore everything else you're saying. They're going to be like, oh, I can discard this. When there's actually real things going on. There's real transphobic bills being passed that we need to focus on. And I think it's a big problem. But when you frame it like this, no one's going to pay attention. And so that's what I worry about when it comes to
this is
And
ridiculous.
please don't get me wrong. If there was a real genocide, I would be the first person to be against it. I'd be the first person to advocate for it. Because if there was a genocide, then I'd be going in there too. And I don't want that. I just don't think that is a thing that's happening. And if you can convince me that it is, then that's great. I just personally don't think so.
This is incorrect.
All right, let's go.
Oh boy.
Do you prefer to go by Brother Malcolm or Sergeant Peppers?
What a start.
Goddammit Malcolm is all of my social media. I just
What a
like to confuse
beginning.
people.
Nobody agreed to come to this panel.
Wonderful. I'm Goddammit Malcolm. I'm a trans guy. I stream trans stuff from like a trans masculine perspective because there's like 3 of us. So I try and capitalize on that and use my minority oppression points to capitalize.
Ah,
on that
good
market.
point, Emma.
I think as far as trans genocide is concerned, I think that it's a little bit more like muddy than a yes or no answer to a question. I think that there are certain criteria of the 10 stages of genocide that are applicable in certain states. And I think that there are some that are not necessarily in chronological order. Like, for example, if I'm looking at this list, I don't think that we really hit the idea of symbolization because, like, yeah, we kind of identify ourselves with, trans symbolism, but I don't think that the government is like, hey, we're going to stamp,
Who is
you know,
this?
little
I think
trans
this
flag on your
person is
passport,
not.
so, we know that
is
you're
okay.
trans. I guess you could
Ooh,
argue
I
that the
can
act-
get that one later. I just want to say we'll talk about that later.
Shut the fuck
Don't
up.
interrupt.
No, I'm just kidding.
Don't
I love it.
Jesus.
The only thing that I can think of that can be like comparable to that would be like an X on a gender marker, like a passport or anything like that. But that's opt-in, so I think that gets a little bit hairy. I think overall, there's probably like 5 out of 10 that I would accept that would be classified as happening, but only in certain states. I'm pretty
So that's
careful when I use the
still.
term genocide because it is really Holocaust-esque and it invokes like a certain level of severity and seriousness that I
mean,
don't think that we've
this.
quite approached yet, but I think that if unchecked, we will rapidly approach and probably approach and cross that threshold a lot sooner than we think. And that's
So we are in a genocide then.
And last but
Okay.
not least, Sonia.
Hello. So I think that it could be argued that there is a genocide going on in certain states. There are enough qualifiers to say that.
Okay.
And in certain red states in particular, as well as in England. But overall, I would say it's something that there's still a lot of, you could split a lot of hairs on it.
Yeah, we are again ending up the
enough
philosophical issue of
information
trying to understand
really
the
put it in a
philosophical
definitive, it is a genocide
to
in a way
understand
that
the
would
process of
be
genocide
convincing to a large
by
number
taking
of people.
snapshots solely.
And one of the problems that I find with this discourse that's currently going on is it is
Yeah.
effectively
Are we
trying
there
to
yet?
hinge
Yeah.
everything on the
We are in the
semantics
process. It's a
of whether or
process,
not we
right?
should use one
We are
particular word to
already
describe
in the
what's going on
process.
with
That's
us.
the problem.
And it's being used or utilized or weaponized as sort of like a political
Like we want to
who is a good person and who is a bad person. If
We
you
want
agree that it's a
to
genocide,
prevent,
if you don't
right?
agree that it's a genocide, you're a
Didn't said it in the debate earlier that I reacted to. We want to debate.
it's lacking in any kind of
Like, we want to do prevention.
lacking in any kind of nuance, and it is creating this sort of unnecessary division. A lot of the people
Like, if you go too much into nuance, then it can
agree that all of these conditions
prohibit us from doing any
and
prevention.
need to be addressed immediately. So it doesn't mean anything about whether or not your views are correct if you
Exactly, it's a
disagree with the word
process.
genocide to describe this. And so that's sort of the position I'm taking, is that really it doesn't matter what we call
Exactly.
it. What matters is whether or not
And the
we
point,
can call out these individual issues that we're
the
facing
point is,
and get
oh,
attention
there
on
we
them
go.
and focus addressing those issues. And I'd like to also remind everybody here that there's none of us here have the ability to authoritatively state correctly that it is a genocide. Like, there's no
The point is to prevent the worst from happening, right?
person versus layperson here.
Not
So
correct labeling of
as
things.
the other person. And so that's why I think it's really important to focus on the issues and not sit there and try to decide, okay, are we using the correct word to describe this situation?
Based.
Denying. Oh, sorry.
Will, you're muted,
We
bud.
can't hear you. Will.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, if we just understand the snapshots, we're bound to react only when the worst already happened. Exactly. And that is the biggest worry, isn't it? We are not there yet. Yeah, exactly. This is the biggest
I'm
worry.
curious what his take is on it, because he does a lot of research on genocide. He has
Who is the
I
moderator?
don't actually need to describe your title. Why don't you just say it for us?
Hi, I go by Denying History. You guys can call me Brennan or Denying, either one shorthand for you guys.
Okay,
I
who are you?
do a lot of like research into mostly genocide denial or forms of negationism of genocides.
Okay.
My background is I have a PhD, for example, in East European history, so
Cool.
I do research into the Holocaust and other genocides like the Holodomor that existed in that period. But like kind of
No, I'm really wondering what his take on the Holodomor is.
something is genocide or is not genocide depends on whether or not you're employing a legal or sociological definition. For example, it has its origins with the legal background, with Lemkin proposing it back in 1943 and being published in 44. And then also,
Nice.
from then on, it became the legal definition that exists now in 48 with the UN definition. And then we now see sociological definitions that have been proposed, ranging from anywhere between genocide means total killing of everyone of a specific social group or social category as membership is defined, or it could be anything from, say, biological destruction through preventing births or cultural destruction of groups. So we should probably be like mostly focusing on coming to some like agreement in terms of like what type of genocide's going on first, and come to consensus on that type of rhetoric before like we'd say if there is or is not a trans genocide.
All right.
Lux, I think you should start us off here. Let's try to avoid a dog pile, because I think Lux might technically be the most solid person here that thinks that there is a genocide going on.
After
So
Lux
let's-
goes, can I go? Because I want to dogpile against my own team.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Don't worry, Lux.
I might want to look at it.
Take your side.
I might want to check
I'm
that
glad
out,
that's how it
actually.
works. Okay, so do you just want me to lay out my case?
Yeah.
Okay, so my case on this basically is that, so I think that it's really important to acknowledge that, like, you know, for example, as Denying just said, like there are some people who define genocide as like the total and complete eradication of a group. If that's our definition, no one has ever even attempted a no one has successfully done that. Like, I don't think. Maybe you could consider the destruction of the Neanderthals like a genocide, because we managed to successfully get all of them out of here, except in the case of like a sort of interbreeding with them. So I think that that's a really high bar. And so if I think, again, I usually
Yeah, we have Neanderthal DNA in us.
conservative
Remember that.
definition, and it includes specific language about attempts to reduce membership of the group, like just because
Or subjugate even.
easily emergent in the sense that gay people and trans people, like you know, there's not an identifiable genetic component to it or whatever, like we're going to continue to happen in the world, like still attempts to reduce numbers in the group. If you know that mental health outcomes
Or even not just reduce the numbers, to erase the visibility of the group altogether.
Adults, like I don't know if anybody has been paying attention this week, pre-filings have been happening all over the country where up to the age of 21, up to the age of 26, like there are limitations on the rights of adults to seek gender affirming care. And I think even if you, just looking at the fact of how that shit happens, sorry, I'm going to curse sometimes, it's just casual, part of my language. If you just look at that, those are materially things that are attempting to restrict numbers in the group. And some people will say, well, you need to have intent. Okay, you need, like, in order for there to be a genocide, there needs to be an intent. Well, I think that's pretty easy to demonstrate as well, because if you explicitly have the position that, like, oh, we should watch and wait with these teenagers because if they get to the age of 18, if we just have them go through puberty, maybe this is just a phase. Maybe it will resolve. Maybe they will just be cis. You're kind of explicitly stating that your goal is for that person to not be trans. And if that's your policy position, then your goal is for fewer people to be trans. And I think that that is it's an exterminationist position at the very minimum. I understand that people have like their definitional quibbles about the word genocide specifically. Like, it is exterminationist policies. They are deliberately trying to reduce the number of people existing within the groups. And I guess I just want to really quick, because goddammit, Malcolm mentioned it, like I'm able to demonstrate all of the 10 stages of genocide, but with the symbolism thing, like if you prevent people from being able to do puberty blockers, you're making it so that they can't pass. You're making it so that they're marked as trans permanently forever, like with tens of thousands of dollars to repair the damage. And some of that's not even fixable. Like certain bone structures are not fixable. Birth certificates, like restrictions on changing birth certificates are another thing. But like, that's kind of my broad basis there.
Alexander, I know that
Can I
you're
go
smarter
after
than that.
Malcolm?
There's no way.
I want to go
Can I go
Malcolm,
after
and then I have a
Malcolm?
question. Let's do Malcolm, and then I actually have a question for Johnny Scarlet, and then you can go next, Rose.
And I'd like to go after PB.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm okay.
Wait, did I skip you, PB? I'm sorry.
You did, yes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go Malcolm, PB, Johnny Scarlet, Rose, Sonia.
Okay. As far as the
I'll be right back.
symbolization is concerned, like symbolization is like when there is a symbol that is used to identify this group outside of other people. If you accept that symbolization means that, which it literally does, you can't say that just not going on puberty blockers is symbolic enough to demonstrate like atypical phenotypical features that are associated with male or femaleness to be that discerning symbol. It would have to be something like a trans flag that was stamped on our IDs. We would have to have something that would denote that our assigned sex at birth was this, that, or the other thing. It's
They have attempted that.
They have, but it hasn't been passed, and that's a big part of it, right? If everything
It's not a big part. If they attempted it, then they will try it again. So we are already in the process, right?
I agree that all of these bills are bad, and they're definitely something to raise an eyebrow at and say, this is pretty fucked up. If this passes...
It's not just a matter of raising an eyebrow. You need to prevent it. Raising an eyebrow is not enough. You need to prevent.
Where they are located, right? So in red states, this is going to be a lot more like relevant and true versus like blue states like California or Washington, where it's like, yeah, maybe some crazy dude proposed a bill that we should put like, you know.
We shouldn't be raising eyebrows. We should be doing something to prevent it.
You can say that that's alarmist. It is, but to say that it's on the same level as something that's being passed like in Indiana or Florida or anything like that is just, it's bonkers. I'm gonna dogpile my side a little bit because I feel like we're gonna dogpile Luxander really hard. So I'm gonna put on my other hat really quick and just say that from our side, quote unquote, excuse me, I'm so sorry. From the side of people that are like wanting to be a little bit more cautious with rhetoric, I don't disagree that there is like genocidal like predilections to this, but I try to be really careful and couch my language pretty significantly.
Like, this is bad because being careful is what leads to
fucking Google genocide like the second
things being too late.
Have a position on if there's a genocide or a genocide not happening. That's embarrassing, and I don't want to be ideologically grouped in with people that are that misinformed on this issue or that uninformed on this issue. And then I'm also going to come for you, Johnny. Don't think that you're safe up there. In your opening statement, you said that it's impossible to genocide trans people because there will be future generations. can you give me an example of a genocide that is not legitimate in your opinion, where there was no genocide because there were future generations of those people? Like, do you think the Jews weren't completely genocided, or they weren't genocided at all because Jews can be ethnically Jewish or religiously Jewish? Or could you explain that to me, because that didn't make any fucking sense?
You know, I had not thought of it from the ethnically or religiously Jewish perspective. I think that's very interesting. However, I am saying that we are going to continue to be born into future generations, and in the essence of cultural genocide, were that to happen, I think that those future generations
Also, keep in mind,
coming out,
you
preventing them having.
can convert into being Jewish, so.
Is the word queer okay here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Please do.
Sweet. Okay. Preventing from having a queer culture, I think that is more of the issue that would be really specific to this particular situation.
For sure. I'm not gonna cut anybody off, but it sounds like you're conflating like extinction of like a group of people versus genocide, and those aren't really like equal. But sorry, I'm done now. I'm done being mean. Sorry.
I was just, Lux, I was mainly going to ask you, and sorry, this is my first panel ever, so I've forgotten some of your points, but one thing that stuck out to me that you said was about the medical discrimination. I'll definitely agree that the medical discrimination for trans people can be like a little bit worrying. Like Malcolm said, like some of the fact that a lot of the bills have not passed is definitely like I hope. As far as some of the like I guess more details and stuff, I know that like Black people have also complained about medical discrimination at some points. What distinguishes trans people?
One of the two dominant party in this country pushing such symbolic marking, and he's saying it's not yet relevant. Exactly.
What makes that?
It's not important that it didn't pass.
What makes us like potential for genocide versus not them?
Lux, answer in like 1 minute, okay? But then I want to move on.
My answer to that is the United States is actively engaged in
Like
genocide.
if they tried it once, they would try it again. And we have to prevent it, not just raise eyebrows.
That group specifically, there are, I think, just consistent policy attempts to reduce, like, it's not just literally reducing the numbers of their groups. Also, is another part of the definition that I want to highlight is that it's also just creating conditions that are unlivable. So, like, if you create conditions where they're forced to commit crimes in order to survive because they're underemployed, like because there aren't any, like whatever, like it's a number of different facets. Black people have gone into this in depth or whatever, but like, I think that it's clear if you like using the same like itinerary, like definition that I use for genocide for trans people. Yeah. The United States actively is trying to suppress the number of Black people, or at least suppress like their quality of life to such a degree that they don't have opportunities and they're never able to like grow out. Like, I think that there is a certain amount of like deliberate policy population control toward them, like
right,
Native Americans, like both.
You would need to have some intent in there, right? Though, because like you know, you can pass laws that systemically discriminate against somebody without the intent of like trying to eradicate them. It might be like a byproduct or something, right? So you would have to like be able to ascribe intent to the like reducing of the number of Black people in this country as well, right?
I mean, do you need it caught on tape, or is like enough decades of consistent policy
exactly
that,
I think
like,
for the current
that there is like drive behind those?
It's like over 400 bills.
I think for the current day, you would definitely need to see some intent. Obviously, systemic discrimination could come from historical standpoints.
So 400 bills still do not show intent?
Again, like, I mean, a big part of genocide is the intent part. So in order to call it a genocide versus just systemic discrimination, you would have to tell me what is different between how trans people are being medically discriminated against versus Black people. Or if you want to call them both genocide without intent.
Alrighty. Johnny Scarlett, I would like you to go, this was, Malcolm kind of brought it up, kind of stole my thunder here, but I kind of want you to go more in depth on this idea of we aren't genocidable. Can you go more in depth?
This is ridiculous. What do you mean we're not genocidable?
The idea that we haven't existed for pretty much the entirety of modern humans is not supported We've obviously seen other.
It's like saying Jewish people are not genocidable because more people can convert after the genocide and become the new Jewish people. This is nonsense. Like,
However, I would say that it's been happening. It's been a thing in Western culture pretty much the entire time the West has existed, that we have been put under some sort of suppression. And so to compare that to what's happening right now, which is a much quicker, more intentional form of suppression, I think is, which I think it was intentional before, but I think it was like the echoes of other older societies. So I think that we will continue to be born is pretty much, it is what it sounds like. We'll continue to be born, whether or not we're able to have a queer culture, whether or not we're able to come out and to exist as we are, that's the question.
like the same could be said about many other groups.
All right, well, thank you. First of all, I want to address what Malcolm said. I mentioned that definition because it's what the vast majority of people hear when they use the word genocide, and that was a quick way of expressing that, but okay. I'm not a fan of the personal attacks. I think we're having a nice, productive conversation here. I think, first of all, I want to also address, I think, what Lux said about the hormone law being passed, like not letting kids transition. I want to say this because, like, I transitioned at 14 years old, right? For trans women especially, it's important to transition at those ages, and I'm living proof that those are good things. That being said, I still think it's dishonest to call that a genocide. Something can be bad without us using extreme buzzwords to try to exaggerate an action.
Genocide is not a buzzword.
Have genocidal intent. In their eyes, they think they're protecting children from what they see as irreversible harm. Now, obviously, they're wrong, and those bans will only lead to trans people being hurt, but it doesn't mean that they want to, like, get rid of us or say trans people. I'm sure there's some people out there.
It literally does.
Trans people, but they don't want to see us being killed, right? And also, I watched Lux's video a few weeks ago. Now, it's not fresh in my mind. Something about like the 10 short steps to trans extermination. And I remember seeing 2 of those steps and thinking like, wait a second. Okay, that's kind of a reach. I don't think we're quite there. I think it was 5 and 7, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay, can you
yeah,
give...
That's where I'm going to stop.
Yeah, please stop.
All right, Sonia.
Yeah, so there were a few things I want to touch on, but we've kind of moved past them. So instead, what I'm going to focus on is bring up something that I would like to see if we could kind of all address a bit and talk about. One of the things that I think is important to take note of is that the vast majority of these anti-trans bills do not pass. And I think that's a really important sign because it's right now we're in the spotlight. So we're a very popular subject right now. And we are starting to actualize our independence and our rights, which is really important. This is something that was also experienced in the years leading up to the civil rights, or during the civil rights movement. There was a backlash as well, and what you found was that the backlash was because of the fact that people were actualizing their rights and their independence, and that's sort of a good sign in many ways that we're out there, we're being noticed for being out there, we're being noticed for actualizing our rights and our independence, and there's some pushback. The pendulum swing is trying to swing back on us. But guess what? Overall, at least here in the US, we are winning, even in the red states. So the vast
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
Have passed,
like,
unfortunately, particularly in Texas and Florida.
They keep trying. 400 bills. More worse and worse bills are being passed.
There's been significant progress, and it continues moving in a positive direction. So that's a really important thing to recognize, and I think that we should talk about that more, and we should basically capitalize.
I'm not even sure if I agree with that.
If we
people from the US write in the chat if they agree with this?
And start saying that, there's a genocide against us. We're almost like dismissing the positive and dismissing the momentum and dismissing our ability to capitalize.
I think the momentum is actually pretty bad right now.
I think we could do a lot of good with. Does anybody else agree with that?
I'm not sure I do.
I think that actually boils into kind of our next question a little bit. Do we think that calling the trans genocide, or do we think that calling the systemic discrimination that everybody's facing a genocide, do we think that's helpful for passing pro-trans legislation?
Yeah.
The sentiment?
Yeah, it is because it gives a sense of urgency.
think so.
No.
And
I think overall it would.
I think it makes people want to
Yeah, I think
prevent
overall
it.
It would just turn into a semantical debate again, and there would not be a lot of productivity there. I think it's actually way easier in a way, or not easier, but more productive to focus on the individual issues, the individual instances of oppression that we have to deal with.
How can you deal with on?
If we
No, that's.
We can more.
How can you deal with the individual if they are
If we try
spammed? You cannot individually focus on 400 bills.
to address, it doesn't describe things to call out and to take action on.
If you just try to focus on the individual thing, you will be overwhelmed.
And I don't think
And things will just keep getting passed sooner or later.
fight over that word. I don't think it's going to get us the momentum that we think we're going to get. And I think we
Like if you try to stop every single individual thing, like on this individual level, then thing will just slip by, and more negative bills will pass. And not that many bills have to pass for things to become significantly worse.
I honestly don't really know, like, how I feel about this question or like the answer to it. I think
You know?
that Zonia is right in
We don't need that many bills to pass for things to get significantly worse.
focusing on the
That's the problem.
at hand. And something that I worry about with the language of genocide, like I kind of said a little bit earlier, is it's very Holocaust-esque. And I feel like that invokes such a very specific reaction in people. And if that reaction isn't reflected in their perception of what's really happening, it's kind of like, oh, they're just full of shit, and then they walk away and they don't care. And it kind of turns out into like a boy who cried wolf kind of situation, you know, where if it does get to the point where they do have like our little summer vacation camps that are going to be not very fun, it's like, well, yeah, but you guys said it was genocide when they just said that they didn't want to, you know, allow, you know, puberty blockers for people under 13. Like, it's not really a genocide now. It's just like, it's just summer camp, guys. Like, calm down. I think that that can be an issue. Like, I'm kind of looking right down the middle and I see like the utility of saying like using alarmist rhetoric can help kind of that back push, like that quote unquote blue wave that might help damper a lot of this legislation. But I don't think genocide is the word that's going to do that. I think it's only going to cause like the boy who cried wolf syndrome, and then just the way that it invokes such a very specific type of crime. I don't think that most people are going to really resonate with that, and I don't think it's going to do really what we want it to. But yeah,
Like, people don't really.
Rosemary.
Yeah, don't let it get to that point.
I didn't have much to say. I just don't think they're ever really going to put us in camps. I think if they ever did, I think even like the most extreme conservatives would kind of question and be like, okay, that's a bit weird. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like Rose Mullet is just saying, of course, ridiculous things.
All right. Power bottom. Politics.
I think the transgenocide discourse. First of all, I don't know how. I don't go outside a whole lot. I go to work and I come home. I don't know how big that discourse is in, like, you know, actual trans activist spaces where they're actually doing stuff, you know, where they're like pushing against legislation and stuff. I don't know how many of them actually buy into this idea. So I know that it's more of like an online thing in the first place. So I don't know if right now the impact of...
Wait, you just said you don't know. How do you know it's an online thing if you just said you never go out?
It's a bit frustrating that...
How do you know?
There's such a rift happening where it's like... I guess in some way I just see it as like a bit of a waste of time, where it's like, you know, any of our energy that we could be putting towards proving that it is a genocide, we could be putting towards preventing it from getting past stage 4, if we are even at stage 4. You know what I mean? We don't need to be necessarily talking about it. I know that's ironic coming from me who's on a panel about this, but I think in general, our energies would be better used focusing on preventing it from getting any worse than it possibly already is.
Well, how can you prevent something you don't agree is happening?
Hateful language and that kind of stuff coming.
What are you preventing?
When it comes to trans people, I just think that we should be spending more of our time talking about solutions and less of our time talking about tone policing people. And
Those things are not mutually exclusive.
Exactly. So some people
You can do both of these things.
The situation, I don't know. That's just how I feel about
That's
it.
ridiculous. Those are not exclusive things.
So the question is using the word genocide rhetorically effective for changing the law? Is that the question?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not necessarily like clinging to the idea that the word genocide is like the most rhetorically effective thing for changing the law. Like, the word literally just does definitionally apply. And like, so to me, when I say
Yeah,
something is like a genocidal
exactly.
intent or whatever, like I'm not necessarily doing that in order to be rhetorically inflammatory. Like if the definition, if the shoe fits, like I'm sorry if it makes you feel bad, but that is what's happening. Like, you know, if you like a question that I guess I would like to, a couple questions that I would like to put to the panel, since this seems to be kind of the sticking points that I'm kind of finding here is like, first of all, how can we demonstrate intent? If you
Nice.
say that there is not sufficient evidence for intent, then I would like
Lux
you
is
to
our hero, I guess, for this panel.
suss out intent. And
Heroine.
also, is there a different word to describe
Alexander is our
to
hero.
reduce
Heroine.
numbers of a group and create conditions of life which are unlivable for them, which cause suicides, which cause significant worse mental health outcomes? If you would prefer to use the term exterminationalist policy, I think that I could be convinced by that argument. If you just think that the average person is just going to be turned off by the word genocide, but it, you know, frankly, like if the definition, like again, if you just look at the more conservative definitions of intent to reduce numbers in the group, actions taken to reduce numbers in the group.
True.
And
Alexander is spitting facts.
effect that they have.
We have a good advocate in this
The laws
panel.
overall not passing is an indication that things are not bad. Do you know that in Texas and in Florida, when they restricted access to trans kids having medical care, they went outside the legal like system of the democratic legal system. They used executive powers to declare that this was not effective medical care. Like this is fascism. They don't care about going through the routine ways of doing this. They're gonna do it however, regardless of the effect.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
If I cut in on that real quick. So Lux, you said that you admitted that you weren't sure that it was the most rhetorically effective word for getting support to pass laws, right? Do you
That's a game of rhetoric.
Want to use a certain word to invoke alarm would be for effectiveness of gaining support for pushing things in a positive direction, right? So
more like prevention.
Does that matter to you? Do you care about the effectiveness of rallying support to push against anti-trans legislation and anti-trans executive power?
So I don't think that legislation is that is certainly a concern, and perhaps amongst primary concerns, but it's certainly not my only concern. Like I think that because of the way that the legal system has been stolen from any real democratic input, like I think it's very clear if you look at the gerrymandering across this country, the stacking of courts, like, there's no real, I don't really think that there is a way to fight legally against this. Like, yes, continue voting for sure, keep doing that. Contact your legislators. I contacted my senator this week when I realized that my home state passed or has introduced pre-filed a law restricting access to trans care for kids or up to the age of 25 or 21. That's still important, but like, frankly, like we just need more people aware of what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And mutual support,
that
right?
There could be, I guess, better rhetorical ways.
Awareness is very important. And prevention.
Despite the fact that the definition of genocide is being word applies, which I just happen to think that it does. Like it's just a matter of fact to me. I could see myself adapting politically for the purpose of like if on the ground people will get on our side more and they won't like turn off their brains or something.
Alexander
I could be persuaded on that. I just think that the word
Alexander is right.
applies.
So my problem with that argument though is that so there's a couple things here. Like you want to have a word that invokes alarm, an appropriate level of alarm, to get attention on something, so that attention matters. The whole point is to get attention on the issues and find some way to address them. And you're saying that there's no way to affect the anti-trans legislation and anti-trans executive power, right? At least within the system, but in some way you want to draw attention to this. Now, firmly disagree with you. I think we still have a lot of democratic process that still works, especially like here where I am in California. We absolutely have had a very positive swing as for pro LGBTQ rights.
Yeah, looks is critical. Like I don't that like there's a very important element that is not being discussed here. People being aware of what's going on so that they can calmly choose what to do until, till they still can move to a better state. Like maybe even move out of the country if things go too far.
What
Right?
I would want to ask you is like, what is the point? Like, how do you rally support?
It's not just about rallying support. It's about being able to react to what's going on. It's about being aware of your options, right? You can leave the dangerous state. You can move to a different country. If you're aware of what's going on, you have options.
From supporting that word being applied to us.
If you're just unaware, you might one day wake up when it's too late.
How do you like?
It's a big problem.
Or at least get observation of these issues and raise alarm. How do you do that? Like,
Do you agree with me on this, or am I being unreasonable?
I'm asking, like, you seem to want to do that for some kind of reason, but you want to use a word that maybe you personally think fits the definition, but a lot of people would disagree with you, and that would be a sticking point for them on whether or not they recognize the level of alarm that you want them to recognize because of that word. So how do you get that support when you're using such a divisive word?
I would first like to say that I really don't think that Republicans
What is
in the
this
great state of
echo?
California feel very well represented. I have seen them talking about it.
What happened to the
I, as a
audio?
Democrat in Kansas, am not very well represented, and that might be a reason why so many people like you and I go to California. So I don't really think that California is a great representation of like the success of democracy. So if you like people who think that the word genocidal is divisive,
Thanks
like
for fixing
what's
the
my
audio.
way of dealing with the fact that that's rhetorically supposedly ineffective? I demonstrated it. I could make the same video that I made a couple months ago, like Rose referenced. I made a video going over the 10 stages of genocide as represented by Gregory H. Stanton's research, and I have more examples of all of the stages. Like, and
I mean,
like,
to be
so
one of your examples of similar
What's with the audio?
Steve Crowder doing a stereotype. That's not the same thing as like Jews wearing like stars of David on their shirts. You know, like I mean, there's some things that could probably be said about that video. So,
It's not a one-to-one, but it's still a process of genocide.
Sure.
So,
you were breaking up a
Lux,
little bit.
30
So like,
30 seconds, and then I want to.
it's important for people to be informed for several reasons.
Like,
my bad.
You're good. You're good. So there are multiple ways that symbolism applies here. Not only making it impossible for people to pass because they're restricted from puberty blockers, but making it so that they have to sterilize themselves in order to change their birth certificate. Like the fact that you have to produce your birth certificate for certain things, and the fact that you will be marked as trans because you can't change it, or you have to sterilize yourself. Like that's two different aspects of genocide right there. Like that's marking you and reducing like potential membership.
But what you say is important. People directly affected by anti-trans stuff should be fully aware to protect themselves and move as you. Yeah, exactly. It's important to know your options. Of course.
In a certain way, like, and then call that
Yeah.
symbolization. Black people are not symbolized.
It's like what my grandfather told me years ago. Politics may be boring, but if you're not aware of what's going on, you might one day awake in a world that is really hostile against you, and you might just realize it far too late.
Because you could say
So you do need to be informed about what's going on.
Symbolization law because they went to synagogues, or because they said I am Jewish when they ask what faith do you practice, right? Or what are you ethnically? Oh, I'm Jewish. But they're self-selecting for that. That is worlds apart from somebody saying this is your symbol, you have to wear it so I can identify you. Those are two totally different things. They're not even the same world.
And again, just because they didn't pass doesn't mean that there haven't been laws introduced introducing the concept that you can change the gender on your birth certificate, but you can change your sex. Like attempts are genocide. Like that is what it is.
Attempts are not genocide. No,
Right,
definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, we are in the middle of the process. What do you mean? Like your solution is raising eyebrows when we should be doing really aggressive preventative measures.
Cool. I'm bad at interrupting.
Yeah, it's important.
I do agree with Zona
Like-
and PB on this idea that
We cannot just raise eyebrows at attempts like that. We have to do very hard preventative measure to make sure that it won't be tried again, that it won't ever pass.
a lot of
Like, this is really silly to see really dangerous law being attempted and for your solution to be, we should raise eyebrows. Like, this is really ridiculous.
in my life to understand me and to want to vote in the
Right?
favor of people like
What do you think?
the positive for us as a group, and this is going to sound really preachy, but we have to let the positive affect us in a way that it shows, in a way that lets us live our lives in a semi-normal way. We have a lot of evidence on this panel, and I think that Lux has made a really compelling argument for the stages of genocide applying to certain states in America. However, I don't necessarily think that this is going to pass in a way with all of the positive representation that's going on. I have a lot of hope. I have a lot of hope that this is going to be something that is a swing in the direction of we are reacting. Like all of this negative attention, all of this negative legislative attention is very reactionary. And I have a lot of hope that in the coming decades, this will swing back the other way and swing into a good middle ground wherein we are within acceptability and we have the ability to not necessarily have to cling to something like the word genocide in order to make our statements known. Yeah, that's pretty much what I got right now.
Rosemary.
All right. Well, so first of all, when it comes to not
Oh,
letting
no.
people change their birth certificates or something like that, to what you said, these are laws that I feel like are outdated, and I think that they should be changed. But this
Okay.
was like something that was like the case long time ago. I don't think you can really make the argument that this is something new or something that refers to like symbols and stuff. Nothing that I really heard from that feels like symbols to me. I mean,
Genocide is not when something's new.
like the Nazi Germany and stuff, that was like a thing. But I don't see people like flying symbols about their hatred for trans people. So I mean, maybe it does exist. I just haven't seen it. But when it comes to the current state of trans issues, I think we're in this really weird place. It's obviously true that there are more pro-trans people now than there have been at any other point in history, and I think that's a great thing. We'll see that go up over time.
That's great because Weimar Republic was very progressive as well.
Positive experiences. But at the same time,
So that's not an argument.
anti-trans people than there are right now. I've seen it. You know, I transitioned back in 2014, and it was just a bunch of people who didn't know what it was, kind of thought it was a bit weird, but they didn't care. They
How
didn't
old
see
are
lives
you?
around it. You didn't see people on the media talking about it. They moved on with their lives. So, I mean, there's good and bad.
You're
to it. I
18?
think we're just in a weird part of culture. I think we're going to get past this. I think
Aren't you a bit young?
positive over time. But with this exposure and people finding out what being trans actually is, you're having a bunch of people who really don't like the idea and are spreading hate towards it. I think the propaganda is a problem. So that's just my opinion about the state we're in currently.
Okay.
Rosemary, really quickly before we move on, what propaganda are you talking about?
When it comes to propaganda, I mean, like, for instance, like people, like mostly on the right, but people in general, kind of saying like trans people are like invading your bathrooms. They're coming after your children. They're essentially trying to make us seem like we're predators or shit, something like that. Or this whole idea that it's like a social contagion of being trans. I mean, there's just so many things I've just heard over the years of trans people being a threat. And this is why this is a huge issue that you need to care about and why we need to stop these trans people from getting their rights because it's dangerous for society or something like that. I mean, other people could probably explain it better. But yeah.
Malcolm.
So I think I'm just kind of like reiterating what I said earlier. I think something that's important for me anyway to be mindful of when we're talking about like the escalating trend of trans people being targeted by legislation or or being targeted by discrimination, et cetera, is that genocide is such a loaded fucking word. It's like if you are talking to a vegan and they say, well, the animal holocaust is happening right now, your brain literally just turns off. It powers down completely. You don't hear anything else they have to say because you're like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. It's definitely not like the Holocaust. Even if they could make a pretty good argument that maybe it is similar to the Holocaust. It's such a trigger word. It is such a buzz.
Genocide does not need to be one-to-one with the Holocaust in order to be genocide.
Immediate L. And I think that
So that's what I'm just going to open up
Sonia
with.
that brought it up is that dying on the semantics hill is kind of what's killing this
Genocide does not equal the Holocaust,
but
okay?
literally like
Not every genocide is like the
we're seeing the
Holocaust.
snowballing effect of like
Genocide is not a synonym of the word Holocaust.
what it's funneling down to is like us arguing with each other about is genocide an appropriate word. And so I like that Luxander is willing to fall on the sword and say like, well, I would accept like other definitions that are also extremist or also alarmist, because I think that this demands a certain level of alarm, which I agree with to an extent in red states. But I think that dying on the hill of genocide,
And keep in mind,
and it's the last thing that we should be doing.
Malcolm said that his solution to bad laws being proposed and fading is to raise our eyebrows. So,
I'm trying to think about is just.
So I heard that one red state head or whatever, I'm not American, rejected veto the transport
Actually doing shit.
ban.
Local direct action, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
On good grounds, he was amazing.
Yeah,
And the
both
Red Party
combination of
pushed to
direct
change this
action
veto.
as well as like just grassroots. There's a lot of attention we can bring to a lot of these bills that come up.
Like,
there are multiple websites.
the point is not to use the right word. The point is to treat it with the urgency that it deserves. And for everybody to be informed. For everyone to... There are two things that we want out of this, right? Yeah, Holocaust is a genocide, but not every genocide is a Holocaust.
Yeah, you can look at
And that makes sense, right?
I've actually covered it on my streams multiple times before.
Exactly, Karasu. Exactly. Yeah, we are on one mind about this.
Organizations like here where I live, we've got an LGBTQ organization here in my town, and when these kinds of things come up, they are looking for people to help bring the word out, to get attention to it, to spread it around, share it on social media, share it to your relatives that are in the state, share it around, and as well as to go and protest
Like,
these things.
there are two major things that we want from this. One, we want all people affected by this to be informed and know their options. And two, we want to treat this with the urgency that it deserves, right? When people attempt to pass laws that are harmful, we cannot just raise our eyebrows. We have to be active and try to make sure that laws like this never pass.
Representatives are corrupt. The reality is,
Right?
if their constituents are angry with them and call them up and fill up their emails and such, they will cave to the constituents eventually.
Does that make sense, what I'm saying here? Does it make sense?
Know what the representatives are doing and are aware of it. And you can also
Am I making sense to you?
the anti-trans propaganda that comes along with those bills, because there's a lot of money circulating that are paying for ads and such to fearmonger about trans
It's actually not
and to
just a semantic thing.
trans bills. So the more
It's not. It's not just a discussion about language, believe it or not.
going on with these bills and talk to people about it and encourage them to go and act on it, the more we can push back against that.
It might seem like it, but it is actually not.
Fearmonger about us as well.
Malcolm.
I think that like local direct action and helping individual trans people is going to be probably the most beneficial, like in our little community of trans people, right? So making sure that people have access to hormones, to medical intervention, stuff like that. If somebody's in a state where they're considering banning this, maybe like start troubleshooting with them, put them in contact with people that can help them either leave the state or get access to this kind of stuff while they're in that state, kind of flying under the radar. I think that would be one.
Well, how can you talk about this if you don't agree about
From my perspective, I
the
think that
thing
humanizing
happening?
ourselves to people that don't like us is something that's really powerful as well. As somebody who has like a ton of conservative family who grew up with very conservative people, like incredibly conservative people, something that goes a really long way way in kind of reaching across the aisle and getting even like the most hardcore conservative people to kind of humanize and see trans people as not like this, you know, hypothetical boogeyman that's waiting in the bathroom to attack their wives and children. Is just kind of humanizing yourself to these people and making sure that like in real life you're building these connections. It's pretty hard to do online, you know, when all we do is like cuss each other out and tell each other to unalive each other.
It's great, but
you know, it's very
it
easy to
kind
say
of sounds like
but in real life, if you're able to build those bridges, those connections are
sounds
invaluable.
like
That is how you change people's minds and opinions and perspectives on trans people in America.
that's great, but that doesn't
Plan
matter.
rally and be like, "What's up, guys? I'm trans and I'm actually
Like-
pretty cool." Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like in your local communities, in your local, you know, if you go to the bar and there's like some dude in a Trump hat and you're, you know, you strike up a conversation, he's just sitting there and it's
That's
like,
great, but those sort of things will not affect the people that push legislation.
No way.
Like, it's great to do that, but it's not related to the topic at all.
bad people's perceptions are of trans people. And doing that and humanizing yourself is so important. I would say that that's probably one
In
of the
Texas, doing that, you might be legally charged, though.
Rose.
Like, building individual connection has nothing to do with the topic.
Anti-trans laws and to get
I'm
people
gonna
to
be
care.
quite
One
blunt.
thing that I think is really important.
It's
and
great to build individual connections. It has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
I forget the percentage, but it was a
Hence, they closed down trans care programs in hospitals because medical therapy might face of criminal charges. True, exactly.
accept them because it's human.
Like, it's really amazing to build individual connections and international, like,
real people we're talking about.
you know,
So when most people see trans people, they
relationships, but
and what do they see?
it has nothing to do with the topic. Let's be quite honest about that.
I don't want to say specifically, but like extreme stuff that to the average person is kind
Like,
of crazy.
they're really conflating different topics here. We need to do cross-state cooperation to build up railroads to escape from worse states. True, exactly. And sometimes you actually might need to build up international connections as well.
People who want to take those people.
And that is done by being alarmist, quote unquote. Yeah, exactly.
They want to make that the image of trans
People need to know what options they have and have to build options, right? And also and build cross-state or even cross-country online connections. Yeah.
People like that representing trans people. I think a lot of people are going to be like, oh, yeah, I see that.
Like, I'm sorry, but convincing your local MAGA hatter that you're great and building a great relationship with them will not stop legislators from doing their bigoted thing.
No, totally.
It will not.
What do you think are some effective ways that we could pass pro-trans legislation or just increase pro-trans sentiment? Like what? Because clearly what I'm hearing from the
Pro-trans sentiment and pro-trans legislation are two different topics.
Not really effective at doing what we want to actually have happen. So
They're not related.
It's like, what do you guys think are some good options that we could do?
Alexandra has already pointed out that executive action has been used to pass certain laws.
I would definitely argue that
So general
action is definitely like one of the best ways to
views on trans people were not taken into account.
my mind when I
Befriending a MAGA hatter from the local pub did not help.
right now, and I
Yeah,
feel like
people do need to be aware of the dangers.
in that direction.
Exactly.
Answers for that, which personally I
You
don't
need to
really
be informed
say social media
of what's
people might
going
say,
on.
Like, oh, it's Gen Z and it's just the way it is. I don't know. I think local action
You're absolutely correct. Absolutely right.
state level is really, really beneficial for the reason that I just mentioned, and also because people like me, we often don't have a whole lot of time to go out and do extra stuff and extra activism. I think that those are like things that we need to consider when we say that local action is the best route to go. I still think it is. I also agree with the aspect of humanizing yourself for people who might not disagree. This is one reason why I think we should really take advantage of the fact that this discourse is not really as polarized as it could be. There are still
As
plenty
I
of
said about even state representatives with veto rights had been not enough to stop anti-trans legislation because Rep Party had been turned that over. Yeah, exactly. Like
there is more of a gradient on that matter.
befriending your local MAGA hatter, as great as it might seem, it won't change things.
Black and white for a lot of people. Right now, the fact that people are more
Yeah, you're right, Insomnia Noir.
and they're more willing to talk to like some trans people
Yeah,
and stuff. I think
that is why I encourage you to, if you want to check it out through this stream.
echo chambers to try and reach
You
new
know?
audiences and new people to have those discussions, whether online or in real life. I don't know if that answers the question, but yeah.
I think that's fine. Luxander.
Okay.
I mean, like, I really appreciate.
Yeah, Alexander is the
there
best.
is a growing number of people who support trans people. Like, that's great. The material reality is that this country is ruled by a Christo-fascist minority, which has introduced a national "Don't Say Gay" bill that includes
Thank
things
you.
like we will take
Thank you.
that do gender affirming care. Like literally, like if this law passes, and who the fuck knows if it will. I mean, probably not with the veto, I guess. They don't have the majority required. Like, they're going to keep trying, and they're going to probably get a Republican president again relatively soon. Like, I just don't know how to be effective legally speaking. And that, like, I don't know.
Thank you, Alexander.
Like, my primary concern, like, changing people's minds.
I don't know, Insomnia Noir. I have no clue. Who considers Rose Mullet a viable interlocutor?
I don't think anybody.
She has not said much thus far.
Directly earlier, like, if you think the word genocide is too charged, like, but I can demonstrate that the state is enacting or at least attempting to enact policies, and not just attempting to enact policies, but extrajudiciously, that's not the right word, but like going outside of the legislative process, using executive powers to enact their laws when the laws fail to pass through the legislative body. Like, I don't know that that's like the most worthy consideration for our time to be spending. Like, yeah, vote. Keep doing that. Try it out. See if, like, I mean, we've been doing that for a while. I'm not sure.
I mean, try, but let's be honest about the situation, right?
Other ways that we
Alexander is great.
I just am focused more on like we should be calling things as they are.
Alexander is really saving this panel, let's be honest.
Soften our language when the
without Alexander, this panel would have been a disaster.
To result in deaths. Like, it's just very clear.
Okay.
So, there's a problem I see, though.
Hold on, Sonia. I can't have Johnny Scarlet get cut out for like another 20 minutes like we did last time. So let's have Johnny go.
I agree with Johnny Scarlet that we should be positive as well. We can do both. I think we can do both, and I want to acknowledge, I really appreciate your point on that. We should be acknowledging the strides that we've made, but I also think that this is a very scary time.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was all. I just want to say.
Me?
Yeah, just go ahead and I'll say my piece after.
Yeah, so so I would say, like, Lux, multiple people here have stated that, like, voting isn't what they're talking about. They're talking about direct action. They're talking about, protesting, pushing back against legislators, calling legislators, harassing them to let them know. Don't.
Yeah, Lux is on point. There are little bias being more on its.
Voting. Like, a lot of people kind of boil
so
voting. Happens at certain intervals, right? Voting is like.
Lux uses its pronouns
as a citizen of a democracy.
Yeah.
Right. There's so much more to it than voting. Voting is a tiny.
Lux uses its pronouns.
So
yeah, that's like I was being like be careful of the pronouns because Will here did not think of putting on screen names and pronouns.
Hey, fuck you, asshole! Don't vote on this thing.
Like,
you report to me, motherfucker. I pay your fucking bill, your tax. I pay taxes.
Like, I wanted to for a second to use she, her, but I stopped myself. You know.
Fucking table. You listen to me, motherfucker. Don't vote on this shit. Call them, harass them, email them, show up at their offices. Fuck with their free time. Fuck with their peace of mind. There's so much more.
Why can't Will do the bare minimum and at least put the pronouns on the
so
screen?
This whole thing of like boiling everything down to voting is like this ridiculous thing that both like more sort of the anti-establishment types do as well as the pro-establishment types do. They're like, voting is so important.
Yeah, true. Lux is
but
base.
It's still a fraction of what you do when you are.
It is pronouns, yeah.
And so I think that's a really important thing to pay attention to and to call out. And I get that you're kind of signaling toward, well, the system is broken and it's authoritarian and we can't do much about it, so we need to go outside of the system, without saying we need to go outside of the system. I get that. But
that's not exactly what
to
it's saying, to be honest.
and admit failure of the system and say that there's no hope with it at all, and that we should never do anything within the system and we should just go exclusively outside the system.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
There's a mix of things that we can do within the system and along your road outside the system, obviously. Right? I would hope you would agree that there's...
That is what Alexander said. But
using vote as shorthand, like I wanted to highlight that I myself just emailed my
yeah, exactly.
this week. Like I have
like nobody said that only outside the system, right?
Operating within the system.
Like
I just don't see the.
It's just we have to understand our situation.
It just doesn't seem like we're getting very far. Especially like it just seems like the conditions are worsening, and it's not just the political, like literally the laws. Like that's the other aspect of this that I don't think anybody has acknowledged so far is the stochastic terrorism aspect, where a bunch of gay and trans people like got shot in a nightclub very recently, and the response to that from the conservatives was a very resounding, "You deserved it, you fucking groomers." Like it's not just the laws. When we're talking about genocidal intent toward our people, we're talking about on the ground deaths, people dying on the sidewalk because the Salvation Army wouldn't let them sleep with the women. Like this has been ongoing for years.
So I got two things to say real quick. I posted in panel chat.
Wow.
That, there's a testimony of an organization.
Maybe I should get a talk with Alexander
130,000 letters
on stream.
sent, which I don't want to.
We should get Alexander as
but basically they sent 130,000
as a
comments
guest
to be
on
submitted to the U.S.
stream
Department
somehow.
of Health and Human Services, condemning a proposal made by Donald Trump, reinterpreting the Affordable Care Act's non-discrimination provisions.
Maybe it's
for
time
people. This
for
slowed
us to
down the
talk.
rulemaking process, and on August 17th,
Very
one
cool
day before the
person.
rule change was going in effect, a federal judge blocked the rule. So there is proof there. Granted, with my research, this is the only link I was able to find. Well, this is the only link I did find that shows that there is hope that you can create change within the system. Second of all,
And the Nazis lost the election twice in a row.
sorry,
Like,
you said something that I was going to respond to, and it's currently slipping my mind, so I apologize about that, but I'll try and get to it when I
Pull it up.
remember.
I'm gonna
Sorry about that.
I'm gonna have Johnny
Can we-
Scarlet go.
Can we just get a quick confirmation though with Lux, because I felt like you kind of dodged that one. So you're saying the system has completely failed. There's no point in utilizing the system at all. All actions should be outside the system. Because I was asking if you agreed that there's a mix of those. Like there's plenty of things within the system that we can do to affect that change. But what you said at the end almost sounded like, even though yes, you contacted your representative, you almost basically said at the end, it doesn't matter anyway because it doesn't affect anything. So I felt like you kind of dodged that one.
Sorry, I think that. I feel like I may have communicated very ineffectively because you've come away with the opposite of what I intended to convey, which is that like I don't think that you should stop voting or contacting your representatives or accosting them at diners. That's that's like a good thing to do. I just also.
that's not enough.
I really.
There you go. That's the best way to put
Our
it.
struggle to the civil rights struggle is like gauche. Like realistically, how many years have Black people been trying to get the government to stop killing their people on the street, Judge Dredd style, and yet it's still happening. Like how much observable history needs to continue in this system before we
True.
acknowledge that
Things are not good.
I just don't think that if truly the overall sentiment across our country is overwhelmingly trans positive or queer positive or whatever, like that's really not being reflected by our government. Do you think that the positive sentiment amongst the populace is being accurately reflected by our
really well.
I don't think a few legislations is enough. I don't think a few anti-trans legislations is enough.
Few.
How many laws need to be introduced before it's a problem?
Well, I think
a few. 400. Over 400. What do you mean a few?
here in
in every
California.
example, it's going to be
Yeah.
Over 400.
So that's the problem. You can't say across the country.
A few hundred just last year.
For interrupting you twice, Johnny. I really apologize. I just really wanted to kind of firm that one up.
It's okay.
What do you mean just a
Something
few?
that I've been struggling with personally and that I would like to do more advocacy for is the fact that I've been trying to get on testosterone for approximately 2 years. I live in Louisiana. Most of my chatters know that, so not doxing myself or anything. But
Okay.
as far as I can tell, the sentiment in Louisiana is not widely political. It is something that has more to do with the attitude of actual healthcare providers. This is a
Well, it's a system, right? It's not just.
for me personally, because I don't just consider myself non-binary. I consider myself non-binary trans. I would like
Mask.
to transition into a more masculine body.
I mean, non-binary people who are trans.
Would like to have more of a discourse with more healthcare providers and help them become more educated, not just about how to treat trans patients when and if they come up, but how to actually know that someone is serious about this and to take them seriously. I'm not entirely sure how to do that. This is something that it's a journey I'm going to be on for a little while now, and I have considered moving outside the state in order to rectify it for myself. But that
Right.
doesn't change anything on the grassroots arena. And I want to echo Malcolm there, like the ability to actually change the real tangible lives of trans people and queer people is primarily grassroots. It involves how the ordinary people treat us, not just how our senators treat us.
What I'm curious about is if we use the term genocide, does it really, at the end of the day, change our praxis? Because to me, I guess what I'm kind of hearing, I guess from Luxander, is that if we're in the state of a genocide, that means that there are different actions that maybe we can take versus if we're not in the middle of a genocide.
Right.
Is that
I think
true?
it changes. I don't think it changes a lot of praxis to use a specific word. If we're all
That's quite a lie, actually.
the experience that we are actually going through, the inability to get health care and the inability to get mental health care, the actual pathway to changing that doesn't really, it's not affected by the semantics, in my opinion.
Like, if I say trans people are currently undergoing a genocide right now, does that, what actions am I allowed to take to now stop the trans genocide?
Yeah, do I finally get to choose?
Loner box argumentation, I see.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, it
I
totally
don't think
depends
it
on if you
does.
actually believe it or if you're LARPing about it.
Yeah,
it
like
demands a certain level of action, I think, where if the words that we use like are semantic and important at the same time. And I think it's really interesting because for a really long time we were all kind of, at least as people on the left, I assume that everybody here is like somewhat on the left, the idea of kind of using different language to describe certain kinds of oppression that people face, like for example racism versus systemic racism versus microaggressions. Like all of these really specific words are really important to be able to identify what the issue is that we're attacking. Because if somebody is like a card carrying KKK member, that's going to elevate like my response to them being racist versus if it's like a 90-year-old grandma who like, I don't know, was like, can I touch your hair, to somebody who's not white. These are going to require different responses, right? I'm not going to like axe kick the grandma in the face. And so I think if we're talking about trans genocide, the way that we talk about it is going to be really relevant in the words that we use. Like, I agree to the extent that like if we are being genocided, it doesn't matter what the fuck we call it. It's too late. We're already dead, right? But in the context of us being able to communicate this level of urgency to
No.
others, I think that
Prevention is the key.
in conveying our current situation to other people that demands a certain level of urgency. And I don't know if in every state we are at that level of urgency. I think in some states you could argue that we are, but I would not say that it's like a universal thing in America right now, at least.
So I know, like, what I would
I would-
say if, sorry, I know I've been dominating
Fireball next.
the
It's all good.
conversation.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Sonia.
So, okay, so this is what I would do if I felt that I could genuinely argue definitively that there's a genocide and that there was
All right.
overall just, it was pretty obvious that there's a genocide going on. This is what I would do. I would be going to places like Human Rights Watch and I would be petitioning them and saying, look, we need people to speak out to other countries and to the UN about this genocide being enacted by the US against the trans population. Because that's how the origin of the term genocide started. It was actually intended to be used as a goad against or toward other countries that are enacting or have enacted a genocide, to put pressure for countries or coalitions of countries to put pressure on another country who is genociding a people within its borders. And so the weight of that word motivates coalitions of countries
No.
and put pressure on another
It's correct. Incorrect.
say, for instance,
Never again is the
to get them to
after the Holocaust. That is the main slogan thing, right?
to the Uyghurs as a genocide. And so that's
It's not just to pressure those when it's happening, it's to prevent it.
individual countries and petition
It's
them
not just to stop a genocide that's happening,
genocide and that you should
right?
recognize it.
It's to prevent never again.
What China was doing.
It's not we will stop it next time. It's never again.
But many other countries did. So that's what these organizations do, and that's what I would do if I felt that I could truly argue that it is definitively a genocide.
We want to prevent,
human rights
not stop it as it's like in the middle of the worst case scenario.
Before our country representatives and before country coalitions.
Like, let's not wait for the worst thing to happen.
Recognize what the U.S. is doing as a genocide targeting us. That's what I would do.
Let's have Power Bottom go. I'm curious if who else on the panel has an opinion.
Please, let's not wait.
Everybody?
I see Rose raising her hand.
I'm begging.
Power Bottom go.
Yeah, I don't think the genocide rhetoric is very effective. I think we should also talk about how the government is able to restrict an individual's access to medical help is really scary, even for cis people. I don't think that you need to completely abandon the concerns regarding like
It is a both and probably, but
I think that
let's not forget, totally ignore the whole prevention thing,
you don't want the government overstepping boundaries.
Like, yeah, I agree that it's probably both, but people really ignore the prevention part, the never again part, right? People just, when they hear the word genocide, they right away go to, oh, so people are being mass murdered right now.
Medical decisions should pretty much be to make sure that the doctor doesn't take
Like, this is one of the big disconnects. Not understanding the prevention and
taking advantage of you in any way. I don't think that
not understanding that it's a process.
the government should have very much of a right to tell you what you can and can't do. The fact that they're trying to do that with some of this anti-trans legislation, I think would be a much more effective line of logic to try and get cis people on your side versus using alarmist rhetoric to try and get them to empathize with somebody that they probably don't even know or have never met in their life. If a genocide was happening right now, I would have very few boundaries regarding what to do about that. The thing that I'm always curious about, and I don't necessarily have an answer to this, is why aren't we doing anything about it? If there are people who think there's a genocide happening, and in situations where there have been genocides that have happened, why aren't people doing anything about it? And I feel like that would be a very interesting discussion to have as well.
I do want to pitch in on, I guess, like two aspects of this. Like,
okay,
the purpose of
let's
using
hear the
phrase
person
genocide,
that's
or again, like if
cool.
you want to back off of that specific word because of it's like people shutting down, like I think it's still important to acknowledge and drive home rhetorically that these policies are aimed at and have demonstrable intent toward reducing the number of trans people, and that they will hurt other groups. Like obviously, like the bathroom laws, like overwhelmingly trans women don't go into the
the
bathroom.
term is a prescriptive, preventative element that is definitely way more urgent than its historical implications. True, exactly.
like using the alarmist rhetoric does change the proportion of the response. And I specifically think that that's important because in the ramp up toward a genocide, there is a tendency toward complacency.
Right.
I've used this rhetoric multiple times. Like, Jewish people were pulled out of their homes because they still felt safe in their homes. And like, I also want to acknowledge that trans people were holocausted, literally. Like, we were holocausted during the Holocaust. So like, you can look at Nazi rhetoric about homosexuality and transsexuality and draw a literal straight line between
And also,
of
Jewish survivors warn us against things repeating. Do not be indifferent. I made a video about it, about a speech of Auschwitz survivor.
Biden has been put into office after Trump. There is an enormous amount of let's go back to brunch type rhetoric. And like, I think that that's dangerous. The moderate is dangerous. We all are familiar with MLK. The moderate is a danger to you. So I do think that, again, like, if we think that it's rhetorically like not effective, like, I am more on the side of just demonstrating the fact of the matter rather than trying to step down off of the actual danger of the situation and say like, oh, I guess I won't call it genocidal intent. I guess I'll just say they really want there to be no more trans people and they're doing everything they can legislatively and also egging on their constituents to use their Second Amendment rights to protect their kids from groomers.
Against this, since you're responding to me, if that's okay with you, Will.
Oh, I was trying to address the overall question that Will had put forward of like, what is the rhetorical use? And then like, I guess the second part of the question is like, what is acceptable to do? Like, is that correct? Is that, Will, what your question was? Like the two-parter of like, what
Lux is really
if there's a genocide,
doing well.
Like at that point, like I can't, for TOS reasons, like advocate specifically for a lot of things, like, because I mean, and for me, I'm disabled and I'm trans and I'm gonna just get the fuck out of here. Like I have a 16-year-old trans brother who lives in Missouri, which is taking a second pass at trying to make it illegal for him to access medical care. Like, because of the fact that I have to consider doing illegal actions in order to maintain his medical care, we have to get the fuck out. So like what the justifiable actions are against the type of people who are purporting, like who are supporting the genocidal intent. Like, I can't say that I would do anything against them. I can't say that I would. I think that my instinct is just to leave, and that's my answer to the two-parter.
I mean, that is what Jewish people did
We all agree that
in the 30s,
I would hope,
right?
I would pray, and I
Einstein left
that
Germany.
everybody here would say that nothing is off of the table. That if there was like an act of genocide happening right now, that it would be like fucking no holds barred. Like, we're gonna do whatever we have to do to make.
Einstein didn't just
and this was something that I had thought of earlier, but I just
Einstein left because he saw the writing on the wall.
rhetoric, Alexander, is that if we we agree,
He just
right,
didn't
if this
feel
was the
safe.
instance that we were at, we would all be on that level with you. I think the problem is that in stating that, a lot of that begs that we rise with you to your understanding of this, even if some of us don't agree with that, right? Because I think, again, we all agree that if it was genocide, it's like, yeah, like, let's burn it all down, like, fuck this place, whatever. But that requires us to elevate to your understanding, and I think that's where there's that disconnect, where it's like, people
Yeah,
like,
we have
being alarmist or,
exceeded intent.
invoking like the system.
You're right.
I think that's where that disconnect is, just from sitting from my little perch over here listening to you and Zonia talk about it. That's all.
Also, I don't think you can say alarmist rhetoric has done good and then also argue at the same time that not much has improved for trans people. At the same time, like, I also think, yeah, maybe alarmist rhetoric has had an impact, but probably in the opposite direction. I mean, in 2015, we saw a lot of alarmist rhetoric, and Donald Trump, greatly threatened trans people and a bunch of other minorities at the same time. So.
You were kind of breaking up a lot there. I just want to clarify that I don't think I said that, or at least if I did say I didn't
If this is keen to chat with Lux, his Discord server invite link is below. It's YouTube.
We are like in every instance in which a genocidal intent has occurred, like including in the Nazi Germany, we have not been even remotely alarmist enough. It's impossible to say whether the rhetoric has done good because we're not being alarmist enough in either case.
Yeah, I think we should probably why that is instead of just assuming that it's because we were not freaking out enough. But sorry, go ahead, Zonia.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think so you mentioned that if you can apply
where I don't see
genocide, that changes the proportion.
Can you link?
Response. And
Can you link it
you know,
here?
you've been saying there are
Emma.
things that you would like to say or could say that you can't say because of TOS issues, and I get that. But I think we all understand what you mean, right? Like I'm very much a Second Amendment person, right? Even here in liberal California. And I know exactly what I would do. You know, if people are trying to take away my livelihood, right? Obviously, I can't give specifics, TOS. But the problem I see is that there's sort of the problem is that a lot of what you say, it comes off as sort of like giving up, right? If you can't advocate for what you would do, the message that comes out in the clean
Can you link Luxander's
the
channel?
system is broken, it has failed, we just need to give up. There's nothing we can do to solve it. But we want this one magical word that somehow changes things. And there's a problem with that. That doesn't really.
It's not about a magical word. It's about calling things
Kansas
how they are. It's about calling it what it is.
Kansas, like leaving is a luxury in a way, right? Fleeing a state is actually a luxury that a lot of people just don't have.
Yeah, and this is why it's important to create. This is why it's important to know what's going on and to create networks of support. This is why.
To solve this problem, and I don't think we're at the point
of networks of support are the
to like, you know, resorting to banditry, you know, and everybody pulling
banditry,
bandit, you know, camps and stuff like that. I don't think that's realistic. I think that's kind of a cartoonish look at the whole thing.
Yeah, it is cartoonish. Thank you.
Comes off that way when you don't have anything to offer that is some kind of other prescription to address these issues.
Thank you.
So
becoming a refugee is not the luxury position. Like, I just want to be clear that when I'm making these calculations,
moving is a luxury. Absolutely, moving is a luxury that a lot of people don't have.
Selling everything you own to escape persecution in your home country is not a luxury. Like that. Like when I say, like
when I'm killed there, but
if you think people could just pack up and leave, they can't.
That is why we need networks of support. Okay?
Houses and move. We all know what he's talking about there.
That is why you need networks of support. That is why we need to discuss how serious this is.
On their back, and that's all. Like that's the situation that
so-called alarmist rhetoric got me kicked out of band for advocating for trans rights and protecting trans people.
To Ireland because your mom has citizenship
This tells me a lot when alarmist rhetoric police more than the anti-trans rhetoric.
Happening in this country. When we're talking about grassroots, like I agree.
Emma, can you DM it to me on Discord?
Actually make change. How about the GoFundMes of families who are fleeing persecution in their home states where their children are threatened to be taken away?
Or on the Discord, Google
where there are now sanctuary laws. Like, yeah, it's not every single state, but it is like a problem happening within the entire country. Like there are sanctuary states for United States refugees within the United States already today as we speak.
I would absolutely welcome you here and everybody else here, but the reality is, even though you may make it out, there are a lot of people who won't make it out. There are a lot of people, there are disabled people who have difficulty just getting up and moving. I'm physically disabled. I have difficulty living.
So, yeah, that's why I will repeat it like a broken clock. We need networks of support, right?
It can't just be flee the red states.
It's not every person for themselves. We need to be in this together. That is the point. That is the point of making people realize how serious this is, to build networks. That is one very important aspect of it. Carasso has also talked about it. We need to get to know people. We need to discuss this among ourselves. We need to create networks of help.
There has to be another option,
right?
The problem is that the way that I see you presenting them, these seem like very overly simplistic answers to complicated problems, and I think there are on-the-ground solutions that we could do to resolve issues and ease the oppression in those states, as opposed to just coming up with this unrealistic everybody leave the state right now solution that didn't even work for the slaves originally, only worked for a fraction of them. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're
respond, but then I want to see if Johnny Scarlet or Rose would like to get in. Go for Lux.
there are a number of different approaches to take to this problem. When you are a member of a persecuted minority, I don't think that it's necessarily our responsibility to take it upon ourselves to try to fix things. Like, yeah, we should be doing those things. Like, even if I leave this country, I'm still going to vote in the presidential elections. Like, I'm still going to be paying taxes to this country. And like, my thing is like, okay, yeah, there do need to be a plethora of different approaches. I don't see anyone else on this panel like proposing like a range of different options. Like I'm the only one who's saying like leaving is probably a good idea even, you know, like I obviously, like, I acknowledge that there are a number of different things that we could be doing. Like, as myself, a physically and mentally disabled trans person with, you know, vulnerable younger family members, like, I would love it if I could do more actual grassroots action. You know, I would love it if owning a gun wasn't a personal danger to me.
You can make people act if you warn them, and being alarmist
in positions where
to force cross-state country, side nation, side networks.
Like I won't go to
yeah, Zonia is being stupid in her take. Exactly.
And I won't go to a gay club because the risk of dying
Like,
is
we need
enough
to
that I'm, like,
be in this together. We're not just a bunch of individuals, right?
I have like a
The point is to create
responses are informed by
real networks, not just
and awareness. Like
talk about it.
I will not
The
be
point
caught
is
flipping.
to
That's how I personally
create,
feel. I will
like,
not be
to
caught
go from discussion into
if they come for
action,
me dragging me out of my
right?
bed, at least I will have known that I stayed too long. Like, at least I will have known the day before that that was a possibility.
I know, like, for here in some of the stuff that I've done work with, not specifically for the LGBTQ community, but sometimes with the LGBTQ community as well, we have groups that get together that do mutual aid. We have volunteer doctors to assist on their time off and such.
There you
There are
go.
people who go out of their way to spend time to provide their expertise and provide healthcare, provide medicines and stuff like that. Those are things that can be done. NGOs can get involved as well. There's a lot of different things that can be done to help ameliorate and lessen the conditions that trans people face in certain states. So we don't just have to throw our hands up and say, everybody leave the state now, and whoever's left behind, fuck you. We don't have to do that. And it's a very and again, I would say it's too much of a, you know, let's just give up kind of answer, and it's unrealistic. We need to do something to address those issues in those states. Mutual aid is probably one of the best ways to do that.
Yeah, but
I would hope that you'd agree at least to some of that.
Mutual aid to what? Okay, Will, you were going to move us on.
exactly.
Yeah.
Mutual aid to what?
Charlotte or Rosemary, would you like to add on anything?
Exactly.
I've already lived in a state of
If you're just gonna make the issue seem not that big of a deal, then what is the
I already live
mutual aid in reaction to, right?
constantly hiding who I am. I have to go by my dead name at jobs.
Relying on the philanthropy is a band-aid and a very small one at that. Yeah.
Told myself, okay, I can't get on testosterone because
Like, we need to create real networks of, you know.
getting jobs because I introduced myself as Johnny or because I dressed.
You're right, Karasu.
That day and
You
they
are
had to
correct.
clock me. And I want to acknowledge that there's like a lot of people who will be in the position like I am where they can't just move out of a state and they'll have to go into a state of hiding the fact that they are trans, and that is in fact part of the cultural genocide that I was alluding to earlier. The idea that we can't have a queer culture, that we can't actively openly be queer, like that's it hits very close to home for me, I'll say.
All right. Can I?
Yep.
All right, so first of all, I just want to say my own personal experience, right? I live in Arizona. It's not the most progressive state in the country.
Oh, no.
And, you know, we're one of the few red cities in the big country. So, first of all, my experience is this. When I was younger, the big trans clinic I went to closed down. I had to take a flight to LA sometimes in order to get my blocker shot, right? Now, I understand a lot of people are not in the position where they can just buy a plane ticket to another state every 3 months. That's not something that a lot of people can do. And so, you know, it does suck. But the problem is that when you're talking about leaving, when you're talking about moving, this isn't something that's really feasible. And I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great idea if it's possible, but it's a big ask. I mean, you have a bunch of friends and family that live there, and you're just supposed to say goodbye to them. And like I said, places like California, the cost of living.
Like, this is really sad that people approach it as like we're just a bunch of individuals.
Like, hey, my
Like-
state's not trans supportive enough. Let's move to another state. And you know, maybe your parents have to find different.
This is why you create networks.
It's just when it comes to practicalities, there's just so many things to consider.
Yeah, if you're acting like as an individual, then sure.
I don't know. I don't know about this necessarily. I don't know if there was a genocide happening in a state, telling everybody that is currently undergoing the genocide to leave the state. Seems like a pretty big ask.
Yeah, it really sucks to have to give up your home because like your risk of having your children stolen from you by the state is so great. Like, it's like, I'm not saying it's cute, I'm not saying it's fun, I'm not saying it's good, I'm not excited, like, I'm not happy about it. Like, I have imagined owning a home in my home state, and I'm like, oh, you know what would be really great is to plant a bunch of native grasses there. And I was thinking about it recently, and I was like, if I ever buy a house, I would like, oh, if I planted those same grasses in that place, they wouldn't be native grasses. And it fucking sucked. Like, it was a horrible moment for me to have to recognize that if I wanted to build a life, it would have to be somewhere not where I grew up. Like, I didn't ever think that I was super attached to where I lived until the prospect came upon me that, like, I might have no choice but to leave because it's not safe for me and my family to be here.
I think
I
that
don't, like, I'm
definitely
not
sucks.
saying I
don't
want it
think
to be
that's
there.
The same thing as being rounded up into a camp, though, or being like exterminated by the state.
Is that
I
the
don't think
point that
those
it
are the
has to
same
be
thing.
at? Like, is that where
Exactly.
I'm sorry, like, a couple of times,
geno-
several
the
people on this panel
definition
have
of a genocide is the state or a terrorist group enacting violence with the intent of eradicating a group of people. I think
Yeah,
in order to be
and-
considered a genocide, you probably need to be getting eradicated for that to happen.
So
Moving
if
states
you
Not in. No, that is actually incorrect.
people to starve to death, is that not like a genocidal policy? Like, if you have
Exactly.
policies that make a
This is
certain group of people
ridiculous.
not have enough money to buy food, but you're not literally killing them, is that not like like, because part of the definition is creating unlivable circumstances for the group? Like, if
Yeah.
you cause suicides.
Like, you're embarrassing yourself
the
with
Native
that
Americans in
sort
this
of.
country were genocided in America?
Where the Native Americans genocided, you mean like the cultural genocide of that
No, like
happened?
were Native people genocided in this country?
I feel like
I'm
we're going to
asking
get
you
into
to
real
clarify.
sticky territory if we start asking that question.
Just a yes or no. Just a quick yes or no. That's all that you need, Alexander. Let me white knight for you.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Answer it. Answer
Don't
it.
answer it. Don't
Do
answer it.
Don't listen to Zonia. Listen to me.
As his attorney, I
I'm your brother.
advise
I'm your
him not
brother.
to answer.
Mhm.
Trans men unite. Trans men unite.
I'm
Answer my
sorry, I
question.
think that's a very vague and stupid fucking question. If you
All right.
That's vague.
Perfect time to cut out.
I see this is devolving into memes.
Do we think terms or phrases like ethnocide, cultural genocide, transcide, etc., do we feel like any of those have any value?
Devolving into memes, I see.
And if
Yeah.
so,
The answer is
what words
yes,
do you
of
like
course.
to use, and why do you like to use
The answer, of course, is yes.
Because genocide's a
And-
trigger word, and it sets
Yep, we're
everybody
gonna
off.
start with Malcolm.
The answer is,
the
of
only reason,
course,
though?
is yes.
Well, a big part of it, again, like I was talking about earlier, is that the reason that we have like specific words to like describe specific things is to communicate what we're experiencing clearly, so people can respond appropriately with the right amount of force, right? If I call 911 and I say somebody's murdering me right fucking now, and it's my mom taking away my
Force.
Xbox, the police are going to come in and kill my mom.
It's
That
a
level of response
process.
is not communicated. It is not.
The
effective
question
for
is
me
where
to
we
use
are
such,
in the
like,
process.
loaded language to get a response that I want, and we understand this with literally everything else. I don't know why everybody's brain turns off when we're talking about this. If we're talking about racism, individual interpersonal racism, systemic racism, systemic oppression, microaggressions, all of these things are going to be different. Even as trans people here, we all know that we don't all neatly fit under the label of trans. Like, I'm a trans man. I'm not the same as Zonia. I'm not the same as Rose. I like the word trans man. Do you guys like the word trans woman or whatever? Luxander likes the word non-binary. Johnny Scarlett likes the word non-binary, right? Like, these kinds of
What?
specifics in language provoke a certain response that we want. And the whole point of that is that we have a desired outcome that we want. And if our desired outcome outcome is for everybody to go fucking rogue and roam the streets with their trans painted fucking AR-15s just fucking murdering people because we want to trick everybody into thinking that we're being executed in the streets right now, that's going to be the outcome that we get, and it's going to backfire really fucking hard.
This is
Using language is to demand a specific response and conjure a specific image in people's mind. And
I don't even know how to react to this.
everybody thinks about Schindler's List. Everybody thinks about the Holocaust. Everybody thinks about, World War II, Nazi Germany. It's gone. It's done. We have to pick another word. We have to
No.
use a specific word
What?
because everybody's brains will just power down the second that we say it. And that's all.
That is
Why do we even need a word?
We have Johnny Scarlett.
that is a really bad argument.
I had not personally, and I realize this because I haven't been terminally online for the past year.
Spoken like the person that is from a country that has never actually undergone a Holocaust-like event.
Being somewhat of a queer elder in my
That was
community, I'm not
horrible.
that old, but we don't have a
It
lot
was
of open
horrible.
gay people out here. I address systemic oppression with the word systemic oppression. I address microaggression with the word micro.
That was not just bad, that was
And
horrible.
I don't really have a catch-all for all of these things. I think that it's been said pretty clearly on this panel up to this point that this is I think Zonia said it really perfectly a little while ago. This is a wide range of issues that are going on. So when I talk about my lack of access to medical care, I talk about medical care. Like, there's not a good catch-all word.
Rosemary.
Yeah, so I think using buzzwords like this can actually be harmful. I think we need a good example of that, right? Like, think about the words like critical race theory or patriarchy, right? You could use this exact same arguments. You could literally say, oh, this is what this is, and explain the concept to somebody without using those words, and they'll be a lot more receptive because they don't have that stigma attached to it. They don't have, people feeding in their ear, this thing is bad, or I should listen.
Like, people really ignore, oh, so anti-Semitism was solved in World War II, and then, well, I think we all know the answer to that.
In your corner.
That's a really long conversation.
To listen. Maybe they won't fully
Also,
maybe they won't fully
people really ignore the aspect of it being a process. When we say we are in the midst of a genocide, we don't mean people are being murdered on the street. What we mean is that we are heading headfast to the worst possible scenario, and we need to prevent it. That is what we mean.
I'd love to hear arguments against
We need to get informed. We need to know what our options are.
If I'm talking to an average normal person, how using this word is going to help me in any way. Like, how is that going to convince them? I just don't see it personally. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see it.
Have power bottom politics go.
Give me 1 second. I think the more terms that you use, the more complicated it gets for.
We had one expert of genocide who is not even in the panel. Yeah, he's not. The expert is not saying anything.
Into terms instead of just explaining them to people in regular language, it gets more difficult for them to follow along and take you seriously. If I were to go to somebody and talk to them about the cultural trans side of, like, the like marginalized non-binary groups of like different trans people and all that. Sorry, no shade at anybody. I'm just saying that, like, the more words that you use that are like, maybe they may be common in our spaces, but in the general population they're not very common. I think it just turns people off and makes them glaze over.
Let's have Zonia, and then we'll have Luxander go.
So I would say, why do we even have to handcuff ourselves to one word, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Think about just the fact that the representation of
Because it's accurate.
panel. We can't even all mutually agree on any one thing anywhere. It's not like we're a monolith. Just because that we happen to be trans doesn't mean we all suddenly fully.
Even during the Holocaust, most people were not murdered on the street. Exactly.
On what is affecting trans people, on what constitutes.
Hard to speak when you're bleeding from the ears. True.
Right? There's
Like,
so many disagreements, so many different views, so many different perspectives. We're a very colorful lot. So why would we even handcuff ourselves to one word? We're never going to have mutual agreement on any
Why
one
people
word. We're never
can't
going to have
agree that it's a
collective
process?
uniting behind one word. That's just not going to happen.
It's not about uniting behind one word. It's about understanding the severity of the situation, creating those networks, not just raising eyebrows.
Here is your word to explain your oppression, right? These things don't exist. So I would say, why don't we instead find ways to describe the individual issues that affect us?
It's not about individual issues. It's about the broader systems.
And some of us
This is why it's bad. This is why your prescription is bad.
So Luxander, answer.
Just focusing on individual issues does not work.
Something that I have consistently been hoping for in the course of this conversation is some concrete alternatives to describe the situation that we're dealing with. Like Malcolm dropped out. I wonder if his internet poo-pooed or something. No, he said he was going to need to drop out after a certain point. So Malcolm made this like, I think more than anyone else has made like an allusion to something we should be doing instead. Like what I'm hearing is a lot of no, you shouldn't say genocide from everybody on this panel, and not a lot of here's how we can accurately describe specifically the material conditions of death that we're experiencing in like a constructive way. Like I'm mostly not really hearing any alternatives even being proposed that I could potentially consider as alternatives to, and like again, I'm not intending to be alarmist. Like I do think that you should be alarmed with what the situation is as it's described. Like I've made the video. I can't go through it like point by point in this debate panel, like because this is not a TED Talk, but like I can demonstrate to you every single step up to step fucking 8 on like the genocide scale, and like again, like those things are not necessarily prescribed to happen in a certain order or anything, but I can demonstrate all of them, and no one has really offered an alternative. Like, yeah, like if you like again, if rhetorically you think that the word genocide is ineffective, even if it's 100% accurate, I would like to be able to at least consider some alternatives.
I would. So the problem I see is that you're basically trying to say that the word genocide somehow translates to the average person and tells them, oh, there are these anti-trans bills targeting trans people in Texas. Like that doesn't sound right. Like what Malcolm proposed is describe these things, like talk about these things. The word genocide doesn't describe those things. It doesn't.
But how can you keep describing individual things when you have 400 individual things thrown at you?
Don't even know what the word genocide means, other than they think of the Holocaust or like the Armenian genocide.
Is this for real?
Systematic slaughter.
Is this the level of the education in the US?
Doesn't translate to
where people don't know what genocide means.
Beyond, Holocaust. So why not describe, as Malcolm had elaborated, describe the actual issues? There are 30 anti-trans bills this year in this state right now, all being considered. Why don't we address those? There are anti-trans bathroom laws in Florida. Why don't we address that? Like that's what you can actually talk about are meaningful issues, as opposed to this weird magical word that the vast majority of lay people don't even know.
Not a magical word.
Well, so my question is, how do you describe? So you can say these are the bills that are happening, and it's really not great.
It's about a broader thing.
Need access to.
What, you want to tackle all 400 bills one by one?
Describe, like there's a conclusion, right? Like, because telling people what is happening is like, yeah, but like, what does that mean? What is that for? Why are you telling me? It's like if you're pitching this to someone, the like the meat of your essay is, here are all these things that are happening. Conclusion paragraph. Like, what I want to know is, how do you describe in totality the stochastic terrorism plus the anti-trans laws with the suicide rates and the interpersonal violence and stuff like that? Like, how do you propose to describe in totality that clump of events?
I got you.
Thank you.
Systemic discrimination. That's what it's
is
called.
that actually
Systemic
communicating
oppression.
the severity of the problem though?
No.
Like what I'm asking is
We have the
like
word
these
oppression.
are attempts to reduce numbers in the group. That is
Does
an
the
eradication attempt.
severity of the problem matter when you're trying to solve it?
Yes.
Is it not just a problem that should be solved along with the systemic discrimination of every other minority in this
You're
country?
the one talking about getting normies on board, my friend. Like, do you think that normies hear the word systemic oppression and think like, oh, people are
You were
dying?
asking for an alternative word. I gave you an alternative word. That's pretty much all I can say for that. If I'm talking to normies, I wouldn't be really having this conversation at all. I'd be trying to, get them to see me as a human being for the first place. So.
Can I?
Is it alright if I hop in for 1 second, Will?
Absolutely denying. What do you got to say
Okay.
there?
Flux, just as a proposition, one word that's been used, for example, from a model that was created by a social scientist named Michael Mann, he created it to describe like atrocities against ethnic groups. So his model isn't exactly, obviously a one-to-one parallel with trans people. But what he came up with was like there's different types of cleansings that exist and different types of violence that also exist among these. So depending on, for example, the intent you believe that Republicans take towards trans people, one model he came up with was institutional coercion that I think kind of exists currently against trans people. This obviously exists with, kind of taking away children from families that, for example, they're trying to transition. So if, for example, the goal is to get rid of all trans
My
people,
gosh.
he came up with cultural suppression. With the other one he came up with, where if you don't think the goal is exactly to eliminate a total number or something like this, it was just discrimination, right? These are just like two terms he came. We're trying to categorize types of institutional coercion that existed towards the elimination of a group. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I think where my issue is, like I thank you. I appreciate your expertise on this matter. First of all, I appreciate that you did include, at least toward the end there, the word elimination, like because that's kind of what I guess like what my sticking point is on like when I'm asking for different terms to describe what's happening. Systemic oppression is not. It's not. Like I'm looking for a synonym for genocide that accurately describes the severity of the situation. And so like eliminationalist policies, eradication policies.
Systemic discrimination like serious enough? Like I'd say that's pretty serious. Why are we downplaying systemic discrimination in favor of the word genocide?
As Malcolm, who I believe is the only POC who was on this panel, pointed out, like systemic oppression could refer to touching a black person's hair and also the black person getting shot in the street. Like there is like such a huge range of severity that is included in that phrase that it's not specific enough.
Yeah.
I don't think that touching a black person's hair in the street is systemic discrimination. That sounds like very individual discrimination.
Yeah.
But if you have
think
another
that you can touch another person without their permission, you have ownership over their body, it is inherently a racist thing to do. Like it's part of systemic oppression where white people feel like they have ownership over black people's bodies.
What do you think about calling it a crime against humanity?
Pretty sure systemic
sure.
discrimination requires like the system to be oppressing you, not somebody individually in the street touching your hair. Those seem like two different things.
Oh, so you're going to argue from the academic position and not from the materialist position? We're probably just not going to agree on that.
I'm trying to argue from the position of the definition of systemic discrimination, but
I mean, I'm a sociology enthusiast, so to me, like systemic means like you zoom in on the micro and you can zoom out to the macro. So like an individual racist interaction is part of systemic discrimination to me. So that's just might be a definitional conflict.
And what's the difference between individual and systemic discrimination?
What or was that a question of what's the difference?
I'm genuinely curious because I'm.
Oh, Stephen Fraser, I'm genuinely curious.
Major, if systemic discrimination involves.
I want to ask because I'm genuinely curious.
What's the point of having individual versus systemic discrimination?
Systemic. It's kind of like how rectangle and square, like systemic racism. Like maybe again, this is like maybe an academic definition. Like I just don't draw distinctions between the things that are happening on the large scale and the things that are happening at the small scale because I can see the ways in which they are inherently connected.
I can understand that, but I think that drawing some distinctions could actually help us find better definitions for what is going on. What is going on with trans people versus just lumping every bad thing that's ever happened under genocide or something similar, where it's like, you know, even if there's some the systemic discrimination happening to trans people, suddenly it's lumped under genocide instead of just refining the definition of systemic discrimination.
I did not say that every bad thing that's ever happened to trans people is part of a genocide.
I was trying to correct myself. I apologize for that. That is not the way I meant it to come out. I just mean that, like, I've seen multiple different arguments, and it just for a second my brain farted. My bad about that. But you get my underlying point.
I think that a government making policies that are attempting to create unlivable conditions for a group of people, and which results in the death of those people, is eliminationist. It's eradication. It's genocide.
It's genocide.
And I think
Plain and
that's happening to multiple different minorities. So
True, you're
tell me
right.
a difference
Yeah, it
between
is.
other minorities and this one, or are all
But there isn't a
minorities just being
difference.
genocided
No,
altogether? So
I have
everybody's
already
just being
said
genocided.
there are very specific groups that are being genocided. I
Yeah.
really
Specific groups
don't.
meaning like different minorities.
Yes, you asked me this question very specifically at the beginning, and I don't.
This is hard to watch. This is so disorganized of a panel, but I'm kind of glad it is, to be honest, given the one-sided positions
Native American
balance.
people are getting genocided.
Alexander is so great in this. I wanna
In every case.
I wanna talk to it on stream. I wanna arrange some sort of a discussion. This is worth doing. If anything's to come from this horrible panel,
and so that
like,
their
I want
population never
to
grows beyond a certain point. Like white people are
meet
scared
Alexander.
the
Seems like
quote-unquote white genocide, where like, oh, if
Wow.
we let in too many immigrants
Yeah.
and outbreed us,
I think that's a person that
people
is
succeed and
really
they outbreed us, then they'll do what to us what
great
they did
to
them.
talk
Like,
to.
yeah, the United States government on official policy is engaged in multiple
I
different
think that would be
targeted
great
attempts
to do.
reduce membership. Actually, like, and to be clear, I didn't mention migrants yet, but migrants, removal from families, put in cages with white families, 4. I count 4 at minimum active genocides that the United States government is currently engaged in. You ask me to tell you what the difference is, there isn't one.
Okay,
Yeah,
so before we continue,
demonstrating
problem
you know,
with
that's fine.
this.
before we continue, I am going to assume that the other 4 people on this panel do not agree with that. So how about I want us to kind of go around and maybe break that down a little bit. Like, if you agree that there are currently 4 active genocides in the United States, yeah, let's talk about that. Can we start with Carbottom, and then Zonia, and then Rose, and Johnny?
So what is denying's role here?
Definition.
Like, denying's not saying anything. What is the purpose of denying being here?
Definitions get used.
That's what is the purpose of the expert?
Genocide is a crime, much similar to other crimes that people get accused of sometimes on a more individual basis. I think that it is very important to be correct when you're accusing a country, state, etc., or a person individually of a crime in general. When we use the word genocide in order to describe the discrimination of every minority, I think we're really just watering down the term genocide and making it more difficult to identify actual genocides. I think that the systemic discrimination of Black people, Indigenous people, trans people, etc., are all serious. I think we should take it seriously. And I've said in my opening statements and throughout this conversation that I think that the systemic discrimination against minorities should be taken extremely seriously. I don't think that we need to emotionally manipulate people by misusing a word or accusing falsely a state or country of a crime in order to get people on our side.
Yeah.
That is typically not really worked that great for us, and also it just waters down the definition, makes it very difficult.
Yeah, how normalized it is to be genocidal at certain marginalized people. Exactly. This is why we. This is why we really.
Have a chance at getting people to take that seriously, because that used to also be
Exactly, it's not watering it down. It's accurate.
That's my opinion on that. Go to the next.
Like, this is ridiculous.
So, I largely agree with PB here. Like this.
We won't make things
the
less
problem with,
severe by
stretching the
using
definitions
less
of
severe
words. It's like,
words.
okay, how are you going to get anybody to take this seriously if the whole point is to sort of get alarm out there so people look at it and take it seriously, and then you say, oh, by the way, there's 4
Yeah,
active
exactly.
genocides going
On the
US.
Belarus-Polish border, people literally were
you're-
pushed
like
into
you're
death
ridiculous. They're not
Yeah,
by
because
being
they grew up in the
denied
United States
medical
being
help,
brainwashed.
by
Sorry.
being denied basic
Academics
things
will
like
look at you like
food,
you're being
water,
ridiculous.
shelter.
So just keep that in mind. It has nothing to
You
do
know,
with growing
in the
up in the United
cold,
States. The world
left
around,
to
people who
die,
are actually doing
trapped to
genocides
die.
outside of the U.S. are going to be like, "What the fuck are these privileged people talking about?"
You
Right?
know,
So you are not winning people over with this kind of thing. You're watering the whole definition down, and you are lowering
no, we're not.
that threshold
No,
of
we're not.
alarm. So people are going to stop taking it seriously. People are going to look at it like this is
You need to
ridiculous.
understand that
When
this is a
you're crying wolf
process.
at this point, right? You're going to become the person who cried
Oh
wolf,
my
the
God.
trans person who cried wolf.
Seriously?
So this is completely counterproductive. Now, if you wanted to have sort of like the philosophical discussion,
Guys,
in
people
sort of a
distributing water and food to refugees had been dispersed by red police.
do these things
Yeah,
fit the definition
in
of
Poland
genocide?
as
Sure,
well.
that's great. You could have that in a vacuum.
In
You could
Poland,
have that incubated conversation.
Poland,
But as soon as you start
people
trying to
were
take it out to the
arrested
rest
for
of the world
helping
and
refugees.
tell other people, by the way,
Arrested.
there's 4 active genocides going on in the U.S.
I
That's
will
not
look
gonna
it
make
up
any
for
sense
our
to them, and they're
material.
going to think you're kidding.
It's time to
They're
take
not going to
this
take
more
you seriously.
seriously.
So these are okay to kind of
It's time
spitball
to
with colleagues who will analyze
put
this
out
in a
more
similar
material
way,
about this.
but it doesn't fit when it steps outside of your little bubble and goes into the general
People are
world, the general
dying
population.
in
That's where it will
crossing.
fall flat, and that's
People
where
are
it's gonna
dying in
be
crossing the Chadja because they either face a slow death or a chance to able to touch UK's ground and try to claim asylum. Yeah, exactly.
America is currently undergoing a genocide and has been since they landed on our shores in 1619. I think that if you really like,
I just had the thought that it seems the technical definition for genocide is as inherently liberal framing that implies,
I think that you
oh,
could
it's not us doing
if you
this.
think that there is currently a trans genocide going, then I think that
Yeah.
you would have to assume
Like-
there is a genocide against black people currently.
Yeah.
In America.
Like, trying not to use the term is
and
watering it down,
This is a
to be
personal
honest.
tidbit, so I know I wasn't supposed to do that, but I would think that there is definitely, there has been an ongoing genocide, against black people in America for this entire time. It's the systemic discrimination that's been, that's led to the disparity between white people and African American people in America. It's huge. You can't deny it. So yeah, Jonas Scarlett, Rose Malay.
There's a problem. Hold on. There's a problem with this line of questioning.
Interesting.
You're bringing people into a situation where
Will is acknowledging that there is a genocide against black people.
people are going to have
If
a pretty
anything,
serious problem with.
it is watering down the severity of decisions in this panel, dear God.
Where it's, how they say it, and if they say
Yeah,
it
Rose is
incorrectly,
pretty
if they answer in a way that people aren't happy with or something, it's going to create a bit of a problem.
Yep,
So this kind of
that's
gets into
right,
very,
Carasso.
very treacherous
Organizations
territory
have done it.
of, hey, how bad is the oppression of another minority group that none of us belong to, right? You're asking up for people to
You're being
risk
charitable.
a lot just to have this conversation. I'll just say outright, I'm not going to have the discussion because I think it gets a little bit too ridiculous debating whether or not some other minority's oppression meets the scale of a genocide. I think that's kind of a fucked up thing to have that discussion in a public setting. I gotta go to the bathroom, by the way.
So that would take.
Will, I
all
think I would just be
questions like-
curious.
Yeah.
I was just going to say I would be curious to know what definition of genocide you're using when you say that African Americans have been genocided in this country.
The what do you call it? The UN definition.
The UN definition?
Just because and the real kicker for me is intent. Like I think that there are pretty demonstrable demonstrable ways that there's been intent with discriminating against African American people in our country. A lot of intent.
This may be a nitpick, and I'm not gonna argue on this. I mean, again, this is a panel on the transgenocide, not African American genocide. I get your point. I wanna.
There has been a lot of
Say, I think
intent
there
for
are
trans people as
multiple different
well.
reasons why somebody could be discriminating against a group of people that do not have to relate to eradicating them from the country.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I see some people like, talking muted, but I'm just saying it's like, if there's a population that's more likely to vote for a certain demographic, I don't think Republicans are going to want to be voted out of office. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't always have to be just like we want to get rid of the people on
Isn't the UN definition like the barest of bones when it comes to understanding genocide?
ever since black people came to this country. They've
Yes,
been
it
doing a pretty
is.
shit job of getting rid of them.
Yes,
They're
it
still
is.
here, like what? How many hundreds of years later?
Correct.
So
Correct.
I don't know. I think that the genocide has to do with eradication of a group or the attempt of it. I know that Germany did not get rid of all the Jews and all that, but they
Streamers with ludicrousy awful takes so often come back to DGG. Imagine that. Well, I guess that messenger on Andros I know talked to Destiny a while ago.
move them to certain sections of the state so that they are less likely to be able to vote. Now, those are different things. They're still serious.
Interesting.
I don't know why we can't just say that multiple things can both have like the same amount of seriousness to them.
They are steps in the lead up to eradication as demonstrated
Exactly.
by people who study genocide. Like the
Exactly.
not so bad, the not so bad
Exactly,
things you keep
Lux.
alluding to, like, oh, you're just being discriminated against. Like, that's part of the genocide.
Exactly.
Genocide has already
Bright
started.
idea. Talk about more solutions and less virtue
The expert is unmuted.
genocide. How about you talk more about actual solutions and just instead of just coming on here and
The
telling
expert is unmuted. Maybe we'll hear from the expert for
without
once.
offering any way of making it not go past stage 4. You think I want to be genocided? How about you just make sure that it doesn't go past stage 4 or whatever?
Sonia, it seems too ridiculous to address atrocities against marginalized people, apparently. Fiona is strong Destiny Defender too. Oh
The
no.
fucking panel is whether the word genocide is accurate to this situation.
Genocide even happening. You seem to be saying yes.
Oh, expert wants to speak.
Yeah, I want denying to get in here really quick. I'm actually just really for me personally.
Okay.
Something I'm really curious
Denying
about.
will speak.
Does extermination necessitate genocide?
No.
Okay,
There's
that's what I
something we
thought.
should be really very careful with. So we're dealing with like statins, like 10 stages of genocide, right? The thing
Okay.
is these are supposed to be like identifiable categories to like
Right.
identify something is genocide. Not all these actually follow a pattern that like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 happen in a row or whatever, right? There can be genocides, for example, that according to Statin do not include the term.
Right.
Sorry, include, for example, categorization or stuff. But like, also there's cases, for example, from the list where states do this all the time. Like, according to it, if we take like really broad understandings of it, classification, right? We have censuses every 4 years in almost every single country on the planet.
Right.
And these can record your nationality, your race, your ethnicity, your economic status, your gender. And this is a type of classification that can exist that, for example, doesn't always take some type of malicious intent with it. So we should probably be careful, for example, when even just using Statin's 10 stages, because either things can exist that are on that list that don't really become genocide, or, for example, there can be events like the rape of Nanking, where, according to the Chinese, around 300,000 to like 400,000 of a population of 600,000 in one city were killed in a matter of 6 weeks, right? Now, the Chinese, the Japanese, Western scholars, they don't call this genocide, but this is a substantial scale of killing. So extermination itself doesn't automatically mean genocide. Kind of like commentating real quick on like kind of the whole are black people in the past and now facing genocide thing. One thing that might be kind of interesting to make analogous right now with the current situation of trans people is, I can't remember the years, I think it was 1953 to be exact. The African American community wrote a pamphlet called We Charge Genocide. And one of the accusations is really similar to what Lux brought up, which was that the United States was taking policies to try and reduce black birth rate, the black birth rate, basically. And, you know, Lemkin at the time was lobbying also for United States ratification of the Genocide Convention. In fact, black people forget that we didn't ratify until the 1980s. But when Lemkin was talking about, for example, the experience of black people at that time, Lemkin himself went and wrote letters to the organizers of the pamphlet, letters to the New York Times, to senators, basically saying that, like, the problem with calling this genocide or looking at the aspects that they bring up inside the document is more, two things need to be proven. One was intent. When we kind of look at intent, usually we need to, like, not find just, for example, a knowledge-based understanding that this will either increase a trans suicide rate or, for example, lead to killing of people. It's more that there has to be like a desire upon the person enacting this policy for that type of result. And when he commentated on this, along with his associates, they said, okay, the goal of this is to put the black person in his place, to quote, rather than, say, exterminate them in whole or in part. Because when he talked about in part, it meant that you destroy a numerically substantial part of a group. So that's like kind of something that's worth mentioning. And he argued that, for example, a lot of the lynchings that happened, a lot of the horrible policies that existed at the time, such as redlining, that to him, it didn't amount to genocide. I mean, this is the guy who coined it. So, I don't know.
Thank you for that, Zang. I really appreciate that history. So let's have Johnny and Rosemole. Let's very briefly, if you have, I don't know how much more there is to possibly say on this, but I kind of just want to hit on this for a little bit longer, literally, and then I want to wrap us up in the next 20 minutes, and just try to lead the conversation to something a little bit away from this topic. So, Rose and Johnny. Let's do Rose first.
Well, I actually had a lot to say. First of all, when it comes to the whole race thing, I'm not touching that, right? This is a trans debate. I don't think it's really relevant. But I don't think there's any genocide happening in the United States. And I just think it's weird to call out, like, saying, like, it's ridiculous to say there's a white genocide when you're saying there's 4 other different genocides to pretty much every other group. I think it's all the same thing. I think a lot of people just like to use the word genocide way too liberally, and I think that's the problem. I think that's a huge issue, right? And I think maybe the issue isn't even the wording anymore. I think maybe it's just overstating the severity of the situation. I mean, Buck stayed a couple times.
So the situation is not as bad. Okay.
I personally don't see it. If that was true, and this is actually happening, there's a bunch of people dying right now, that would be a terrible thing. And
So Rose's position is not only the word is bad, the situation is not as severe.
See it right now, so I'm just confused as to where you're getting this conclusion from.
The situation is just not as bad.
I think a large part of this, as Denying put it, is intent. Intent to keep children from transitioning, or intent to stop trans healthcare from being as liberally administered as we would like it to be, doesn't have the intent of making trans people suicidal. It is largely from the fear of parents that their children will become transgender. I accept that. However, adults are still allowed to do basically whatever they want in this country, and I personally.
What's about black people?
Not
President Sunday discussed a very important thing. I remember on this one of the streams that about the genocide of black people, that black people belong to many different groups, and the belonging to those groups was erased, and black people were lumped into one
perhaps even
group, right?
Eliminationist policies of
so there was elimination of identity, elimination of history, and grouping a bunch of different peoples into one group that was supposed to just exist to serve. So in this case, in this meaning, this definitely was genocide.
So
you know?
I'm still firmly on the camp that this
Exactly.
is a useful term in order to get people on our side. However,
Like just because he coined the term, it does not mean that he was the absolute expert or in every single case, right?
Okay, so this is a question for Lux.
Like when looking into black people, we need to remember who those groups were before and what became of them, right?
Do you think that it's important?
It's really
to, one,
important.
identify the agents of the genocide, and two,
Do you
describe the amount
think?
of power they actually have to carry out their intentions?
That's a really interesting question. Yeah, no, I do
Many
think
different
that's fairly
identities were
important.
lumped
And I think that
together
it's
and
even something
erased,
that I've already witnessed
basically.
happening. I've already seen people like, you know, posting personal information of transphobic politicians, which may or may not be TOS.
Yeah.
I can't really speak to that. Like,
Although,
I've kind of already seen it
Karasu,
happening where we're
I would
identifying,
encourage
like,
you to avoid
person in
using the term
specific
blacks.
has
Like,
done
it is not
XYZ,
a good
and that's a
term to
problem. Like,
use.
protesting
I
outside
would
their house
encourage
is
you
about
to
the
use
extent to
black
which
people.
I will like propose that we should do something about that. Like if you like again, like bothering them in the diner, if you catch them in public, like yeah, make their life hell as much as you can, like within the limits of free speech and everything. Like
Exactly. We had elimination of
useful. Like,
identity,
I don't know what
hence
you're
we
planning on
call
doing
it
with that
now black
information.
Americans.
It's like
Yeah.
I must ask you the same question, Chatter, as I would ask the state of Texas.
Exactly. All the
list
identities
of
had been
trans people
disappeared that
who've
made
changed their
them
gender in the
distinct.
last 2 years.
And this is genocide
But
to
yeah,
me.
I mean, I think that
you know?
identifying those specific
This is
individuals,
genocide.
if for nothing else, then like you can then create a campaign around.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't want
This
this
is
person
a
to get
very
reelected.
important
Let's
aspect. We
focus our
cannot
attention
ignore
on
it.
this district where they could
We
get
just
ousted
cannot.
by a Democrat or something along those lines. Like, yeah, so long as the system is there, I think that those are things that you could be doing.
It's called chattel slavery for a reason. People were reduced to chattel.
What other people were trying to ask you too. Does anyone else want to tackle the question before I move on to less genocide-related question?
Ask me the question again.
Absolutely.
In that sense, it was
For everybody on the
definitely
panel,
genocide.
the extent we
It's
choose to
ongoing.
use the term genocide in discourse, do you all think it's important to, one, identify the agents of the genocide, and two,
Yes.
describe the amount of power that they actually have to carry out their intentions?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
that's part of the idea of a genocide, is that you would have a concerted effort on the part of a group or groups. And identifying those groups is probably the first step in that.
Yeah, I would say there's not really a point in really calling out a genocide if you're not ready to also then identify those who are enacting the genocide and the power that they have to actualize it. So I would say that if you're ready to use the word genocide, it should be important to you to want to identify the culprits and the power that they hold.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if Salem wants to come in. Salem, if you want to come in, get in the green room. Until then, I'm gonna ask a less genocide-related question. So, what does it mean for trans people to lead the discussion on trans issues? And we're gonna start.
It is a pretty simple thing to. Yeah. Thank you.
Did I hear my name?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can totally solve the trans genocide through electoral politics alone. Just vote harder, bruh. Preferably lose free time. It's not exactly a mistake.
My bad. If you don't mind just repeating the question that you mentioned.
It's not a difficult question.
No problem, of course. What is it? This is like a question, for all of us cis people out here, I'm legitimately trying to, like figure out how to, be better at.
Yeah, they are stating they're not just stating their intent, they're just they're worse. They are
better myself out.
irrelevant because it is a process, exactly.
Trans people to lead the discussion on
It is a process, and people really ignore it. We do have to, because once we recognize the process, we know what our options are.
That affect them the most. So trans people are probably most likely going to be more vocal about their own issues. I'm not going to lie, when I read that question, when you sent it to me, I was a little bit confused what you meant by that. I'm kind of guessing you just meant like like a what would it look like for trans people to advocate for themselves, or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's kind of like, there's kind of this phrase that goes around, you know, that's sort of like trans people should be leading the discussion on trans issues. Black people should be leading the discussion on black issues. I'll admit, as a cis white male, there aren't too many issues that cis white males are the only people that can lead the discussion on, right?
Cis white male.
You could lead
I'm
the
just
discussion
saying,
on the white genocide.
It's okay, Will.
I
One day
guess, but that
I too
doesn't
will
seem.
look like a cis white male.
Oh
One day
my
I
God,
too will pass as a
so
cis white male,
cringe.
and then you know nobody will be able to argue. I'm
Cringe.
I think that the minority group itself is always going to be the first to speak on their own
Hello,
issues.
Daniel.
I love it when cis people, especially like you, what you've been doing with this panel and what you've been doing with some of the questions you've asked behind the scenes, just trying to get on board with everybody and like, you know, be open and understanding and empathetic. I think that's like really important. I always want, it sounds silly to say, but I always want more cis people or more people who are not trans advocating for trans issues. Even at, like, hopefully well, it should always be done well. If you don't have the confidence to advocate for the positions, you should probably like hold off or at least acknowledge that you may not know everything, just so that you
Oh my
don't
God.
spread misinformation or you know, misrepresent somebody. But I think it's the more people who advocate for trans issues, the more positive impact it will have on society as a whole.
You lagged out there at the end, but I think we understood what you meant in spirit.
Okay, the last thing that I said was just oh, sorry, my bad.
No, you
my
can
bad.
go. You can
Sorry.
finish it. It's fine. Don't trip. What were you saying? Last 10 seconds.
I was just gonna yeah, I was just gonna say I think the more people advocating for trans issues, the more positive of an impact it will have on society as a whole.
Based. Rose.
Yeah, so I think when we say like, oh, why are trans people the ones that have to lead this conversation? I think there's actually a lot of controversy. I think most people would agree with that sentiment, but some others. I think it's really because we're the ones that are impacted by this, right? When all these laws come into place, at the end of the day, it's affecting us. These are our rights that are on the table. And, you know, if stuff is going to get taken away from us, it's like, I think that we should have our voices kind of elevated to be like, hey, you know, it's higher stakes for me. Let me have a bigger seat at the table.
I mean,
Said though, I think a lot of times
true.
it gets to this weird position where it's like, if you're not trans, don't speak. And I think that's silly. Like, you got to have a certain level to it. Let's face it. There's not a lot of trans people out there. Okay. We're not a like hugely populated minority. Very few of us. We need cis people to advocate for us, because if they didn't, nothing would get done. If we don't have those
But
advocates, we're not.
X people should lead does not mean nobody else should speak.
As allies, to make them
So
want to
that's
help us, and also just, you know, make sure that they're doing a good job. They understand what they're talking about, because there are people who, you know,
I
want
mean,
to advocate for trans.
do you
people,
understand
just,
what
like, say the wrong things? But I think as long as you're like, you know,
Do you
good
understand?
intentions and you just want what's best for people, you know, don't listen to
Oh,
like people
boy.
that are just gonna hate you for that, especially like to Will. If you have good intentions and you want to learn,
Oh,
that's really
boy.
what's important. You know what I'm saying?
Johnny.
So the way that it comes up in my life is that I express, usually it's my name. I express that my name is Johnny, and sometimes people who are kind of in the know will be like, okay, yeah, what are your pronouns? It's a very simple, for me, it's a very simple aspect of being patient with people, answering their questions, posing them questions, living authentically, and hoping
That's not really an answer to the question, though.
being the trans person in somebody's life is going to make a difference. I usually don't initiate conversations on my transness in real life, but on stream it happens a lot. And that's simply like a protection thing. I think answering questions in a patient way is the best way to go about leading the discussion on trans people, because we are a small minority and we do have a lot of misinformation out there thrown out about us. And that's not something that's our fault, but it's something that we can do something about by being authentic in our communities.
Sonia.
I think this whole narrative that that trans people should be leading the discussion on trans issues is erroneous at best, because like who are the appropriate leaders? As mentioned before, it's not like we have a committee of representatives, or people we elect to represent us. And I certainly
not
don't want
about
Blair White or Buck Angel representing us. I don't want them to be the ones leading the trans discussion. There are a whole lot of really shitty trans people who have really, really bad takes on trans issues. And I think, and as it is, we all don't largely agree on a lot of things. So I think it comes down to we can advocate for ourselves and we can advocate for each other, but to think that we should be somehow just like leading the discussion is naive and dangerous, because then you kind of leave it up to, if the instruction to cis people is just listen to and trust trans people, they're right about this. It's like, what if they listen to a Blair White, or what if they listen to a Buck Angel? I don't want that. I don't want them taking Blair White and Buck Angel seriously as representatives of trans issues. So I think it's really important to not send that kind of message. And
my
we
gosh,
can stand
this
up
person
for
is
ourselves and advocate for ourselves and advocate for each other, and do that independently. And some of us will have, be a little more persuasive and a little bit better at advocating in a way that reaches a broader range of people. Hopefully the better of us will do it, and not the Blair Whites. But yeah, and I think also, in addition to that, there are a lot of cis people who actually are pretty good at advocating for trans issues, and I think that sends a really good message too. Cis people advocating for trans issues to other cis people translates very well. And
people really don't know
so I'd
what
like to see a lot more of that.
leading conversation means.
Both cis allies and trans people.
I'm not familiar with upper right,
together and
upper left, or bottom
I'd
middle.
also like to say that, there's a lot of this whole sort of puritanical view. Allies need to be like perfect, right? And a lot of people.
I'm somewhat familiar with
you're
looks.
a bad ally. I don't think that's
Hoping to
helpful.
speak
I think
with
in
looks.
general, we're not going to find perfect allies, and the important thing to do is to find allies who are understanding and who want to.
What do you mean, like Steven?
Want to help. And they're going to fuck up sometimes. They're going to say some stupid things. They're going to do some dumb things. That's okay.
I mean, like Steven.
Allies are allies, and it's better than having no allies, right? So that's
what I was gonna say. Leading the conversation doesn't mean owning it completely. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't.
Sorry, the idea that is meant to be conveyed when people say, like, let trans people lead the discussion, like, what people mean is, like...
Zonia still has the right to say what is happening with her. True.
They are not often listened to, so in general, we should, like, as everybody else on this panel has basically said, like, cis people should pay them mind. Like, I think that, I guess, like, the more reflective way of looking at the concept of letting trans people lead the discussion is taking the time to listen to the opinion that you feel affronted by, I guess. Like, Blair White and Buck Angel have become the face of trans people publicly because they use rhetorical devices that appeal to the majority, which I think that, like, several of you generally
I'm still advocating not a cis person saying what's happening to Zonia.
They will say things like Buck will say something like, I'm a man who's living as a woman in order to appeal to a broader argument, right? Like, I don't think anybody on this panel goes quite that far, but like, there is some extent to which, like, we kind of only get heard, like, we only get a place at the table if we're saying things in a way that is palatable and appealing. That's tone policing. Like, the political phrase that we use to describe this is, like, not listening to people because we think they're just too angry. Like, I think that you're being inflammatory by calling this a genocide. Therefore, I'm not going to listen to any of the reasons why you use that word. Like, so I don't... Like,
Lux is really great. Lux made it worth watching. If Lux was not here, this would be unbearable to watch.
Like, well, I do listen to a trans woman. Blair White said, yada, yada, yada. I think it has to do with taking that time to listen and really process the argument that you're disagreeing with, rather
Really
than
great.
saying, rather than in your mind going, I disagree with this and I need to argue against it.
All right, last question. And then we'll wrap it up. We'll have everybody do outros, and we'll be on our way. Thanks everybody for sticking it out, by the way. I appreciate y'all. So, let's say hypothetically, you are a person who does like Blair White. Or maybe perhaps likes a trans person that maybe we would find more objectionable.
It's true. Looks is great. Really
Is
like.
there some value in maybe having the person kind of like take that first step where they're like, well, I have this trans person that I like that maybe we all do not like, but is that like possibly like a gateway for being able to get them to, you know, actually take the step over to be like, well, you know, that person's a little bit troublesome. You should actually like get more into trans discourse and like actually see what's up with our plight besides just
More
what
people
your favorite
joined?
trans person thinks. Or do you think that people like Blair White are more damaging
Who are
to
these
trans
people?
cause than positive?
I think that Blair White is part of the alt-right pipeline. That's all I have to say about that. She's not a good influence. It's not a good thing. She's part of the alt-right pipeline.
It's true.
Yeah, I'd say she's more destructive than anything else.
Yeah, I used to be a fan of her, but recently I've come to realize that her content is not helping trans people at all, and more often than not, she just kind of gives voice to a lot of these conservative transphobic talking points, which is why I've not been a fan of her these past few years.
Yeah, Blair White is a person who capitalizes on the issues in the trans community in order to further her own fame and message.
Right.
Now, that's not to say that she is going to make people actively necessarily hate trans people more. I think that there's some value in at least someone saying, okay, I know at least one trans person that I don't disagree with and that seems reasonable to me, and you know that could have some value. But at the end of the day, you're talking specifically about Blair White, and yes, she is part of the alt-right pipeline. Just in general, I think that we're all doing a good job right now of being voices of the trans community, and therefore and doing it in public, doing it on a stream. And I just want to give a little round of applause for that, man. Like we're not hiding in a basement somewhere, you know, hoping that nobody knows we're trans. And I while I do see the value in having the occasional like trans celebrity blow up and at least expose people to trans people in general, I think that when you talk specifically about Blair White, that's a problem.
Power bottom. And then we'll have Salem and Evelyn say a thing, and then we'll be out of here. And we'll let Denying say a thing too if he wants to.
Is this closing statements? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's finishing, I guess.
Like, do you think that people that, like, if my Uncle Buck in West Virginia likes Blair White, like, is that a negative thing for trans discourse over time? Like, have we opened the door possibly for
Yes.
Uncle Buck, or is that actually a negative thing? Like, now
It's
it's
a
gonna be
negative
harder
thing.
to get him on board with trans discourse.
I would say.
I think anybody who listens to the mantras of listen to X minority group is already like, I guess, like 50% a lost cause. If anybody says listen to trans people, listen to black people, listen to gay people or something, and then like you can't be upset when people listen to the person of that minority group that agrees with them the most. So I think the best thing is to reject that premise entirely, that you should just be listening to somebody from that minority group. And I think it is better to encourage open thought and like open discourse and not shame people
It
for
is bad.
disagreeing with someone of a minority
It
group
is an easy
just because
question.
they're of that minority group. There are a lot of people who are dumb, who come from any minority group, who have really bad arguments, who cannot represent themselves well or the community, in a way that is like productive to discourse and will just harm everybody in the future. So I think for your Uncle Buck, I would say if he agrees most with Blair
Uncle
White,
Buck.
try and extend your research a little past just the trans people that agree with him.
Exactly.
Which is pretty much just Blair White and Buck Angel. So I'm pretty sure he'll find plenty of trans people that he can listen to for different opinions.
So I'm hearing it's good that Uncle Buck likes Blair White. At least he doesn't just hate all trans people.
No, well, if that's what I said, then I apologize. That's not what I meant to communicate. What I meant to say is that, like, he should not be listening to just Blair White and then saying, yeah, I do listen to trans people. If he likes Blair White for, like, a bunch of reasons, yeah, that's one thing. But if he's listening to Blair White because somebody told him to listen to trans people, like, because they speak for their community or whatever, then that's a pretty bad idea. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I understand. My bad, I misheard a word there. Salem, Evelyn, Denying, round us out here. What's up?
Who are the new people?
I'm just here for emotional support for Evelyn, but I just wanted to say that there's definitely a trans genocide going on right now in the U.S., and it's bullshit to think otherwise.
Ooh, Salem. Who's Salem?
Oh, definitely, it's been that, for sure.
Evelyn, go.
Thank you.
Sorry, what's going on?
I don't know, you
I
joined the
didn't
live
hear what
chat
you said.
somehow. I just...
Yeah. So
what's going on?
Okay, so...
Who's Evelyn and
No,
Salem?
Yeah, I know, we're on the trans genocide. I got you. So anyway, I just wanted to discuss something that I was trying to say in the text chat, which is, for those out there who are... I think there's a lot of focus on federal law. I think that it's important that people, like for instance, if you're like a trans ally or you're a trans person, try and get enough support to run, even if it's a third-party candidate for your city or whatever. Try and become mayor of wherever you live, or join a city council or something like that, because that's going to do far more good in the long run.
Will and his channel will back any one of you that runs for office, okay? I think that'd be pretty based. We should get all of Twitch poll to rally behind some person running for some bumfuck middle of nowhere office. That would be hilarious.
You'll have a support network you could never imagine.
Denying, would you like to say anything to end us off here?
I think y'all
Yes.
like, actually comported yourselves really well and were really sharp and concise with a lot of your like statements. I actually thank you for coming. It was actually great to listen to y'all. I don't really agree with like maybe the proposition that it is a trans genocide, but it was really interesting to listen to Lux. Although one thing that might need to be kind of like mentioned with the rhetoric stuff, it's kind of important. While yes, for example, the term genocide is usually like assumed to be like in popular consciousness associated with the Holocaust, I don't really think this is. We can kind of see this, for example, with the current Uyghur situation, where this isn't something analogous to the Holocaust, but in popular use, it's called genocide, right?
Right.
So we shouldn't really fall into like this whole
Exactly.
genocide
Thank you.
analogous to the Holocaust trap.
Thank you very much. Like, it's really bad to use
Alright,
this
everybody.
as an argument.
Let's go around a circle, say your tags, and we'll be
Like-
done. We'll start with Zonia.
Hey guys, Zonia Dead at Twitch or Zonia TV on YouTube, and yeah, I cover a lot of social topics, cover some politics, occasional drama as well, and on rare occasion I do panels. But
Go with Steven.
for closing, I guess you want us to do a closing statement as well.
Sure, fuck it. Yeah, say your name in the closing statement.
Okay, so for a closing statement, I'm kind of going with what my opening was in a way. I don't think it's very helpful for us to be trying to get everybody to get on board with this one word, especially when that word is going to have a lot of people going and saying, "What are you talking about? This is crazy that you're calling
Well, you
this
can
genocide."
explain what you're
And I think a
talking
lot of the
about,
people
no?
who would not describe the conditions that we go through as a genocide would still be appalled by those conditions and would want to address those conditions. So I think that is really important that we actually talk about those issues. I think there's a lot of work that we can do in red states to both provide mutual aid, provide people medical support, etc. I think that there are a lot of things that we can address and that we should address. instead of just trying to get everybody to jump on to this word that gives alarm. I don't think that's productive. I don't think it's helpful. I think it just causes people to get into debates like we're in today about this stuff and doesn't actually do anything. And it feels kind of like a lazy thing to really hinge a lot of your argumentation on. So that's my
And
position.
stop being lazy and accept what's
I
happening.
hope that people are come over to my stream. I'll talk to you about all the conditions that we face and how dire they are. So, and I hope that you listen to what I say. Anyways, thank you for having me on, Will.
That made no sense.
Fire
Sorry, I am unmuted this time. Okay. I think you're free to use
no.
whatever language, rhetoric, or terminology you want. If you misrepresent a movement or you make bad arguments,
True
then
prescriptions,
sorry, it's on
please.
you if that backfires.
You won't get any.
Encourage everybody, including people that agree with me, to have a little bit of introspection when you're making arguments and see what people are actually responding to. Are they actually responding to your arguments? Are they responding to something that you didn't say? You know, obviously everybody slips up every now and then, but you know, listening to what people are actually, what people's grievances actually are, whether
Run
it's
for
with the term or
office.
whether it's with disagreement, whether like about systemic discrimination in general. I think that can be useful. Unfortunately, if we do not think about how our rhetoric looks to other people, we cannot be mad about how other people are going to react to our rhetoric. Also, if I'm going to plug my Twitter, it's PBottomPolitics. I don't stream right now. Whenever life stops fucking me in the ass, I will start streaming, but that's going to be a while. So that's me. Appreciate you having me on, Will. This has been fun.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, at least get involved in the process, correct?
Hi, I'm Luxander, and the best place to find me is on luxander.net. It's got all the links there. I talk about politics, and I stream like 3 times a week, talking about.
I also stream.
Basically, like
Streaming
part
right
of the reason
now.
why I'm so firm in my definition of the word genocide argument today is because I have been, like many of you, actively watching all of this rhetoric. I've been listening to what people like Marjorie Taylor Greene have been saying. So if you're interested in getting some of the deep dives on what the intent behind the words is, that what they're implying, what the legal situation actually is, we read the laws, we look at those things. So thank you very much. If anybody is interested in subscribing, we would love to have you over in the Horde. For my closing statement, I just want to say, like, I guess first of all, like, I had no idea that coming onto this panel was going to be so stacked. I did not realize. I didn't realize that I was going to be the only person making the arguments that I was going to be making. So I believe that there is, I'm going to remain firm on where I am. Like, nothing in this discussion has made me think that I should relent in the way that I describe this, because those are the facts as I see them. And you know what? Like, it kind of seems like there are some people whose brains are going to shut off when you say the word genocide, and there's going to be some people who say, wait, what are you talking about? And then I get to explain. And I think that cowing to the idea that, oh, our rhetoric isn't going to be effective if we call this a transgenocide.
Luke is great. We need to talk
This is what the Overton window being stolen from us is. If you constantly capitulate to centrists, and if you constantly soften your language to make things seem less scary than they truly actually are, like, in my mind, that is the failure. Like, so
exactly.
There need to be people.
Luke says the
who are
best
like,
things.
I'm going to stay firmly left on whatever the issue is. There are going to, you know, it's not a popular position in this country that there should not be such a thing as landlords, and that your property should be expropriated if you are a landlord. I'm going to remain firm on that, because someone needs to have that stance, and we can't cow on every single one of these issues.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I could have sworn there was one more of you that thought the transgenocide was real. But
thank you,
Lux,
Evelyn, by the way.
Lux, I thought you did a really good job in this incredibly stacked panel. To the point where I'm honestly still leaning towards it actually being a genocide.
I kind of feel like nobody actually made any arguments against the idea that it's a genocide. Everybody just said, let's not call it that. So that's a whole other discussion.
True.
I feel like we were way more nuanced
True.
than that. I don't think I don't
No.
believe that most people here were
No.
saying it's not a genocide
You were
or
not
it is,
being.
and let's not call it
You
that.
were not
I think we had a
being
lot of
nuanced.
really nuanced and detailed
Nuance is not the thing that was
disagreements
happening
on
here
either the approach
tonight.
or the language, depending on who it was you're talking about. So I wouldn't reduce it
Yeah.
down to that.
I don't mean it to be like that. I legit thought there was literally one other person on here that was just like, no, full hog, transgenocide is happening right this very moment. That is so strange.
I mean, you basically
must have misread it. I mean, because we
you
all did agree
basically-
the same thing though. Like at the end of the day, like.
Well, you basically had four of us agreeing that it basically could be justified as a genocide, that it could be argued as a genocide. There are degrees to which each of us will use that word to describe it. So
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're probably at some stage of it. It's just like I think that a lot of minorities are at some stage of it, and calling it a genocide actively is kind of like calling a murder before it's happened. It's like, you know, there's a systemic elimination of people, and then there's the things leading up to it. If we're still in the phase of things leading up to that elimination, we still have a chance to stop that from happening. If that makes any sense.
Still a genocide, though.
All right.
Thank you.
Johnny
Oh my God, so
Scarlet.
much.
Johnny Scarlet. Go.
Okay.
Still a genocide when nobody's actually been killed.
No,
on
because
that.
you and I discussed this before, and,
My
and
gosh.
the key word in that was in part in the definition, and
Hold on.
parts of
Salem,
the genocide.
Salem, I love you.
No, I'm sorry.
Salem, I love you, but I literally have to go before 6:45,
All right.
or I'm gonna be
All right.
destroyed.
Well,
at
that
9:05,
person's
so-
wrong.
Destroyed.
Everybody will get an ending statement. So Johnny Scarlet shouts out where you're at, and then yeah.
I was shouting out Salem. I said Evelyn. I meant Salem. Thank you.
Wild.
Okay. If you've never seen me before, hi, my name is Johnny. You can find me at Johnny Scarlet on Twitch. I stream Monday through Friday. I'm an educational channel. I am interested in philosophy as well as math, and we do occasionally discuss things like art history. And if that sounds cool to you, then please do go over and give my channel a follow. I did come in with the intention and with the expectation that this was going to be more of a discussion panel, less of a we're all going to have a hardline stance. I came in with the idea that my mind could be changed, and I think that several people did a very good job
Gosh.
of
No, it's calling out a murder as it's happening. True, Daniel.
there is
Also, it's a process.
at elimination of trans.
Genocide is a process.
Again, as I stated,
It's important to
while I
recognize it.
many of these classifications, it's not going to be something that I personally use in my advocacy. Most likely not right now. Because I don't know that it's an effective rhetorical tool. That being said, I really appreciate everybody who came out today, and I appreciate you, Will. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you, Johnny. Everybody follow everybody on the panel. You know, support. Rosemary, where can we find you? And closing statements.
Yeah.
Any last little bits you'd like to say?
Yeah, of course. My YouTube channel is youtube.com/c/Rosemullet. That's ROSEMULET. On Twitter, I'm the real Rosemullet, but without the E in the. I would say, I think that we all have the same goals, and I think that's what's important. I think we all want what's best for trans people, and I think that's important to acknowledge the common ground that we have here. And overall, I think this was a pretty productive conversation, and I just like the fact that we had this conversation.
Was
You know, we
it?
all have our disagreements
Was it?
about this stuff, but I think it's
Was
important
it that productive?
you know, we have open minds about the whole thing, you know. Obviously, I think a lot of us, like, I'm kind of stuck in my ways, but if someone gives a good enough argument, I'm willing to change my mind, you know. I've changed my mind, and I've admitted that I've been wrong in some stuff before. I'm just very happy that we had this conversation. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I still believe that there isn't a genocide, but like I said, you know, I'm just happy we had the conversation. Was really hyped for this, and I think it went great. So thank you, Will, for hosting this, and thanks everyone for coming out here. This is
Did you?
really cool.
Did she even say anything throughout all this?
Are you that TikTok girl?
You know about that? Wait, really?
No, that was hella weird.
Wait, you know about my TikTok? Oh my god, DM me. DM me. Oh no.
Nah,
Alrighty,
that shit
well-
was nasty.
Oh my
Let's keep
gosh.
this on the rails. Okay, Salem, where can we find you? And ending statement, and then
On
I know
TikTok.
you've basically been here for 15 seconds, but
Yeah, no, I'm Salem. Probably banned from your Discord. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
no ads though.
all right, thanks.
You
Thank
can find Salem in my Discord.
Hmm.
Yeah, I hang out in there.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Evelyn, closing statements. Where can we find you or not, if you prefer?
I'd rather not be found, so I'm gonna skip that part.
Oh no.
All I want to say is, I don't think it's wrong to use the term genocide to refer to this. I also, Toki brought up that there's also a black genocide going on, and I would say that there's also a Mexican genocide going on. The thing that disappoints me in particular when you're looking at the two major Federalist parties, which are the Democrats and the Republicans, is Biden has been in office for, close to 3 years now.
Oh damn, it's been so long now.
And he still hasn't done anything about the camps that are on the border between Mexico and the United States. He hasn't done anything to reduce the numbers there. So I don't trust the Democrats and by extension Biden to do anything about this. I think you really need to start building your own power structures.
All right, and last but not least, denying.
I think I already said my ending piece. You can find me at mastodon.au, at
Damn.
denying history, or denying history.
It's been so long already.
Specifically hard to find. Or I guess in Will's Discord.
Oof, I'm worried about the next presidency. I'm worried now.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out, everybody. I think that's a wrap on the trans genocide panel. I really appreciate everyone for coming out. It was a really good learning experience for me.
I see.
And I hope that chat got something out of it too. And thanks, Admiral Love and
I
Max.
think we will continue the Tom thing to next time.
Everyone should follow.
I'm not even gonna say tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess
Next
Admiral's from the
time.
community, huh?
I might not stream tomorrow.
Everybody, have a lovely rest of your night.
Probably
Thanks for
won't.
hosting, Will. Thanks for everybody for coming.
Thank you. Good panel. Take care, everyone.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Bye bye. So it's over.
Oh man, another Will and his channel in the bag. Thank you so much, everybody who watched. We had pretty decent peak concurrent viewership. We were at like 31 homies at one point. It was pretty damn good.
I see.
If you want to go give me some money, my link is being spammed like 24/7, which I need to fix. But yeah, there's my link tree. Throw me some cash if you think this was worth your time. It's gonna go towards my whatever the fuck I'm about to go buy at the store right now. So yeah, anyways, appreciate you guys. Have a lovely rest of your day. This was a really fun stream.
Oh boy.
I don't know what to say. Look forward to more content in the future. Educational like this, hopefully.
Oh boy. Wow. This was educational. Oh boy. Wait, this only got 12 likes? What the hell? The panel got 12 likes. This stream has 32 likes. My reaction to the panel got more likes than the panel itself? That doesn't sound right. That's impossible. Hey, hold on, really? My reaction to the panel got more likes than the panel? How do I check max concurrent viewers? Guess we had like 12 max concurrent viewers. It's so bizarre. We've got 12, like, he said he had 30 max concurrent viewers. We had 12 max concurrent viewers. But this stream has 32 likes and the panel of Will has 12. So that's a thing. So I think we will play a little bit of a game right now, right? I think it's time to play a little bit of a game. Because I think we'll do the Tom thing. We'll finish the Tom thing next time, right? What do you think? Do you think it's legitimate? Do you think I'm being legitimate when I say we should play Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, we are on that Final Fantasy grind. It's true. We are gonna save Nanaki's family. Come on! Let's go. Let's go. Replaying Final Fantasy really makes me appreciate how much better the original is than the remake. My gosh. It was just a better game. Let's go. That pretty was not even playable even in the remake. Ridiculous. We have to get a discussion with I'm gonna write on Lux's Here we go. We're setting the stage for a talk with Lux. A lot of old games give that feeling. They feel more complete with secret content and stuff like that. True. Especially with Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. Something live service. Final Fantasy VII Remake is not even a live service. That's the sad part. FF7 Remake is not even a live service, technically speaking. But don't worry. Yoshipi is in charge of Final Fantasy 16, so it might be really good. Actually. Wait, the Red 13 has enemy shield material? Ooh. I didn't even realize that I gave Red 13 the enemy shield. Ha ha ha. Everyone here has a ghost of the Gi tribe killed in a certain battle. A certain battle? The vengeful spirits of the Gi didn't disappear and couldn't return to the live stream. We still have far to go. Ha ha ha. What happened? These are on the way out, so I don't think they will be a thing. Finish the HP material. Let me see my feelings. Yeah, the good old feelings thing. Understand my feelings? Estamos llegando, me encanta. Mr. Tentacles. Monsieur. I die. Oh, material? Added effect material. What does it do? That's... No mata vinagre. I don't get it. It's pretty cool. We try to beat this dungeon before going to sleep. Or maybe there will be no sleep tonight. No sleep tonight. Hey, class. No running. Okay, what do now we do now? Maybe it will be a ball later down the road. Ooh. Mr. Tentacles. So many random encounters. Monsieur! I destroy my enemy! Exactly. What can I do? What can I do for you? Uh-oh. What can I do for you? Back and funny. Back and funny. Hammer blow. Ooh. Bara is really getting those limit break. Eter. Ooh. Bara is really getting those limit break. You know? You know my feelings. Understand my feelings. There was already Katy Perry. Katy Perry. Let's go up. Giggling. Oh. As you can see, this cave leads to the back of Cosmo Canyon. Even though the guild numbered us, they could not attack through here because the passage is too narrow. Oh. Let's move on. Let's move on, Giggler. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, yeah. Giggler! Reggie. Okay. I see like a G. You're doing so well. Okay, now we're getting into it. What leads well? Spider. I hit the spider thing, but I guess not. Not yet. Spider. Spider. Anything to steal? I couldn't steal anything. That's strange, you see. Now I need to steal. Oh, I need to steal from you. Wouldn't steal. Oh my gosh. No, I need to steal. Wouldn't steal. I hope it's not something useless. Wouldn't steal. Please let it not be something useless. Okay. Let me steal from you. Better? Oh my god. I mean, I guess that's a good item. I guess that's good. Sting bomb. What the heck? Oh, that was wacky. You started? Is Luke still streaming? Does it want to discuss it with me? Ask it if it wants to talk to Lucy Hazel. Mama? Let's do this. station. Come on. I am ready to giggle. Giggle, giggle. Hello, pigs. Tram toads. Is that giggling? Giggling like a giggler. I'm a new giggler on the block. Come on. Let's try. Missing with that blow a lot. I'm actually surprised. I actually quite remember I used to miss a lot. Not enough MP. As soon as I was afraid of that, I would start running out of MP. I was afraid this would happen, Gigglers. I was afraid I would have this with Batman. Hello, Sister Rose. Well, how are you? Hello, Giggler. Why the dots after hello? What happened? Hello? Young Mario? Oh. Italian plumber. Giggling. Doing the Italian giggling. Full on giggling. Destroy the enemy. Yeah. I have destroyed my enemy. We have showed them what's why. Well, maybe Cloud already learned that enemy. We already had this. My gosh. I had this all this time and I just did not realize. Such a silly giggler. Mom? Is that my feelings? Oh. Politi? Polish? Polish sticks? How do I get to this? Class, help me, come on. You gonna help me, come on. remember how to get to the packaging? In there, here. Do you remember how to get to this packaging? I need to get to this packaging. Come on. English. With this time. Yeah. When I played this, I was 1 billion years old. Final Fantasy 7. Come on. Giggling. Feelings. Buddha. Daniel, are we getting a talk with Luke? How long am I been streaming? 8 hours. I'm still safe. Let's go! Packaging. Fairy. Okay, what does he do? Fairy. Protects against poison, darkness. Come on. Notice my feelings. I give it to Red. And I already gave you protective vest. Come on. Feelings. Destroy my enemy. Hello. And then we get the sad story of Nanaki. We will destroy the enemy. Poison level. Boom! Come on! Destroy you! Because you're my enemy! I'm a blood. Come on! Insta-kill! Which is wacky! Wacky! I just insta-destroy you! How wacky that I just destroy you? Come on! Turbo Ether. Oh my gosh, big luck. Give me the spendy. Come on. Bogenhagen. This warrior went through the cave all alone, fighting attackers one after another. Grandpa, the warrior. Ha! We're almost there. Warrior of darkness. His warrior is a giggler. What is this face? What is this? Grandpa, is he? After death, the ghosts of the ghee like stagnant air. This can't be! Yeah, funny face. Bam bam. Da-da-da-da. Bam 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 bam. Okay, destroy you. Boing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You miss. Drain. That's love. It was horrible, dear person. Very bad. But looks was really good. Yank! So there was one good thing about the honor. That looks was there. These are my feelings. Also, the panel got 12 likes and this stream reacting to it got 30 plus likes. Understand my feelings. Wow, that's a strong enemy. A strong bar. Hello. Mudah. Destroy! Thank you, Cloud. Because of you, we survived. Not like you have grown strong too. Oh yeah. No, I know it wasn't a mistake bringing you here. Come, I have something I want to show you. Right over here. Gravity material. Let's go, Bogenhagen. Bogenhagen. This is the warrior who fought against the Yi. He kept them from taking even one step into the Cosmo Canyon. but he was never able to return to town. Look, Nanaki, look at your father, at the warrior Seto. That's Seto? Seto continued to fight the Gi tribe here to protect this canyon, even after the Gi's poisonous arrows turned his body to stone. Even after they all ran away, Seto continued to protect us. And he continues to protect us even now. Even now. You thought that he was a coward and ran away, but he alone risked his life to protect Cosmo Canyon. That is your father, Seto. That is Seto? Did mother know? Ha ha ha, she knew. The two of them made me promise to keep this cave shut. They asked me to seal it myself and not to sell a soul. They said we should forget about this cave. Cloud, would you mind leaving the two of us alone? Come on. Bye. Nanaki, I want you to continue your journey with Cloud and the others. Grandpa? Listen, Nanaki. Cloud says they are trying to save the planet. Honestly, I don't think it can be done, Or even if they stop every reactor on the planet, it's only going to postpone the inevitable. Even if they stop Sephiroth, everything will perish. But Nanaki, I've been thinking lately. I've been thinking if there was anything we could do, as a part of the planet, something to help a planet already in misery. No matter what happens, isn't it important to try? Am I just wishing against fate? Come on! I am too old to do anything about it. This year I'll be 130. Ha ha ha! That is why, Nanaki, you must go with them for my sake. Grandpa? I wanted to show your real father before you left. I'm so glad that you came back while I was still alive to show you. Grandpa, don't talk like that. I don't want to think of life without you. Ah, well, I've had a long life. Grandpa, you must leave, I'll see to it. I'll see to what's happening to the planet, and I'll come back to tell you. Nanaki. I am Nanaki of Cosmo Canyon, the son of the warrior Seto. I'll come back a warrior true to that noble name, so please, Grandpa. That's Seto Bugenhagen. Seto for father. Seto is crying. The tears of Bugenhagen. The book is fixed, so we can go now. Shall we get going? So this is it, Red 13. That's just the way it goes, okay? You came in handy at times. What? The translation to this game sometimes is so wacky. I swear. have to go by materia. By materia. Come on. At least two. At least two. AP plus materias, right? Yes, right? Come on. Come on. Not you, cooking woman. I go here and I buy. It seems I gotten used to being a giggler. Happy blue, tempe blue. Thank you. Okay, happy blue. Okay. Tap blue. Happy blue. Come on. Happy blue. Oh, I should equip the better weapon. No. What the heck? I guess so. Oh, gigglers. I cannot believe that's happening. Come on. Let's go. Oh, what happened? Yeah. Come on. Come on, gigglers. Yeah. I'm getting out of here. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Moonhagen? Cloud, please look after Nanaki. What happened? I think I grew up a little, that's what happened. Come on. Oh, come back whenever you need my knowledge, eh? Bye. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Where to now? Where are we going now? Nibelheim? Blah. Nibelheim? Okay. I guess this is it for today. Thank you so much, Gigglers. If it wasn't for you, it would have been not a school, you know? You understand my feelings? Oh. Wait. Let me see something. Let me see. How do I get on? Looks. Streaming. My gosh, how do I?
Panel.
Still on?
I said, hi,
Oh.
my name is Luxander. Find me at luxander.net. I use the definition of genocide as laid out by the United Nations. First thing out of my...
Let me go. Come on. Let's see.
Didn't see that moment, but it sounds like a good clip to sum up the panel. I hated the concept of we will continue to be born. What the fuck does that have to do with it? I mean, yeah, like, you're gonna be... Yeah, like, you're gonna be like... Oh, we're all gonna be subject to conversion therapy forever. Ongoing genocide forever.
Oh, no.
All of us forever.
My gosh. Let me use...
That part when Malcolm asked you to shut up and you laughed got me screaming. I love Malcolm. Like, truly. Whether or not we agree on these issues, like, I consider Malcolm, like, at minimum an acquaintance...
Okay, I have to wait 1 minute.
Friend, like I think very positively of him.
I have to one more minute.
Which is so weird to me.
1 minute.
But I'm just like, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude.
Does it look at this the chat? I can't wait.
That's so
we want to talk with.
Generations will die as well.
You want to
We're gonna
talk
be
with
respawned forever
Alexander.
into a conversion therapy loop. Yeah.
Come on. Wait. Okay, 1 minute ended.
That actually does nothing.
What the heck?
Like, I got so annoyed. Like, I had said previously in the discussion, like, yeah, I think voting is important. I think that getting involved is important. Like, as a matter of fact, I just sent an email to my representative yesterday. And then later on, I used vote and everything as shorthand to include all possible actions you could take within the system as it exists, and Zonia jumped on that. Did it not feel on a couple of occasions like people were just looking for something that I said to just jump on that, like, and to like, focus in on that one thing instead of listening to the totality of the argument? You could chat emailer. I wanted to call and leave a voice message, but it's probably better that I ended up emailing because it was fully like 10 paragraphs long. They were not short paragraphs either.
It's true. How does this sound?
I don't want to circle jerk too much here. Having you all tell me like, how great I did and everything, but like, honestly, you literally said you sent an email and they were like, "Oh, so you think we shouldn't bother?" Yeah, that was very irritating.
Yeah.
Lucy did coverage of the panel live, and Lucy would love to speak to you.
It's true.
Who's Lucy? Which Lucy? I know a couple of Lucys. I'm not having any further discussion tonight. Like, it's almost 10 o'clock here. I feel like I'm so amped up, like, that we should try to hang out or something afterwards, but I also don't have anything else on my mind except for the bullshit that just went down. Like, you were kind of thrown to the lions and came out on top unironically. Cheers, babe. I feel like most Catholics are fairly progressive people, all things considered. Unironically, Vasha's take that Cadtrath converts give them a bad name is 100% correct, I think. I honestly feel like Catholics,
sniping
their reputation, are pretty relaxed. Tarot reading and or smuggy chat. Yeah, we could do either one of those. I'm gonna be up until like 2 a.m. so it's not like I'm gonna get off of stream and then like try to sleep, you know? I'm gonna be up until about 2. Dragon Power, Tarot Wind Down. Yeah, what do we want to ask the cards for? Oh my god. We should have done a reading on Thursday to see how this panel is gonna go. Oh, maybe we would have seen. Yeah, no worries, Mama Mephistopheles, if you have to go. It's late. We've been going for 4 hours. We don't normally go that long. The lefty sleep schedule. Yeah. That's all I wanted. Like, one of the things I wanted out of my sleep when I moved out was, like, I want to be able to sleep on my actual schedule, which is, like, 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Ask the cards if the next panel will be fucking worth a damn. I don't know when we're gonna do another panel, right? That debate was a tower moment, really? Sadly, Lucy knew the panel would go like this. If I should go outside and deal with white people or stay inside and starve. What should I do, cards? Oh no, Anansi. Oh, Super Dr. Hulock, I got a tarot deck from my friend Silent for Christmas, and so we do tarot readings during the stream sometimes now, just for funsies. My grandma was raised Catholic, and she's, like, conservative, but she's more willing to use my name and pronouns than my Protestant stepdad. Oh, and my biological father called me a faggot when he found out I had a boyfriend, and I'm pretty sure he's an atheist, so I mean... True. Yeah, I got some tarot cards. Oh, God. Oh, God. Religion seems to be a poor indicator of personal values, except in the case of converts. Born-again Christians are the fucking worst. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
We are like writing at least in the chat the thing.
I'm outie, I think. Yeah, good night, Mama Mephistopheles. I hope that you sleep well. So, yeah, this is a Star Spinner Tarot. And
my important
I like it a lot, the art.
My important thing in the chat.
The cards just has a picture of Lux in the trenches. True. Okay, what should we ask about? Should we ask the cards if we should ever do another debate panel again? Should we ask the cards if that debate panel is gonna do well as a 3-hour-long main channel content? I'm not gonna cut that shit down at all. I'm posting the full 3 hours on the main channel.
I'm gonna put my coverage on the full channel.
Vegan chili mac with sweet spicy Doritos seems like a meal. That sounds delicious.
It's true. I'm gonna put my coverage of it for sure.
Yeah, I know COVID is bringing out histamine intolerance in people. I don't know whether I've had COVID. Like, I think that I may have caught the Delta wave, but I'm okay.
Okay, I guess we will just finish soon.
That's more Magic 8 Ball, surely. Yeah.
Because we've been streaming for 9 hours.
Ask the cards if I'll finally get my hands on HRT in the next month. You had your consultation, didn't you? Ask what is a good way to wind down and or self-care after that debate. Yes, I hope you get some good food, Anansi. I did, but my mom won't sign because she isn't ready. Fuck that bitch. God, I'm sorry if you probably love your mom and everything, but fuck that bitch. Holy shit. It's so fucking frustrating. Ask the cards, what is a Matt Walsh? True. Semi-random question, but does anyone else who's neurodivergent find it kind of impossible to understand why people believe in religion? Like, I find comfort in personal superstitions, but I treat them like I treat my stuffed animals, you know? I honestly, I wonder if...
So we will sleep.
I got distracted by with outro. I feel the same way. I just don't understand how you can suspend your disbelief that way. Or, like, there's a certain threshold of evidence required to convince me that something is true? I don't know.
I suspend my disbelief for everything.
Oh my gosh, it's 5 a.m. in Poland. Good night, Lucy. You should message me, like DM me or something if you want to schedule a time to talk. Why does the mom need to be ready? We're talking about a minor. Tanza is 17 and needs parental consent. It's fucking annoying.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, let's ask about...
Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Thank you all for coming.
Well, then I am gonna be... I also have an abusive mom, Tanza, who I don't speak to. And...
So I turn this off. And I'm just gonna say... My mom is pretty cool, thankfully. So, okay. I will end stream now. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, RKL, for coming. You are best giggler. And come on. Thank you. Come on. See you next time. And giggling feelings. and pressing end string. Bam, bam.